Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Ginny Weasley was the hidden flame behind Harry's war. Here is short summary. When the spotlight shines on Harry, few see the fire behind him. But Ginny Weasley, smart, brave, and underestimated, has been shaping the war all along. This is her untold role in the fight against Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Ginny yawned. She had been right. The day hadn't even started and she was already exhausted. The warmth radiating from the common room fireplace as she sat on the sofa waiting for Dean to appear wasn't helping either. That's what I get, she chided herself playfully, for having a nightmare and wandering the halls at ungodly hours chatting up the headmaster. Ginny, startled, she looked up. Dean stood over her, carrying a heavy winter coat. Her body had just begun to give in to the seductive heat of the fire and she hadn't even heard him approach. "You all right?" "Fine," she answered, blinking rapidly and rubbing her eyes, trying to rouse herself thoroughly. "Just a little tired. The wind and snow will wake you up. It's howling out there." "Oh, should we stay in, then?" Dean grinned. "I don't think so," he said. "I've a big day planned for us." He opened the portrait hole door, and then turned to Ginny, his hand extended to help her through. "Thanks," she said through a fixed smile, taking the offered help. She hated when he did that. Down in the Great Hall, Dean chatted pleasantly over breakfast with Seamus, Neville, Lavender, and Parvati, not noticing Ginny's drooping eyelids, nor her chin dipping dangerously close to her eggs and oatmeal. It was only after her third cup of coffee that she began to feel even remotely like herself. "Have a good time, you two," Lavender said as she, Seamus, and Neville left for the entrance hall. "Try your best, anyway," Parvati murmured under her breath to Ginny with a glance down the table before following after the others. With her coffee mug lifted halfway to her lips, Ginny looked down the Gryffindor table in the direction of Parvati's gaze, but the only ones left there were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, huddled together in their usual exclusionary group. In her sleep-deprived brain, she couldn't even begin to figure out what Parvati had been implying. Seeing Harry, however, did jostle another memory. "Ready to go?" asked Dean. "1 second, Ginny replied. "I just have to give Harry something." "Harry, now." But she was already on her feet and moving down the table towards her brother and his two friends. "We'd be best pals if they didn't keep trying to do me in," she heard Harry saying as she approached. Ron laughed and Hermione looked amused in spite of herself. Idly, Ginny wondered if any other group of students joked about how often they found themselves close to death than these three. "Hey, Harry," she said as he noticed her approaching, "I'm supposed to give you this." She handed him the parchment that Dumbledore had given her. "Thanks, Ginny," he replied, unrolling it. Ginny felt only the slightest pang of guilt over having read it, but she quickly pushed that aside. The headmaster, she reminded herself, had practically insisted she do so, though without actually saying it for reasons unknown. "It's Dumbledore's next lesson," Harry said. "Monday evening. Want to join us in Hogsmeade, Ginny?" That last had been unexpected, and not only to her, if the stunned look on Ron's face was any indication. Hermione, on the other hand, was peering intently at Harry, as if trying to make out something on his face that she had just now noticed was there. "I'm going with Dean," she answered him, "might see you there." And with a wave over her shoulder, she returned to Dean, standing at the doors to the entrance hall with just an air of impatience about him. To his credit, though, he seemed determined not to let anything take away from the day. "Ready, then?" he asked through a smile that seemed only a little forced. "Ready," Ginny said brightly, hoping inwardly that the coffee would keep her propped up long enough to make it through the day. With a nod and a smile, Dean grasped her hand, and led her to the oak front doors where Filch was performing security checks with a secrecy sensor. "Who cares?" Ginny muttered, "what we're smuggling out. You think he'd be more concerned with what we're smuggling in?" Dean laughed, and before they knew it they were past Filch and out on the grounds. Almost immediately Ginny wished they had stayed in the common room. The wind was whipping around a wicked combination of snow and sleet, and they had to bend double to make any progress down the path to Hogsmeade at all. They were wrapped up so tightly in their coats and scarves as to be unidentifiable. If she hadn't known it was Dean with whom she left, Ginny would not have been able to tell just who she was on a date with. The cold, at least, served to shock her awake. They shuffled along to Hogsmeade in silence, not by choice, but simply because they wouldn't have been able to hear each other if they tried. When finally reaching the town, Ginny noticed with some trepidation that Zonko's was closed. She tried to ignore the sudden sense of foreboding that fell over her. Clearly it was not just Diagon Alley where things were changing for the worse. Honeyduke's, thankfully, was open. Ginny tugged Dean on the sleeve and pointed towards the sweet shop, but he didn't seem to want to stop. Grabbing him firmly round the elbow, she very nearly dragged him out of the cold and into the sugar-sweetened air of the store. "I'm sorry," she gasped, pulling off her scarf. "I just had to warm up for a second." "'S'all right," Dean replied, although he glanced towards the door as he did so. "We can take a bit of a rest. Wicked out, isn't it?" They browsed for a bit through the shelves, Ginny smiling as they passed the acid pops, her thoughts drifting back to her peculiar yet oddly comforting conversation with Dumbledore this morning. She wasn't sure what, if any, good it had really done her, but a nagging thought in the back of her mind whispered that it had been more useful than she perhaps realized. Time would tell, she supposed. She eventually picked out a box of homemade fudge that Dean insisted on buying for her. As he walked up to the counter to pay, Ginny yawned. The warm, sweet air in the shop seemed to be dragging her eyelids lower and lower, and she found herself almost longing for the bracing air of the blizzard outside. And if the threat of drifting sleep wasn't enough of a reason to get out of Honeyduke's. "Ginevra, m'lass," boomed Professor Slughorn as he entered the shop, his great round belly preceding him by several moments. "We've missed you at our gatherings thus far." "Yes, Professor, sorry," she said hastily. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she still found there to be something just a bit off about Slughorn. "I've had Quidditch practice." "And very unlucky you were for that," Slughorn gravely intoned, taking off a large furry hat that Ginny had upon first glance mistook for a dead animal of some sort. "I must have a word with that captain of yours. I simply cannot have another affair without Harry Potter in attendance, and you, of course, Miss Weasley." "Of course, sir. I'll pass the message on to Harry." "Good, good, see that you do. Our next get-together will be Monday, so if there is no Quidditch." "If there's no Quidditch I'll be there, Professor," Ginny said quickly. Inwardly, she grinned. She knew that the announcement of a Slug Club meeting meant that there would indeed be Gryffindor Quidditch practice on Monday evening, bad weather be damned. "So, Miss Weasley, I'm curious," and at this, Slughorn leaned forward to whisper conspiratorially to her. "Did you ever figure out what it was you smelled in the vapors of Amortentia?" Ginny shook her head. "No, Professor, I haven't." It was the truth, but the real truth was she hadn't really given it much thought lately, so busy had she been with fifth-year schoolwork, Quidditch, and Dean. "Ah, a pity," he bemoaned. Ned, although his amused grin showed no real sign of pity about it, Ginny noted. "Do be sure to let me know if you should be struck with the realization, won't you? I would be most interested to know. Now," he concluded, straightening up, "if you'll excuse me, I believe I hear a box of crystallized pineapple calling my name." And with a congenial nod of his head he was off, squeezing past a returning Dean. "What did Slughorn want?" Dean asked, clutching Ginny's fudge. "Just wanted to invite me to another meeting of the Slug Club on Monday," Ginny answered, watching a grinning Slughorn speaking animatedly to the bored-looking wizard behind the counter. She wasn't sure, but she was near certain the professor was explaining why he shouldn't have to actually pay for his pineapple. "Ah," answered Dean tactfully. Not to seem rude, Gin, but why am I a member of the club?" Ginny finished for him. "No idea. It's either that bad bogey hex I laid on Zacharias really impressed him, or," she hesitated, but upon thinking about it, saw no reason to avoid mentioning it. "I think it's because I remind him of an old favorite student of his." "Who's that?" "Harry's mum, actually," Ginny replied, peering out at the blizzard framed in the window. "I've seen pictures, and I don't think we look that much alike," but you know some people. Seen one redhead, seen 'em all. She glanced at Dean, whose mouth had dropped from a grin to more of a grimace and who had also directed his gaze outside into the wintry mess blowing around. Ginny had the feeling he wasn't looking outside so much as he was not looking at her. Anyway, she continued, I won't have to go, of course, because the moment I tell Harry that the meeting is Monday night, he'll schedule Quidditch practice and we'll. She stopped. No, he wouldn't. Harry already had an excuse to not go to Slughorn's Monday night party, and Ginny knew because she had delivered him the invitation herself, an invitation she had snuck a look at. Harry had lessons with Dumbledore on Monday. Which meant she no longer had an excuse not to be there. Which Slughorn would surely realize. Which meant she was going to have to go. She closed her eyes and groaned. What's the matter? Dean asked, turning back to her. I just realized that I have to go to the stupid bloody party. But you just said. I know, but there won't be practice, because Harry has to. She checked herself. Something told her Dumbledore didn't want the whole school to know what was in that note. Harry has plans, she amended. Dean shoved his hands in his pockets. His grimace grew more pronounced. Know his whole schedule, do you? No, Ginny retorted. What is that supposed to mean? I just happen to know that on Monday night, he has something else to do. A dangerous silence hung between them for a moment. Ginny realized she had two choices. Let it descend, or lighten the mood. As she was trying desperately to be a good girlfriend for a change, she chose the latter. Although if you wanted to figure out Harry's schedule, she added, mock thoughtfully, it shouldn't be too difficult. 1 o'clock. Whisper with Ron and Hermione. 2 o'clock. Save World. 3 o'clock. Whisper some more with Ron and Hermione. 4 o'clock. Save World again, with Ron and Hermione. For a long second, it didn't work. Then Dean smirked and laughed. Right, he agreed. You can set your watch by it, can't you? They laughed together, for which Ginny was grateful. The last thing she wanted was for this date to blow up in their faces. Shall we go, then? She asked brightly, wrapping her scarf around her face and bracing for the cold. Back outside, it seemed as though the icy chill whirling around had only intensified. Together they plowed through the snow, Ginny fixing whatever gaze she had to the warm light emanating from the windows of the Three Broomsticks. She was beginning to genuinely look forward to it, a cozy corner both, a warm butterbeer, perhaps some ing, or a lot of it. Headed towards the pub, she felt a tug on her arm. She looked back at Dean, who shook his head and pointed further down the road. Not the Three Broomsticks? Ginny asked, practically having to shout to be heard over the wind. No, this way, Dean shouted back, grinning again under his scarf. He turned and continued on, a confused Ginny hurrying to keep up. If they weren't going to the Three Broomsticks, where were they going? The Hog's Head. No, that couldn't be it. Oh, no, no, sweet Merlin, no. With a sinking feeling in her stomach, Ginny realized where they were headed, each step confirming her fears just a little bit more. And when they turned up the quiet side road, there was no longer any doubt. Dean opened the front door of their destination and helped Ginny into a room that looked as much like a ball of cotton candy as it did a tea shop. Shutting the door behind them, he asked, have you been to Madame Puddifoot's before? No, Ginny lied. She had been, of course. Michael had brought her the year prior, but that wasn't a topic she much felt like exploring with Dean. One only came to Madame Puddifoot's to hide in the vapors and snog, hardly a memory she thought appropriate to share with her current boyfriend, although she did wonder how and with whom he had discovered the shop. Truth be told, she and Michael hadn't done much of anything romantic in the brief time they had spent here, as Ginny had laughed them straight out of the ridiculous place. That, really, had been the beginning of the end for she and Michael Corner. And now she was back, and it was just as awful as she remembered, with soft firelight casting flickering illumination on scattered pairings of romantically entwined Hogwarts students. Dean led them through the tight quarters to an empty table. It's not my usual cup of tea, he said, chuckling at his own joke. But it really is romantic, don't you think? I will not laugh, I will not laugh, I will not laugh. Yes, terribly, Ginny agreed through a stiff smile. She glanced around, almost offended that in the past year nobody had thought to improve the decor. The bows, The frills, the tiny round tables with the gold chairs, the steam, oh, the steam, it was all still there, just as she remembered it. Terrible, she thought. She was so stupid, how could she not have seen this coming? It was so obvious, but on the other hand she just couldn't imagine in a million years that anyone would choose to come to this place. If she had only thought about it for a second, anticipated it, maybe she could have headed this off at the pass, dropped hints about how awful she thought tea shops were, but it was too late now, and Dean was already making gooey eyes at her across the table, reaching for her hand, and all she wanted to do was make inappropriate jokes about the offensive overuse of glitter and pink in their surroundings. The worst of it, though, was they had been in the overheated confines of the shop for only a minute and she could already feel the need for sleep dancing around the edge of her consciousness. It's a charming place, Dean continued, oblivious to Ginny's revulsion to the cozy confines in which they were now thoroughly ensconced. Ginny responded with false enthusiasm, still forcing a smile. What'll it be, me dears? My, aren't you an attractive pair? Said Madame Puddifoot as she squeezed up to their table, her black hair in its usual bun, her lace apron stiff and white. 2 coffees, said Dean. And I will also have 2 coffees, Ginny said, stifling a yawn. Dean laughed, and Madame Puddifoot said gently, I believe he meant to order your coffee, dearie. Oh, yes, of course, Ginny said, shaking her head and trying to clear it. It was just so warm in here. Don't worry, Madame Puddifoot said with a wink as she left their table, I'll make yours a double. As soon as she was out of earshot, Dean reached across the table and took up Ginny's hand again. Ginny, he said quietly, I just want you to know how much I've enjoyed our time together so far. Oh, yes, said Ginny, nodding earnestly. So have I, Dean. You know, I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but I admired you for quite a long time, and I was nervous, I'll admit, to ever approach you, as Ron and I are dorm mates, and sometimes, well, sometimes blokes get funny about their mates trying to date their sisters. Ginny agreed. She was finding it increasingly difficult to focus on anything except how heavy her head seemed to be getting. Did they ever turn the heat down in this place? Dean was still talking, and she suddenly realized she had missed a few sentences. Taking a deep breath and opening her eyes wide, she tried to refocus. So I knew when you ditched Michael, I just knew that if I didn't say something to you, at least see how you felt, that I'd regret it. So I did, and thankfully Ron took it very well, I think. Oh, yes, Ginny murmured. Very well. Her chin was now resting in her free hand, surely no harm could come from that. Already her head felt lighter, so much lighter. And you know, Ginny, Dean was finishing up shyly, I really feel like this, you and I really feel like this could be the start of something special. Oh, yes, Ginny agreed, not entirely sure of what she was agreeing to. It was so warm and quiet in here, she couldn't remember what she had ever disliked about this place before, it was so cozy. Wait, why was Dean closing his eyes and leaning towards her? Oh, Merlin, he was going to key her. Quickly, Ginny closed her own eyes, and their lips met, softly, very softly, terribly pleasant, she could certainly get used to key. Dotting Dean, she realized, it was not unlike falling gently, warmly, and settling into a cloud, she was settling. Thump. With a gasp, Ginny awoke and pulled her head up from the table. Dean was staring at her in stunned silence. Her head was swimming. What had just happened? Did you? Dean choked out the words disbelievingly. Did you just fall asleep while we were key-dotting? With a horrible dawning realization, Ginny realized she had. Dean, she said, her face growing red with embarrassment. Oh, Dean, I'm so sorry. But Dean stood up, an angry expression on his face, grabbed his coat and stormed out of the shop, jostling a couple near the door as he exited. Dean, wait, Ginny called after him, but he was gone. From over her shoulder, Madame Puddifoot placed 2 mugs on the table. Coffee black, me dear, she said. But I reckon it's a bit too late for you, With a groan, Ginny grabbed her own coat and hurried out the door. Dean was marching away through the snow. Dean, wait, she cried, desperate to be heard over the wind. He stopped and she hurried towards him, his back still to her. "Dean, I'm sorry," Ginny apologized. "I couldn't sleep last night. I had a nightmare and I spent half the night wandering the halls of the castle, and—" Dean spun to face her. "You know," he cut her off, "I spent a lot of time planning this." "I do know," Ginny replied, "but to be fair, it's not as though you actually had to plan a lot, is it? We just had to show up at Madame Puddifoot's, didn't we?" She realized the moment she said it that this was probably exactly the wrong thing to say. "Oh, were my plans not good enough for you?" Dean asked hotly. Ginny shuffled her feet. "I'm not saying that, but—" "No, go on, you can say it. You were bored out of your mind. You were drowsing off from the moment we sat down. That wasn't because of you," Ginny protested, her own temper beginning to rise. "I didn't sleep last night, if you'd listened to me. And then you brought me to this sauna. Well, what did you expect to happen? I'm supposed to know you didn't sleep last night. I'm not psychic, you know." "I know," said Ginny trying to stay calm. "Of course I know, but, Dean, it's Madame Puddifoot's. Come off it, Dean, it's a death trap in pink. I would never voluntarily have come back here." "So you lied to me?" Dean demanded. "You have been here before." "Of course I have, honestly. Michael brought me." "Oh, don't you look so put out. You've been here, too." Ginny shot back at him. "I don't expect it was with Seamus, either. I don't even care. Where are you going?" Dean had turned on his heel and was tromping off angrily back in the direction of school, leaving Ginny behind at the entrance to Madame Puddifoot's. "I suppose that's the end of our date, then," she shouted after him, doubtful he could hear her through the wind. If he could, he gave no indication, and was soon lost in the obscuring blanket of wind-whipped snow. Bloody Pratt, Ginny swore under her breath. This one was not her fault. Yes, she fell asleep in the middle of their date, while Dean was dotting her no less, but he overreacted. Completely overreacted. Well, mostly. If only he'd given her a chance to explain, but, she thought to herself, I wouldn't have, would I? I'm not likely to be telling Dean of my recurring nightmares about the Chamber of Secrets. This was not something Ginny shared with anyone, and she certainly wouldn't share it with her still relatively new boyfriend, not if she didn't want to scare him off. Ginny was forced to begrudgingly accept that this debacle, while not entirely her fault, was at least partially her fault. And now here she was, standing alone outside of this wretched haunt of sweethearts, beginning to feel about as pathetic as she could. She refused to let that feeling overtake her. She headed out, not in any particular direction, but determined to enjoy her day in Hogsmeade, howling wind and snow and all. She wandered stubbornly from store to store, from Scrivenshafts to Gladrags to Dervish and Bangs, each one more utterly boring than the last, until she began to feel as though she were a first year all over again, friendless and alone. Except she wasn't. Harry had invited her out, hadn't he? With a nod of encouragement to herself, she stomped off towards the 3 broomsticks where she assumed Harry, Ron, and Hermione would be ensconced, as usual. She would just join them, Ron's complaints be damned. And if they weren't there, certainly some other friends of hers would be. She was, after all, extremely popular, not that such things were important to her, and she was now determined to have a good time in spite of how horribly her date with Dean had gone. That'd show him. She pushed open the door to the 3 broomsticks, a smile forced onto her face, determined to show Harry and the others what a good time she was ready to have, but they were not there. Her smile faltered. Clearly Ron, Hermione, and Harry were off having some adventure or another, and she had been given a handwritten invitation to join them, but she had turned it down so she could go on the worst date recorded history had ever borne witness to. Her spirit deflated completely. It had been an utterly depressing day. While the bar was emptier than it normally would have been, no doubt due to the blizzard raging outside, the Creevy brothers were there, along with Natalie, and there was Luna in a corner both, swaying gently and humming to herself. Ginny, however, suddenly lost the urge to spend time with or speak to anyone else. Luna noticed her and waved her over, but Ginny pretended not to understand, waving back and turning right around and walking out the door, out of town, back up the path to school, into the entrance hall, up to Gryffindor Tower, through the portrait hole, through the common room, up to her dormitory, barely pausing long enough to take off her wet coat and shoes before collapsing onto her bed, drawing the curtain back around her, finally and blissfully succumbing to exhaustion. She woke with a start what seemed like mere minutes later. For a moment she sat and stared straight ahead, her brain struggling to wake up alongside of her body. Had that awful day been a dream? She pulled the curtain to her bed aside. "Hey, lazy bones, you finally woke up." It was one of her dorm mates, sitting on the bed across from her, reading some witch's fashion magazine. "You slept right through dinner. What happened? Did Deanie wear you out?" Ginny ignored that last. "Dinner's over," she said sleepily, rubbing her eyes. "Just about," the girl responded. "If you hurry, you might be able to catch the last of it." She turned her nose back into her magazine, effectively ending the conversation. Ginny sat on her bed a few more moments. She didn't necessarily feel like speaking to anyone at the moment, but she realized that she hadn't eaten anything since breakfast and she was starving. Fortunately, if dinner was near its end, maybe that meant she could find an empty spot on the bench and just eat there by herself. She had done it enough first and second year, shouldn't be that much harder now. She hopped out of bed, freshened up, and hurried down the steps to the common room, crossing it quickly. Ron and Hermione sat together in a corner, whispering to each other. As she reached the portrait hole, she heard Hermione call out after her, "Ginny. There you are, come over." But she ignored the older girl. Ginny was really not in the mood to talk to anybody, not about her date, not about anything. She hurried down to the Great Hall. As she had guessed, there were but a few stragglers left at the Gryffindor table. What she wouldn't have guessed was Harry was among them, looking quite as put out as she felt. She had fully intended to come down here and eat alone. She had fully intended not to look at anyone, not to talk to anyone, to eat, and then go back to her room and go to bed. And yet before she even realized it was happening, her legs had carried her to a spot at the table directly across from Harry. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. Harry looked up from his thoughts and his treacle tart, surprised to see her. "Oh, Ginny, hi, yeah, sure, sit." She did. Harry's attention returned to the act of disinterestedly pushing the tart around on his plate with his fork. Ginny reached at one of the few trays of actual food still hiding among the desserts, loading up a plate with chicken and carrots. They sat like that in silence for a few moments, she eating dinner and he playing with his dessert, when Ginny spoke up. "You've looked better." Harry nodded slowly, without looking at her. "It's been a long day," he said. "I know what you mean," Ginny agreed. "Still, it's a bit peculiar seeing you eating without Ron and Hermione." "Something happened. We had a bit of a row. They don't agree with me over who gave Katie the necklace." "Someone gave Katie a necklace?" Ginny said in surprise. She hadn't heard about anyone fancying Katie. Usually she was fairly good at keeping an ear out for gossip nobody wanted anyone else to know. She was, after all, a little sister. "Who are the suspects?" she asked. "I think Draco Malfoy," Harry said darkly. "Your brother and Hermione don't." Ginny was taken aback. The Draco she knew would step on a Gryffindor as soon as fancy one, and she couldn't imagine him showing interest like that in Katie. "I hardly think it could have been Draco Malfoy, Harry. Doesn't that seem like a bit of a stretch?" "Oh, you agree with them, do you?" Harry said with a scowl. "I can't believe you don't," Ginny replied hotly, her own mood not giving her a high tolerance for the foul one Harry seemed to be sporting. "On what planet does Draco Malfoy fancy Katie Bell?" Harry looked at her. "Fancy her?" he asked confusedly. "What do you mean?" "Well, why else would someone give her a necklace?" Harry stared blankly at Ginny for a moment, as though he didn't understand the words coming out of her mouth. Finally, he spoke. "How much have you heard about what happened today?" Ginny suddenly fell under the impression that she had heard very little. "What happened today?" she asked with a growing sense of dread. And Harry explained to her about Katie and the cursed necklace. The one that, when she had touched it, had caused her to rise up gracefully into the air, how he and Ron had to drag her back to the ground where she writhed and screamed until Hagrid arrived to pick her up and run her off to the hospital wing, how Katie had been imperious into carrying the necklace to give to somebody else up at the school, and how Hermione had seen that very necklace earlier in the year in Diagon Alley, at Borgin and Burke's. And I saw it, too, he finished, growing more animated as the story continued. I saw it ages ago, and I saw Malfoy staring at it and smiling at the card when he read how it was cursed and had killed a bunch of muggles who had touched it, back when I accidentally flowed into Borgin and Burke's before my second year. Your first, I mean, my second year. He glanced at her uneasily, realizing he had inadvertently mentioned what Ginny liked to half-jokingly call the lost year, as nobody ever mentioned that year around her if they could help it. My first year, she finished for him. I remember. Mum was frantic looking for you, dragging me around Diagon Alley. She nodded. I could see Malfoy doing something like that. Harry's eyes lit up. Right, he said. Ron and Hermione say he's too young to work for Voldemort, but I don't think so. Neither do I, Ginny agreed. After all, Tom was evil as a student. Why wouldn't he expect others to be as well? That's their only reason for saying it couldn't have been Malfoy. No, Harry admitted. Malfoy had detention today, with McGonagall. He couldn't have been in Hogsmeade. Oh, said Ginny. I guess he's out, then. He could have given it to somebody else to do it. Harry insisted. Crabbe, or Goyle. Ginny rolled her eyes. Those half-wits, she scoffed. I wouldn't trust them to execute a simple levitation charm, let alone Imperius, a seventh-year honor student. No, Harry, I'm sorry, but Ron and Hermione have a point. Harry turned away from her, sinking down into his funk again. Oh, come on, she teased him. It wasn't a bad idea. It's just impossible. Will Katie be all right? Harry nodded. They think she will be, he said. She only touched a tiny bit of the necklace. It may be a while before she gets back, though. They fell into a silence, Ginny's thoughts straying to Katie as she chewed. It took so little sometimes to put things in perspective, and her own tragedies of just hours before suddenly seemed trifling by comparison. In spite of everything she had just learned, Ginny could not help but to chuckle. Harry looked at her, confused. What's so funny? Ginny shook her head. Nothing, really. Just can't believe I thought you thought Malfoy had given Katie a necklace as a gift. Malfoy cursing Katie makes more sense than Malfoy fancying Katie. A small smile played on Harry's lips as well. I don't imagine that a Gryffindor Quidditch player is Malfoy's type. I should hope not. Ginny shuddered. Ugh, can you imagine? Dating Malfoy. I cannot, said Harry with a smile. Good, smiled Ginny. Neither can I. I can think of nobody whom I would ever find more repulsive, frankly. Good, repeated Harry, with an approving nod. Oh, really? She cast Harry a teasing glance. Jealous, Potter? Hardly, he scoffed. I'm just a bit protective of my best mate's sister, that's all. So you'd let Hermione date Malfoy? Harry shook his head. I can't decide, he said thoughtfully. What's more of an unnatural, awful, detestable, doomed to failure pairing, Malfoy and you, or Malfoy and Hermione? The only question, agreed Ginny, is which of us would kill him faster. Harry laughed, and then gave her a sideways glance. Ah, speaking of dates, he began, growing only a bit red as he did so. How was yours? With Dean. With a groan, Ginny buried her head in her hands. Wow, that good? Harry asked. What happened? It's all my fault, Ginny said aloud, realizing as she said it that it truly was. Merlin, she was going to have to go find Dean and apologize, wasn't she? Dean took me to Madame Puddifoot's. Oh, no, you've been. I have. With Cho. Harry gave her a wry smile. It did not go well. Couldn't have gone as badly as my date, Ginny replied, closing her eyes in embarrassment. How badly could it have gone? How badly? Repeated Ginny. How badly? I'll tell you how badly. I fell asleep. Harry just stared at her for a moment, as though not understanding what she had said. You fell asleep. Yes, she grumbled. He didn't have to rub it in. Really? Yes, Harry chuckled. Just a bit, then a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more, until he was fairly roaring with laughter. Ginny thought she had never seen him laugh quite so hard, and it was infectious. Within moments, unable to help herself, she had joined in with him, and the two of them sat there for a full minute, laughing as hard as they were able, drawing more than a few stares. How did you manage that? Harry finally asked as the laughter subsided into giggles. It's so warm in there. Ginny protested. And the steam, and the vapors, not to mention I barely slept last night. Maybe he didn't notice, Harry offered as he dug back into his tart. Oh, he noticed, Ginny retorted. He'd very well have to, as it happened mid-key. Harry choked on his tart at this, and it took several hard whacks on the back before he was able to speak again. It didn't, he said in astonishment, looking as though he may explode with laughter again. It most certainly did, said Ginny, unable to keep from smiling at the absurdity of it all. Poor Dean. No offense. No, poor Dean is right, Ginny agreed. I completely understand him being out of sorts, much as I hate that dreadful place and can't imagine anyone in their right mind choosing to go there. I agree, Harry said with a nod. So, what about you? Ginny asked, taking a forkful of chicken. What was your terrible Madame Puddifoot experience? Harry snorted. I'd rather not relive it, he replied. Unfair, Ginny protested. I told you mine. True enough, agreed Harry with a smile. All right, how's this? We talked about Quidditch first. No problem there, Ginny cut in. I do hope Dean realizes quickly he's dating a girl who'd rather spend the day in quality Quidditch supplies as opposed to Madame Puddifoot's. So what happened after the Quidditch conversation? Well, we really didn't have much to say to each other, Harry said with a shrug. It's tough to remember, exactly. There were lots of, just, awkward silences, and I think we talked a bit about how awful Umbridge was. He paused, then took a deep breath. And then I told her I had to go meet Hermione and I asked her to come along. Ginny was confused. Hermione needed to meet you. On the day you were going out with Cho. Why? That's when I did the interview for The Quibbler. With Rita Skeeter. Hermione set that up. Oh, said Ginny, with a nod of realization. That makes sense. All right, so when did things go wrong with Cho? Or did I miss something? It started there, Harry replied. Cho thought I was meeting Hermione for a date. You and Hermione? Asked Ginny, stunned. She thought you were going on a date with Hermione. Well, the girl is just delusional. No other word for it. Delusional. How could anyone think that? Dunno, shrugged Harry. That wasn't the end of it, though. No, what was? She asked about Cedric, he said matter-of-factly, studying the last few bites of tart left on his plate. She wanted to know if he had mentioned her before he died. That sat in the air for a moment. Finally, Ginny muttered, wow. Bad form, Cho Chang. I don't know, said Harry, looking to her. I still think your Madame Puddifoot experience was probably worse. Ginny shook her head slowly. I wish it had been. But I don't think it was. For a minute or two, they sat there together, she eating her dinner and he finishing his dessert, neither of them saying a word. Eventually, Harry looked at her. So why didn't you sleep last night? I had a nightmare, said Ginny simply. The chamber. Yep. Harry nodded as though he understood, which, she realized, he likely did. Together they sat in silence, she finishing her dinner and he his dessert. As she glanced at Harry and he at her, a knowing smile and nod shared between them, she realized with great surprise that this particular silence was not awkward at all. I don't know what it is, exactly. There's just something about him that seems a bit off, Ginny said as she and Luna headed for the exit of the Great Hall one day a few weeks later after breakfast. I think, Luna said airily, tucking her wand behind her ear. They walked. That seeming off and being off are two very different things. There seemed to be something very off about you in our first year, but as it turns out you're quite nearly normal. Ginny grinned. Thanks for that, she told her friend. And I had an excuse. I doubt very much if Professor Slughorn is being haunted by the ghost of Tom Riddle. Oh, you never know about such things, Luna warned. It's probably nothing, Ginny shrugged. It isn't as though the man doesn't know his potions. I've already learned loads more in his class than I ever learned in Snape's. Likely that's because Professor Slughorn isn't irritated by the sight of you, Luna opined. It had long been Luna's belief, and it had never quite made sense to Ginny, that there was something specific about Ginny, something aside from her surname and Gryffindor status, that agitated Snape, though Ginny wasn't as certain of it. Luna believed a lot of things, after all. Whatever the reason, Ginny continued as they crossed into the entrance hall, I have to admit, the man is very well connected. At his last Slug Club meeting, he introduced us to. Oi! Shouted a voice from the door they had just passed to. Ginny didn't even need to look. Can I help you, Ronald? She answered as she turned back to her brother. You poor little 5th years off to class, then? Ron asked, striding towards them with Hermione and Harry following close behind. Manners, Ron, chided Hermione. They were talking. Don't interrupt. It's all right, said Luna. We were just talking about Professor Slughorn. We think he seems a bit odd, don't you? That's ironic, muttered Harry. Ginny grinned. Oh, your new favorite teacher, Ron said, turning to Ginny. Just because he introduced me to my all-time idol doesn't mean he's my new favorite teacher. Who's that? Asked a confused Hermione. Gwenog Jones, said Harry. Remember, at the last Slug Club meeting. Ginny's only mentioned it about 500 times, Ron said, rolling his eyes with his usual disdain towards all things slug. Oh, posh, Ron, Ginny said, sticking her tongue out at him. If you ever met Martin Miggs the Mad Muggle, you wouldn't be able to shut up about it. Well, he's dead funny, he is, Ron said, turning to Harry. He asked, he's not real, is he? No, Ron, huffed Hermione. For the last time, he's not real. Didn't ask you. Anyway, I got her autograph and everything. Ginny defended herself. She's only been my favorite player for ages. What do you expect me to do? Shut up about it. I didn't care for her, Hermione offered. Shows what you know about Quidditch, Ginny offered in return. And it at least proves the Slug Club is good for something, however little. Now did you want something, Ron? Some of us would like to get to class. Nah, I was just going to take the mickey out of you because you have class and we have a free period, Ron said with a shrug. Nothing important. Shove off, Ron, Ginny shot at him. I know you have a free period. Dean and Seamus are spending it doing the essay for McGonagall that they didn't do all week. It's why they didn't come down to breakfast. At this, Ron's face grew pale. Blimey, the essay. I forgot. Ronald, cried Hermione. I reminded you 3 times. I know, Ron said in a panic. But you say so many things I just don't listen sometimes. You really shouldn't talk like that to her when you're going to ask to copy her essay, Harry suggested. Hermione spun to face Ron. No, she warned with a raised finger before he could ask. Please, Hermione, Ron fairly begged, I'll make it up to you. And how will you possibly do that? I have no idea, please. Hermione folded her arms and took a deep sigh. Fine, she acquiesced. Come on. You are fantastic, Hermione, I love you. With that, Ron turned and hurried down the hall back towards Gryffindor Tower. Yes, well, you know, that isn't necessary, Hermione muttered as she turned several deep shades of red. Without looking at any of the others, she quickly turned and headed down the hall after Ron. Ginny, Harry, and Luna watched them go. What is up with the pair of them? Ginny wondered. They've been unnervingly polite to each other lately. Didn't I tell you? Harry asked. 2 weeks ago, in herbology, something odd happened with them. I think. He stopped, glancing at Luna. Oh, it's all right, Luna said earnestly. I'll pretend I can't hear you. And with that, she put her hands over her ears and began humming a tuneless tune. Right, thanks, said Harry, turning back to Ginny. Anyway, we were wrestling a Snargaluff trunk. He stopped again, shaking his head. You know, I sometimes can't believe the words I've learned since I found out I was a wizard. What about them? Ginny asked defensively. Snargaluff is no stranger a word than McNugget. I should never have told you about fast food. Would you get on with it, please? So in between bouts with the tree trunk, Harry continued, Hermione began talking about the Slug Club Christmas party, and Ron got all Ron and said she should ask McLaggen, and she got all Hermione and said she was going to invite Ron but would ask McLaggen if that's what he thought she should do, and then he got very quiet and said he wouldn't like that. Then they kind of stared at each other for a moment. He shook his head. Then they seemed to remember I was there and dropped the whole thing. Haven't mentioned it again since, but they've been annoyingly nice to each other. Like after the dodgeball incident. Exactly. So did she ask Ron to the party or not? I honestly have no idea. Those two. Ridiculous. Luna, you can stop pretending you're not listening now. All right, said Luna cheerfully, pulling her hands off of her ears. Clearly, she had no trouble hearing them. You'd better hurry, Ginny told Harry, if you want to copy Hermione's essay, too. No, he shook his head. Did it last night. I mean, he corrected himself as Ginny laughed. I did the essay last night, not that I copied it from Hermione last. Oh, forget it. Listen, I have to ask you a question. We're going to be late for class, Ginny said. You could walk with us, Luna suggested. Oh, sure, Harry said, and they headed off. Where are we going? Charms, answered Ginny. It's Ginny's best subject, Luna chimed in. It's Ginny's only good subject, Ginny corrected. I doubt that, Harry said with a grin. But anyway, listen, I wanted to ask you about Dean. Ginny threw him a sideways glance. What about Dean? It's just that, wait, are things all right with you two? I mean, and he stopped again, throwing Luna another look. She simply smiled and put her hands back over her ears as they walked. I haven't spoken to you about him since Madame Puddifoot's. Oh, that, said Ginny. Things are fine, mostly. I mean, they're a little awkward, but how on earth, Harry wondered, did you ever get him over that? Snogging, mostly, Ginny replied with a shrug. Right, Harry said quickly. Got it, makes sense. You can take your hands down now, Luna. All right, Harry. Ginny was watching Harry peculiarly. She could swear he was blushing a little bit, but it was probably only her imagination. What did you need to ask about him? Katie's still at St. Mungo's, Harry answered. I've put If off for as long as I can, but even if she gets back tomorrow, she won't be ready for Saturday's match. Dean's the next best chaser in Gryffindor. You think he'll want to play on short notice? Absolutely, Ginny said eagerly. Harry, he'll be thrilled. You don't think he's still sore about not being asked to join the team right off, do you? Harry asked as they stopped in front of Professor Flitwick's classroom. Ginny waved him off. He'll get over that in a heartbeat, she assured Harry. When are you going to ask him? I guess I'll go back to the common room and do it now. Ginny shook her head. Wait until he's done with the essay, or he'll never be able to concentrate. Fine, Harry said, nodding. Next period, then, Transfiguration. Perfect, said Ginny. Just don't tell him you told me first. Oh, right, Harry realized. I suppose he'll want to be the one to tell you. Sorry. Don't worry about it, Ginny assured him. Mum's the word, and Luna didn't hear anything. I didn't, agreed Luna brightly. Brilliant, said Harry, backing down the hall. See you two later. Thanks, Gin. That's nice of him to ask Dean, Luna said, watching Harry go. Particularly as he doesn't much care for Dean. Ginny gave her a puzzled look. Since when? Harry likes Dean fine. Why wouldn't he? He does, asked Luna, equally as surprised. Oh, maybe he doesn't know it yet. Peering at Ginny closely, she added, oh, maybe you don't know it yet. Ginny was completely lost. Know what? She asked. Never mind, Luna replied. Class is starting, and with a flick of her wrist, she flipped her wand off of her ear and marched into the room. Ginny followed, shaking her head. She was used to Luna, and could usually translate her, but that last had been difficult even for her to follow. As she sat in Charms, her mind drifted off to Quidditch, as usual. She had been wondering what Harry would do about Katie's spot, as it had been becoming clearer by the day that she would not return in time to play against Slytherin on Saturday. Secretly, she'd been hoping he would ask Dean to join the squad, as things between she and him had been admittedly rocky since the Madame Puddifoot debacle, and as she still had lingering guilt over Demelza beating Dean out for the chaser's spot at tryouts, she hoped that this would not only assuage that guilt but help the two of them move on from this rough patch they'd been going through the past few weeks. She hadn't said it to Harry, but there had been snogging, yes, but not much talking. As soon as she reached the Great Hall for lunch, Dean ran up to her. Gin, he said giddily, guess what? I made the team. Harry asked me to replace Katie Bell. Dean, that's marvelous. Ginny squealed in a very un-Ginny-like voice. Actress of the year, right here. Dean picked her up and spun her around, planting her down and giving her a key. Mr. Thomas, Miss Weasley, that will be quite enough of that. Professor McGonagall called from across the hall. Sorry, Professor, they answered in unison, then turning to sit. Isn't this fantastic? Dean went on, as he grabbed a sandwich off of the platter. Now we can be on the team together. It is, Ginny said, and meant it. I'm thrilled. A quick glance at Seamus told her, however, that he was not. She felt for him, but figured he'd soon get over it. Seamus wasn't the type of bloke to let most things stick. As Dean went on about Quidditch and strategies and whatnot, Ginny snuck a peek at Harry down the table. Catching his eye, she gave him a quick, okay, with her thumb and forefinger. He smiled at her and nodded, then returned to his conversation with Ron and Hermione. Ginny felt a wave of gratefulness and goodwill towards Harry wash over her. He surely didn't realize it, but putting Dean on the Quidditch team had probably saved her relationship. She returned to her conversation with Dean, and they happily chatted away about the evening's coming practice. Yes, this would certainly help things work out for the two of them, no question about that. You prat, Ron, look at the state of her. Nobody ever said her relationship with Ron was going to get any better, though. Demelza held tightly to her bleeding lip, as Ginny sat next to her trying to get a better look. Ron, in his usual insecure, blundering way, had been flailing about like a dying hippogriff at his keeper post, and Demelza had made the mistake getting too close to him while attempting a score, receiving an inadvertent punch in the mouth for her effort. I can fix that, said Harry over Ginny's shoulder as he landed, pulling her gently back and pointing his wand at Demelza's lip. A pisky, he said, and as soon as he did the cut began to heal itself and the swelling began to subside. And Ginny, don't call Ron a prat, you're not the captain of this team. Well, you seemed too busy to call him a prat and I thought someone should. Harry tried to hide it, but he almost laughed, Ginny noted with smug satisfaction. In the air, everyone, he said, mounting his broom with a smirk. Let's go. As the rest of the team took off, Ginny helped Demelza to her feet. Are you sure you're all right? She asked. I'm fine, Demelza said, wiping the blood and tears onto the sleeve of her robes. Nobody ever said Quidditch was a gentle game. She took off as well, Ginny following, feeling angry at both Ron and herself. She had been concentrating her efforts on helping Dean get comfortable and ignored Demelza completely. She was senior member of the Gryffindor Chaser Corps, and she scolded herself for not keeping a better eye on Demelza. Still, as practice continued, and Dean gave her one of his undeniably charming grins as he zipped alongside of her, it was nice to have this to share with her boyfriend. Dean had been right, after all. Being on the team together was lovely. If only the practice itself had gone even remotely well. Good work, everyone, said Harry in a stiff upper lip sort of way as Ginny, Dean, Demelza, Peeks, and Coot left the changing room. I think we'll flatten Slytherin. As the door closed behind them, Ginny looked back and caught a glimpse of Harry turning to prop up a disconsolate Ron. Good luck, Harry, she thought to herself. You're going to need it. If Ron played on Saturday as he did tonight, they may as well hand Slytherin the House Cup right now and be done with it. She turned to Dean to say as much, but before she could speak, he said, that went pretty well, don't you think? Clamping her mouth shut, Ginny glanced around at the rest of the team. They were all watching her, anxiously, waiting to hear her take on their chances this weekend. At that moment, Ginny realized that none of them had ever played Quidditch in front of the rest of the school before. If she told them what she really thought of the practice. It was brilliant, she lied with a smile. We'll kill him. Peeks and Coot slapped hands, and Demelza grinned through an almost completely healed lip as Dean put his arm around Ginny's shoulders. She joined them in their good cheer, secretly aware that Harry was going to have to work some real magic on Ron for a rookie team like this to have a chance against Slytherin. As they made their way up to the castle and towards Gryffindor Tower, Dean and Ginny slowly fell behind the younger students, whispering and laughing quietly to each other, just like a real boyfriend and girlfriend, Ginny realized. In the second-floor corridor, suddenly and quite without warning, Dean pulled Ginny aside, pushing open a tapestry to reveal a darkened staircase that she knew was a shortcut back to the fat lady's portrait. She had a notion, though, that a shortcut was the last thing on Dean's mind. "What's this?" she said innocently, playing along. "I'll show you." Dean grinned, offering his hand to help her through the secret entrance. Ginny ignored that most irritating of gestures, and instead smiled coyly and allowed herself to be guided through. Once inside, the tapestry fell back to where it had been, plunging them into near total darkness. A faint flickering light came shining down the winding staircase. Ginny knew from experience that this was from a torch burning near the other entrance to the passage up above. "So," Ginny asked, "what's in here?" "Absolutely nothing," Dean responded with a wicked grin, reaching for her in the near total darkness, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her. She responded in kind, running her hand up to his face, reminding herself that, for all his imperfections, Merlin, her boyfriend, did know how to kiss. It was never much more than a kiss, mind you, but it was certainly a kiss. She simply could not deny that. The rest, the emotion, she assumed, would come later, as they grew closer, as their feelings grew stronger, etc., etc. But for now, the snogging itself would do. A few minutes had passed, minutes which Ginny was thoroughly enjoying, when "Oi!" Again, she did not need to look. She knew the voice. Dean quickly pulled away from her, startled and red-faced, and she turned to face Ron. Only it wasn't just Ron standing there, holding the tapestry that hid the passage entrance up high. Of course it wasn't. It was Ron and Harry. Harry, 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 Harry. She felt 12 again. She felt embarrassed. She felt ashamed. She felt as though somewhere, deep inside herself, she had betrayed something she did not even know existed. And she had no idea at all, why she suddenly felt all of these things when she saw the stunned look on Harry's face. Rather than let her own sudden flurry of emotion betray her, she did not even let her gaze settle on Harry, and turned her focus to Ron. Ron, she could deal with. "What?" she demanded, suddenly irrationally emotional. "I don't want to find my own sister snogging people in public." Ron blustered back, his eyes popping out in consternation. "This was a deserted corridor until you came butting in," Ginny replied, willing herself to stay focused on Ron, ignoring Harry as best she could. Harry, standing quietly, still in shock. "Harry, Harry, 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 Harry." Come on," Ginny said a voice over her shoulder, somewhere out of the distant past. She almost had to remind herself that it was Dean. "Let's go back to the common room." "You go," Ginny said, spinning back to him but not daring to look him in the eye, lest he see in her expression that she could barely remember his name. "I want a word with my dear brother." Wace's name took off, and Ginny spun back to Ron with such force that her long red hair flew around into her own face. She pushed it back to glare at her brother, careful still not to look at Harry. "Harry, Harry, Harry, Harry." "Right," she said, focusing all of her newfound emotion at Ron. "Let's get this straight once and for all. It is none of your business who I go out with or what I do with them, Ron." "Yeah, it is," Ron said, returning her own anger and then some. "Do you think I want people saying my sister's a what?" she shrieked at him, and suddenly her wand was in her hand and she wasn't sure how it got there. If he called her that in front of Harry. Harry, Harry, Harry. A what, exactly? He doesn't mean anything, Ginny, Harry began. Without thinking about it, she turned on him, as well. "Oh yes he does," she cried, and the moment she looked at him she felt a lump form in her throat. Desperate to break it up, desperate not to cry, she began to shout over it. "Just because he's never snogged anyone in his life," she babbled angrily, not even sure what she was saying, "just because the best key he's ever had is from our Auntie Muriel." "Shut your mouth," Ron bellowed, though he seemed miles away now, too, just as Dean had. Ginny found her gaze glued to Harry, and she was in a near panic, hoping he wasn't judging her too harshly, hoping he knew that the key with Dean had meant nothing, it was just a key. That was all. With those terrifying thoughts flying forth unbidden from the back of her head, she turned desperately on Ron. No, I will not, she yelled back at him, beside herself, scrambling to maintain control of her unexpectedly wild state, clueless as to what she was even shouting anymore. I've seen you with Flem, hoping she'll keep you on the cheek every time you see her. It's pathetic. If you went out and got a bit of snogging done yourself, you wouldn't mind so much that everyone else does it. Ron drew his own wand, his face red and his expression wild. For a fleeting instant Ginny wished he would hex her. Her heart was screaming that she deserved it. But then Harry stepped between them, putting one hand on Ron's chest to push him back, resting his other on Ginny's shoulder, and as he did so a wave of euphoria ran up her arm. What in the bloody hell is going on happening to me? You don't know what you're talking about. Ron was roaring, pointing his wand in Ginny's direction. Just because I don't do it in public. Bin Key. Ing Pigwidgeon, have you? Ginny screamed at him, laughing wildly. Or have you got a picture of Auntie Muriel stashed under your pillow? But the rest was cut off, as Ron thrust his wand under Harry's left arm and a flash of orange light flew from the tip, just missing Ginny's head. Don't be stupid, said Harry as he pushed Ron up against the wall, and for some reason Ginny flashed momentarily back to the Chamber of Secrets, and suddenly she was 12 years old and Harry was coming to her aid once more. But that memory meant nothing, she knew that, it never had, because Harry's snogged Cho-Chong, she shouted at her brother, and that did it to her. Pushed her over the edge. Tears were on their way, and there was no stopping them, but she kept on. And Hermione snogged Victor Crumb, it's only you who acts like it's something disgusting, Ron, and that's because you've got about as much experience as a 12-year-old. And with that, she stormed away, up the staircase, and towards Gryffindor Tower, her hand covering her mouth, desperately trying to hold the sobs at bay until she was out of earshot of Harry and Ron. What had that been? What had happened? What had? She couldn't think straight, she couldn't see straight, she didn't know who she was or where she was going. All that kept replaying over and over in her mind was the tapestry flying up, and she turning from Wace's name, and Harry standing there, and Ron too, but Harry, with that look on his face, shock, revulsion, disgust, betrayal, what was that look? Why had he looked at her like that? Why had the thought of he and Cho almost driven her to tears? What was wrong with her? She turned the corner to the fat lady's portrait, unsure if she could think clearly enough to remember the password, but she saw she wouldn't have to. Standing there, holding the door open for her, was the last person in the world she wanted to see at that moment. Dean and Seamus were laughing together, no doubt discussing what had happened just moments earlier. Why are they laughing? It's not funny. Of course it was funny. The look on Ron's face. What about the look on Harry's? Harry. Gin. Shaken out of her internal reverie, Ginny looked up. The laughter of the two boys had turned to looks of concern, presumably at the sight of her tear-streaked face. Seamus looked at Dean, looked at her, and then slunk back into the common room. Gin, are you all right? Dean asked, suddenly concerned. I'm fine, she said. No, you are not. You don't look fine, he countered. Nothing gets past ol' Wace's name. I'm fine, Ginny insisted, not looking at him. She glanced over her shoulder. Ron and Harry were sure to be up soon, and she did not want to risk seeing them again. Especially Harry. Harry. But, I'm going to bed, she said definitively. I'm fine, I'll see you in the morning. And without allowing him another word in edgewise, she hurried into the common room and up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. She laid in bed just a short while later, her curtains drawn and her eyes wide open. She had no idea what had happened to her in that passageway tonight, but it had been utterly overwhelming and terrifying. Most terrifying, though, and this was the part that she was refusing to acknowledge to herself, most terrifying was that somewhere deep inside of her, beneath all of the angst and unease and emotion that had quite suddenly and without warning welled up within her, somewhere beneath all that, she was almost certain she could detect a little bit of something that felt unmistakably like joy. The next morning, Ginny did not want to get out of bed. Behind the safety of her canopy, she could pretend that the evening before had been a dream and she had not utterly confused Dean, infuriated Ron, betrayed Hermione's secrets, and been overcome by Something, at the look on Harry's face. Harry. She closed her eyes and tried very hard not to let herself think of him like that. It had just been some emotional remnants, she tried to convince herself, some residual feelings left over from years and years ago, when she was still a little girl with a silly crush, and Harry was the famous boy who lived, who risked his life to climb down into the Chamber of Secrets and save her from certain. Clearly she was going to have to try harder, she realized, as she finally dragged herself out of bed to face the day. Dean was easy, thankfully. A big smile and a good snog, and he was convinced that she had slept off whatever it was that had been bothering her. Truth told, Dean thought they were lucky, as Ron coldly ignoring them seemed to be a small price to pay for having been caught in the act, as he put it. I don't think I'd be too keen to come across my sister snogging one of my best mates, he said at breakfast as Ron had stalked past them, pointedly not talking to them. Frankly, it's the least we deserve. Trouble was, it seemed that Ron was giving Hermione the cold shoulder as well, and she seemed utterly bewildered by his behavior. As Ron stomped out of the hall and Hermione hurried to keep up with him, Harry tagged along behind them, looking for all the world like a bloke whose two best friends were not speaking with each other again. As he passed, he glanced up, meeting Ginny's gaze, which had admittedly been locked on him. She smiled and gave him a small wave, but he only gave a slight nod back to her, quickly lowering his eyes and hurrying after his two arguing best friends. Brilliant, Ginny glowered to herself. Just bloody brilliant. Ginny walked around for the rest of the day in a fog. It's nothing, she repeated to herself over and over. It's nothing. You're past that. You have a lovely boyfriend, and you're not a child, and anyway Harry's not interested in you like that, even if you were interested in him, which you're not. You're his friend, and his best mate's little sister. She was focusing so hard on convincing herself of this that she burned a hole right through the bottom of her cauldron in potions, which Slughorn repaired with a chortle and a wink, and she was reprimanded by McGonagall twice in Transfiguration. Miss Weasley, I have already asked you once, do pay attention. Miss Lovegood has already vanished the shell of her snail, and yours has only vanished over the side of your desk. Sorry, Professor, said Ginny, quickly leaning over and scooping up her runaway snail. If I've seen it once I've seen it 100 times, McGonagall muttered as she walked away. A perfectly competent student driven to absolute distraction by silly baubles and love poems. I'm not in love with him, Ginny blurted out. Tittering and whispering filled the classroom. Ginny felt her face grow red as McGonagall turned back to her, the corner of her mouth turned ever so slightly up. In that case, she replied, I will expect for you and Mr. Thomas to make less a spectacle of yourselves at the breakfast table. With that, the whole class erupted into laughter. Ginny had never imagined she'd be so grateful to have a snail in front of her on which to turn all of her focus. You were talking about Dean, Luna whispered, but Ginny ignored her. Evanesco, she muttered, tapping the snail with her wand, wondering idly if she'd be able to use the spell on herself. By the end of the day she was utterly exhausted. She sat in the Gryffindor common room with Dean, Seamus, Parvati, and Lavender, not really paying attention to the conversation. Across the room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were doing homework. Ginny watched as Hermione tentatively asked Ron a question, only to have him blatantly and purposely raise a scroll of parchment up between the two of them, blocking her from view. Fine, Hermione shouted, drawing the attention of the room. Do me a favor, if it isn't too much trouble, Ronald. Tomorrow, see if you can't remember how to be a civilized human being. And with that, she stormed off and up to the girls' dormitory. Silence hung uneasily in the room. Ron slammed his own book to the table, and stalked towards the boys' dormitory. Mind your own bloody business. He barked at a group of first years who had been staring at him, and then he was gone. I get why he's mad at us, Dean said in amazement. But what did Hermione do? Lavender leaned forward eagerly. Did he and Hermione have a row, Ginny? Ginny was looking at where her brother and friend had just been sitting. Conveniently enough, Harry was still there. He glanced up and saw her staring. Again, she smiled, and again, his eyes grew wide and he quickly looked back down at his work as the mood in the room returned to normal. Ginny, Lavender was saying. Did they fight? Ginny just shook her head and stood up. I'm going to bed, too," she said. "It's been a long day." And with that, she turned and went up to her own dormitory. Tomorrow, perhaps, things would get better, and she wouldn't be so distracted. She was, of course. Things did not get any better the next day, either, or the day after that. Ron was still ignoring Hermione, and still mad at Ginny and Dean. Ginny, for her part, could barely bring herself to speak to Hermione as well, so guilty did she feel for telling Ron about Hermione and Krum. Dean, bless him, seemed oblivious to everything that was going on. Worst of all, Harry was still so embarrassed or disgusted or whatever he was about the whole catching she and Dean thrashing around like dying fish incident, he could still barely look her in the face. Every time she thought about it, which was far more often than she really wanted to, she absolutely wanted to kick herself for not realizing that of course Harry and Ron would take that secret passage. Aside from Fred and George and she, who knew the passages in the castle better than Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Why had she let her stupid bloody boyfriend drag her into that passageway when she should have known, that Harry would be there momentarily? And why did she care so much? I could tell you that, dearie, but you just won't listen. She didn't know what she disliked most about the voice in the back of her head. The fact that it popped up whenever she least wanted it to, or the fact that it was starting to sound more and more like the fat lady in the portrait guarding Gryffindor Tower. And the ramification Ginny didn't even think of was how the whole thing could affect that Saturday's Quidditch match. At least, she didn't think of it until the practice the evening before the game, where Ron, still raging mad at apparently the entire world, screamed and howled at everyone on the team, reducing Demelza to tears and almost getting into a fight with Peeks. Harry pulled them apart just in time, as Ginny was about to get into a whole lot of trouble for hexing her brother right there on the pitch. As Harry stayed behind to give Ron yet another pep talk, the rest of the team trudged back towards Gryffindor Tower, spirits low. "Don't listen to him," Ginny told Demelza, who was still sniffling. "Listen to Harry. He said you played well tonight and you did." Demelza smiled and nodded, but her eyes were still red. "You were great, Demelza," Peeks said earnestly, his eyes beaming at her, clearly carrying a torch. In spite of everything, Ginny had to smile. Ginny's right. Don't listen to that prat. Then with a gasp, he looked at Ginny. "Sorry, I forgot he's your brother." Ginny waved him off, though. "I'll never fault a man for speaking the truth. And thank you, Jimmy," Demelza said shyly, "for sticking up for me." That was nice." Peeks blushed furiously, and Coot glanced at him with a grin. "Honestly, it wouldn't have worked out well for Ron," Coot said. "First rule of Quidditch. Don't pick a fight with the bloke with the bat." "Yeah," Dean agreed. "If you're going to fight in Quidditch, go for the seeker first. They're usually the smallest player on the team, and least likely to know how to fight." "Of course, on our team," Ginny reminded him coolly, "that means picking a fight with Harry Potter." Everyone laughed. "Right," muttered Dean. "Maybe start with the keeper, then." But Ginny wasn't listening. She was inwardly cursing herself, trying to stop the swooping that had begun in her stomach when she had said the words, Harry Potter. By the time the team had reached the second-floor corridor, Dean and Ginny had again fallen behind the others. Ahead of them, Ginny noticed that Peeks was now holding Demelza's hand. "Isn't that adorable?" she said to Dean, pointing it out. Yeah, sure," Dean said distractedly. Ginny looked at him curiously as he slowed down, waiting for the others to get even further ahead, and as they pulled away he casually walked over to the tapestry that hid the infamous secret passageway from days earlier and, pulling it up, looked back to Ginny with a grin. "Are you joking?" Ginny asked incredulously. "Ron and Harry, swoop, are likely right behind us again." "Oh, right," Dean said, lowering the tapestry. "I suppose we don't want Ron, walking in on us a second time, do we?" "Yes," Ginny said mechanically. "Ron. That's the problem." She turned and began to walk swiftly after the others. She suddenly found the idea of being alone in the corridors with Dean to be distasteful, and she was furious at herself for feeling that way. If Dean noticed, he didn't let on. "There are other secret passageways, you know," he suggested hopefully as he hurried to keep up with his girlfriend. Ginny did not break stride. "Dean, We have a big match tomorrow, and I'm exhausted, she said. Let's just go up to the common room, all right? Right, Dean muttered, thrusting his hands into his pockets. Fine. They walked the rest of the way to the common room in silence, and once there sat with the team for the rest of the night, each of them grumbling about Ron in turn. If she had been listening, and if she had not been so annoyed at Ron herself, Ginny might have been offended, but try as she might her mind kept wandering, and after the third time Dean had to nudge her to answer a question that she simply hadn't heard someone ask her, she excused herself and went to bed, again pleading exhaustion. She slept fitfully that night, plagued by dreams of Ron chasing her around with a beater's bat as Harry looked on in disgust, while Demelza and Peeks kept sneaking off to hide behind a tapestry. Dean, surprisingly, did not make an appearance. When she woke up early the next morning, she decided that she almost preferred her regular nightmares to that bit of nonsense, even with their recent addition of a crying fox that she still could make no sense of. Not hungry and still in the same haze she'd been in since Harry and Ron had barged in on she and Dean, Ginny wandered aimlessly around the halls of the castle rather than head to breakfast. Lost in her thoughts, inwardly chastising herself for not only being so bothered by such a stupid thing, but also for not having been able to have a normal conversation with Harry since it had happened, she lost track of time and did not realize where she was until she happened to glance up at the nearest tapestry, and her eyes met those of Barnabas the Barmy, forever attempting to teach trolls to dance. That meant, she was outside the room of requirement, which was on the 7th floor. Which was about as far from the Quidditch pitch as one could get in the castle without climbing up the astronomy tower. Ginny swore to herself. She had become so engrossed in her own little world that she hadn't realized how close to the start of the match it was. Fortunately, she knew all the castle's shortcuts. She hurried down the corridor towards a stairwell she knew was hidden behind a suit of armor, and as she rounded the corner she ran smack into Draco Malfoy. She stumbled back, as did Malfoy, but Ginny still had enough presence of mind to pull her wand. So did he. "What are you doing here?" they both demanded. Ginny answered first. "Heading to the match," she replied. "Funny, I don't remember Gryffindor Tower being up here," Draco sneered. "Is it any of your business if I'm going for a walk?" Ginny replied. "What about you? The pitch isn't this way, you know." "I'm not playing." "Lucky you," Malfoy said with a scowl. "You're not playing?" Ginny asked, eyes widening in genuine surprise. "Why not? Who's playing Seeker?" "I'm sick." "Not that it's any of your business." Ginny peered at him closely. Now that he mentioned it, he did look rather pale and drawn, and even slimier than usual. Malfoy went on, "Harper's playing in my place." "Harper?" Ginny grinned. Suddenly Gryffindor's chances had improved exponentially. "But Harper's an idiot." "I wouldn't call names if I were you, blood traitor," Malfoy said threateningly, but Ginny simply snorted in derision. "Right," she spat at him. "Like I'd be scared of the likes of you, Malfoy, some third-rate Death Eater wannabe." Malfoy's face went red, and he hoisted his wand even higher. Ginny lifted hers in response. "You don't know who you're dealing with, Weaselette," Malfoy hissed. "I'm terrified," Ginny replied. "Seriously." She then noticed for the first time, cowering behind Draco, a first-year Slytherin girl. "Who's that, Malfoy?" Ginny asked. "Your new girlfriend." As if the realization that there was another person in the hallway had shaken him back to his senses, Draco lowered his wand. "Maybe she is," he said, a sickening smile crossing his lips. "I could do worse. I could be hopelessly in love with Harry Potter." It was Ginny's turn to grow red. She met Malfoy's gaze, her wand still raised, refusing to be the one to break. He held that sycophantic smile for just a moment longer, and then broke away, brushing past her and slinking down the hall, the small girl following behind as fast as her far shorter legs could carry her. "Where are you going?" Ginny demanded, spinning around and tracking him with her wand. "Don't you listen. I'm sick. I'm going to the hospital wing." He turned to look at her. "Vazy isn't playing either. Took a bludger to the head at yesterday's practice. Still sore. Looks like Gryffindor gets a freebie today, if that loser brother of yours can actually stop a goal or two." With that, he was gone around the corner, the girl with him. For a moment, Ginny was tempted to follow him, but taking note of the height of the sun in the sky through the window, she realized that at this rate she might actually miss the whistle, and she ran towards the nearest secret passage. Ginny tore through the lower levels of the castle, her mind spinning. Malfoy was on the 7th floor, heading to the hospital wing on the 3rd floor, coming, presumably, from the Slytherin dungeon. Something didn't make sense. But, she rationalized, the layout of Hogwarts was not famous for its order and logic, and things did tend to move around a bit, particularly on weekends, and there was a passageway on 7 that would take you down to 3, not far from the hospital wing, and Malfoy did look sick. Her suspicions lasted until she ran outside of the castle and into the fresh air, which served to quickly drive her thoughts from Malfoy to the game at hand. The mild conditions, the crisp but not unpleasant breeze, the pale blue sky unencumbered by clouds, in short, perfect Quidditch conditions, and traditionally Slytherin played a better game in adverse conditions, not such ideal ones. And if what Malfoy said was true about he and Weasley not playing. As Ginny ducked into the structure underneath the stands that housed the team-changing rooms, she checked the lineups for the teams that Madame Hooch posted before each game, and lo and behold, Malfoy and Weasley's names were both scratched out. Ginny's spirits rose considerably. This combined with the weather were unimaginably lucky breaks for Gryffindor. She sprinted the remainder of the way to the changing rooms, her wonderings about Malfoy being up on the 7th floor all but forgotten next to the excitement of Quidditch. As it turned out, she was not late. In fact, the only other team member in the changing room already was Demelza, although Harry and Ron arrived shortly after the two girls had changed into their robes. "Conditions look ideal," she said to Harry with a grin, ignoring Ron, an act that she had decided would be mutual between them until he got his head out of his. "And guess what? That Slytherin chaser Weasley, he took a bludger to the head yesterday during their practice, and he's too sore to play. And even better than that, Malfoy's gone off sick." "What?" Harry said, spinning around from his locker where he had been settling his things. "He's ill. What's wrong with him?" "No idea," Ginny said with a shrug, "but it's great for us. They're playing Harper instead. He's in my year and he's an idiot." Ginny turned back to her own locker as Harry and Ron huddled around theirs. She realized that, as brief of an exchange as that had been, it had been the first time she and Harry had actually had any sort of conversations since. Breathing a sigh of relief, she dared to hope that maybe she was finally over whatever foolishness had befallen her over the past few days, and the relationship between she and Harry, at least, could return to normal. Finally, the whole team was assembled, and at the word from Madame Hooch, they walked onto the field to boisterous cheering from those in the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw sections. As Harry shook hands with the new Slytherin captain, Ginny turned to Demelza and Dean. "All ready, then?" she asked. Demelza gave her a curt nod. Her grip on her broom was turning her knuckles white, but her face was set and determined. Dean, on the other hand, was bouncing and grinning, all nervous energy, his grip on his broom almost dangerously loose. "Focus," she said quietly to him. "Don't lose focus up there." Dean nodded and tightened his grip. For good luck?" he asked, leaning in. Ginny turned her head and offered her cheek. Dean left a brief and slightly disappointed key. There, and then the whistle blew and they were off. The truth was that Quidditch was not a game for everyone. It was a physically exhausting game, and the matches could sometimes last hours. Many wizards and witches took the sport for granted, and didn't realize just how difficult it was, balancing at high speeds and making tight turns on broomsticks, turns that most broomsticks simply were not designed for. Getting assaulted by the bludgers, relentless in their pursuit, never tiring, and of course, simply put, the height at which it was played. Most didn't even factor that into the equation until they were up on their broom, the quaffle and bludgers and snitch all zipping around their heads. Many of the most talented wizards and witches in the world couldn't have played a decent match of Quidditch if their lives depended on it, nor would they want to. Ginny was not one of those wizards or witches. All of the challenges of the sport, each and every one of them, the impacts with the bludgers, trying to keep 3 moves ahead of the quaffle, the off-balance scoring structure, the heights, she loved all of it. She loved the wind in her eyes, the burst of speed before attempting a shot on goal, the abrupt endings when the snitch was caught seconds into the match. The only thing she disliked about Quidditch, really, was practicing for so long and so hard, and having so few actual matches throughout the course of the school year, because what Ginny loved most about Quidditch were those matches. There was a different edge to a match, a different level she felt her consciousness rise to when compared to simply participating in a practice or scrimmage. She hadn't known it until recently, but that edge had a name, and it was the zone. She had only been aware of it peripherally, of the ability to fall into the zone and tune out everything but the game, until she had met Gwenog Jones at the last meeting of the Slug Club. Gwenog had told her that, yes, she experienced what Ginny was describing, and falling into the zone was not only common among professional Quidditch players but nearly essential, considering the speed and intensity with which the pros played the game. What had surprised Ginny the most was when Gwenog had told her that the zone had nothing to do with magic, and that many Muggle athletes who performed at high levels spoke of it as well. Ginny had told the older professional that nobody else on the student teams seemed to understand what she was talking about when she described it to them, so she had stopped describing it. Gwenog simply smiled and nodded, and said, "When I was a student at Hogwarts, I found the same thing to be true. Maybe I ought to come see you play sometime." In the days leading up to the match, Ginny had wondered if Gwenog Jones would be there. Now that the match was underway, it was the furthest thing from her mind. She was in the zone. She had not gotten to the quaffle on release, and she swore violently at herself for it. She was almost certain that one of the Slytherins had kicked off a split second early, but knowing the tendencies of your opponent was part of the game, and the Slytherins certainly had a tendency to cheat, so there was no excuse for not being prepared for it. As the Gryffindor chasers picked up pursuit and the Slytherins ran interference, the keepers hightailed it to their ends of the pitch, the beaters circled the bludgers warily, and the seekers rose into the air. Harry climbed to his usual altitude, which was absurdly high for a seeker, but when you could accelerate with Harry's precision, Ginny knew it was a keen advantage to hold. As the early moves of the match played out across her consciousness, unfolding in her mind's eye like a flower blooming in high speed, her brain began to automatically map out what would potentially happen in the next 10, 20, or 30 moments of the game. In the back of her mind, a much disliked voice intruded momentarily. "Well, there they go, and I think we're all surprised to see the team that Potter's put together this year." Quote. Ginny simply could not believe that McGonagall would have allowed someone as utterly irritating as Zacharias Smith to replace Lee Jordan as the Quidditch announcer. As Smith began to drone on with some nonsense about Harry picking Ron as keeper because of their friendship, Ginny tuned him out, making a mental note to hex him later. The Slytherin chasers were passing the quaffle furiously, looking for a scoring lane that the Gryffindors were refusing to allow them. Demelza almost snatched it back for Gryffindor on one errant toss, but then a well-aimed bludger cut Dean off from a defensive route and gave the Slytherin captain, Urquhart, a clear run on goal. Grimacing, Ginny accelerated towards him, but even as she did she knew she'd never make it in time. Urquhart was bearing down on Ron, dicked right, dicked left, took the shot, and Ron made it look easy, snagging the shot casually in one hand. The red and gold contingent of the crowd roared as Ron held the ball aloft, tossing it downfield towards his sister. Catching it, Ginny turned towards the Slytherin end of the pitch to a renewed roar of the crowd, Demelza and Dean flanking her on either side in a flying V. Ginny allowed one quick, "It wasn't your fault," to Dean, his face clearly showing he was mad at himself for dropping the defensive route that had allowed Urquhart his opening. At that moment, Harry dove in between them, scattering the Slytherin chasers. Ginny could tell immediately he was either searching for the snitch or faking a sighting, but hadn't actually seen it. His action, however, was enough to confuse Crabbe and Goyle, manning their usual beaters' positions, and they frantically aimed the bludgers at Harry, giving the Ginny and her wingman the split-second opening they needed to rocket downfield, passing the quaffle amongst themselves. They came spiraling towards Bletchley, the poor Slytherin chaser, who was now trying to block in 3 directions at once. When they reached the point of no return, it was Ginny who had possession of the quaffle, and with a simple flip of her wrist she lobbed it over Bletchley's shoulder and through the hoop. "That's one," she murmured to herself as the crowd cheered its approval. Half an hour into the match, the score was 60-0 in favor of Gryffindor, and Zacharias Smith has long since stopped taking shots at the Weasley siblings. Clearly whatever Harry had told Ron had worked, because her brother had been flawless at keeper, and Ginny, well, she had 40 of the 60 Gryffindor points to her credit, but she was annoyed at herself nevertheless for missing 2 other goals. She could well have scored 60 by now, and in her estimation she should have. She pressed herself harder, and within the next 10 minutes she had scored 2 more times, with Dean and Demelza each adding 1 apiece, bringing the score 100-0 in Gryffindor's favor. Ron had continued to make save after save, and his confidence was brimming to the point where he had conducted the crowd in a rousing chorus of "Weasley is our king," which was fairly obnoxious of him, Ginny thought, making a mental note to hex him later as well. Ron had just made another save and tossed the quaffle back to Ginny when she heard Dean, Peeks and Coot all cry out in protest. Glancing up, she saw Harper zipping upwards and away from Harry, who was riding himself, clearly having been rammed by the Slytherin Seeker. Harry took off after him, seemingly determined to ram him back, but Ginny was already speeding towards them quaffle in hand, because she saw what Harry did not seem to. Harper had spotted the snitch. Split seconds later, Harry bent low on his broom, now he had seen it. Still, Harper was ahead of him, closing in on the tiny golden ball quickly. Fast as he was, Harry would never reach him in time. If Ginny could get in range, perhaps hurl the quaffle at Harper, she'd be penalized for a foul, but the game would go on. As soon as the thought was hatched, however, she let it die, as it was clear she, also, would not reach him in time. She desperately urged her broom forward, pushing it to its limits. And then, just when Harper's fingers were moments away from victory, Harry shouted something at him, something she couldn't make out. Whatever it was, though, it worked, as Harper turned around in surprise, such an idiot. And immediately overflew the snitch. Harry, however, did not, and with one sweep of his arm, snatched the ball out of the sky. The crowd roared. Harry yelled, "Yes," and quickly wheeled back around, spiraling to the ground amid the cheers of the students, minus Slytherin. Ginny's momentum carried her above him, and as she took a lazier turn, she flew right past a dumbfounded Harper. "I'll bet you wish Malfoy had played now," she said to him, earning herself a foul look in return. With a grin, she pointed her broom back down, but not towards the Gryffindor team's celebratory scrum. Instead, she aimed her broom towards the commentator's podium, where Smith was droning on about the clearly illegal distraction technique pulled by Gryffindor captain Harry Potter. He did not notice her until she was almost on top of him, at which point his eyes went wide and his face went white, his jaw dropping open in mid-sentence as Ginny swung the tail of her broom around, slamming into the podium in a hard power slide, taking the brunt of the impact with the resilient straw end of the broom and her shin guards. Ginny nimbly hopped clear as the entire structure collapsed, pulling her broom away as Smith was covered in shattered and splintered wood. "Miss Weasley," scolded Professor McGonagall, rushing forwards. "Miss Weasley, what in the name of, what were you?" "Forgot to break, Professor, sorry," she quickly replied, hurrying towards the rest of her teammates. Glancing over her shoulder, she was almost certain that she saw the head of Gryffindor House fighting against a smile as she waved her wand and cleared the broken wood off of a sputtering Smith. Turning back to the team, Ginny launched herself into the arms of an approaching Dean. Only it wasn't Dean, it was Harry. She pulled away quickly, but not quickly enough. Her head was spinning. The rest of the world was blocked out, and it had nothing to do with the zone. She raised her eyes to look at him, but he had already turned away and was slapping Ron vociferously on the back. She stood for a moment in a stupor, the game forgotten, the celebration falling away, her brain short-circuiting, wondering why Harry couldn't have lingered just a little longer with his hug. But then Dean actually was hugging her, and planting a key on her lips. She fell into autopilot and ed him back, a smile falling easily across her face but her brain still sputtering as the team left the pitch arm in arm. Back in the common room, Ginny stood in a corner with Dean, Parvati, Seamus, and Neville. Arnold sat contentedly on her shoulder and she was slowly sipping a butterbeer. The butterflies had not left her stomach since Harry had hugged her on the pitch, and she silently swore to herself every 30 seconds or so. She had really thought the match would clear her head and snap her out of this haze in which she'd been wandering for the past few days, but now she felt as utterly at sea as ever, and watching half the girls in Gryffindor mob Harry didn't seem to be helping. Clearly Harry had hugged her in a simple, celebratory way, as was perfectly acceptable given their relationship both on the team and as friends. Just friends, nothing else, nothing more than friends, only friends. For now. Is that butterbeer all right, Gin? Dean asked. You look like you've sipped rotten milk. Actually, I do think it's gone bad, Ginny said sourly. I'm going to get a new one. I could get that, Dean began, but Ginny quickly pulled away from him. She headed for the drinks table, grumbling to herself, willing herself to just enjoy herself and forget about everything, when she stopped short, seeing something that truly did turn her stomach. Off in the far corner of the room, next to the fireplace, Ron was in the process of mauling Lavender Brown, and it was difficult to tell where his lips ended and hers began. I don't believe it, she muttered. Annoyance rose up in her on many different levels. First off, it raised her temper that Ron had made such a scene over her own public display of affection just days ago, and that had certainly been more subtle than this mid-common room catastrophe. Secondly, and more importantly, she had held out the hope that her unfortunate spilling of the beans of Hermione and Crum's indiscretions would drive Ron to finally make a move with Hermione, but it seemed her boneheaded brother had taken that impulse and run in completely the wrong way with it. Her guilt rose, and she pushed it down. She refused to let this be entirely her fault. After all, it wasn't as though Hermione was making advances that Ron was ignoring. Honestly, if a girl liked a boy for that many years and did nothing about it, it was only her own fault if. But she hastily pushed that thought down as well, just as Harry ducked around a group of fourth-year girls and right into her. Looking for Ron was the first thing that came into her head. He's over there, the filthy hypocrite. Harry turned, and his own face grew red at the spectacle Ron and Lavender were causing in the corner, though Ginny had the distinct impression it was more out of embarrassment than it was anger. It looks like he's eating her face, doesn't it? She said distractedly, her eyes suddenly glued to the back of Harry's head. But I suppose he's got to refine his technique somehow. Harry turned back to her, and the green of his eyes shocked her into the realization that she was still gaping. Good game, Harry, she muttered, dropping her gaze and giving his arm an awkward pat. She tried to ignore the reinvigorated swooping in her stomach as she ducked away from him and hurried towards the butterbeer. She lingered at the drinks table for a few minutes, fighting to regain control of her constitution and emotions. Suddenly, she came to a decision. She grabbed a fresh bottle and pulled a long swig. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she slammed the bottle back down on the table and marched back to Dean, grabbing him by the arm. Come on, she growled. We're going to find a deserted classroom. Why? Dean asked, looking confused. Ginny leaned closer to him and grinned wickedly. 3 guesses, she hissed. Seamus whooped appreciatively while Parvati elbowed him even though she was smiling herself. Neville, though, looked mightily embarrassed. Ginny tried not to feel badly about that. So focused on the task at hand was she that she only barely registered Lavender running past the two of them back into the common room as they climbed out the portrait hole, which seemed odd, as the last she had checked Lavender was already in the common room, trying to beep her brother's face off. She pulled Dean down the corridor, and the dopey grin on his face told her that he had guessed correctly. She marched them towards the nearest unlocked classroom, furiously not thinking about Harry, when the door of the room was pulled open and she heard Hermione scream, "A pugno!" This was followed by what sounded like an entire flock of birds chirping and tweeting, and what seemed to be Ron screaming, "Jeremofni!" Ginny and Dean looked at each other. What the bloody hell is that? Dean asked, but before she could hazard a guess, Hermione came running down the hallway from the classroom, her hair wilder than usual and tears streaming down her face. You tell Ron he can have the classroom, she sputtered at Ginny as she passed. He and that trollop. And with that, she ran past them and through the portrait hole. Ginny and Dean stood awkwardly in the hallway. Finally, Dean spoke. Well, he said tentatively, there are other classrooms. Ginny closed her eyes and sighed deeply. I don't think so, Dean, she told him. But, I don't think so. She kept her eyes closed. I'm going back to the party. But, Dean, she sighed, and looked at him. Nothing. She sighed again. The mood is gone, she told him sadly. With that, she turned away from him, re-entering the party and ensconcing herself with Demelza, Natalie, Peaks, and the Creevies. She did not speak to Dean for the rest of the night. But later on, well after midnight, she found herself, again, in the hallway outside of Ning Myrtle's bathroom. She did not go in. But this time she knew, somehow, she was not ready to. She just needed to be near whatever it was that was waiting for her inside. Just for a little while. The door no longer scared her. In fact, she now found it to be almost comforting. Life, she realized, no longer made any bloody sense whatsoever. Christmas and the accompanying school holiday were fast approaching. The Great Hall had been decorated with its 12 trees. Hand-delivered as usual by Hagrid, Peeves floated around empty classrooms singing festive and somewhat off-color songs. The everlasting candles had found their way into the visors of the suits of armor that lined the corridors. Holly and tinsel and mistletoe were sprouting all about, and the fifth years found themselves hard-pressed to keep up with the increased workload placed upon them by professors attempting to cram every last bit of study they could into the waning days of the fall term. Along with the usual holiday business and hullabaloo, there was an added buzz this year: Slughorn's Christmas party. Normally a party held by a professor would hold little interest to the student populace of Hogwarts. But as the venerable old school of witchcraft and wizardry had always been a bit lacking in the area of formal engagements, save the one Yule Ball in Ginny's third year, and given the rumor buzzing around that Slughorn was expecting a virtual who's who of the wizarding world in attendance, the whispering among students in the days leading up to the party became more and more about who had been invited and who among Slughorn's famous acquaintances were expected to attend. This talk was accompanied by a more underground murmuring that covered the topics of what to do to those who had been invited and how best to go about crashing the party. More than one uninvited student had been researching Polyjuice Potion and eyeing those with invitations hungrily. Ginny had been invited, of course, as an inaugural member of this year's Slug Club, and as she was allowed a guest, and as she was in a serious relationship, she would be taking Dean with her. She was not as excited about this prospect as she might have been. Things between she and Dean had grown frosty since she had turned him away, so to speak, after Gryffindor's Quidditch victory, and their conversations were growing sparse and non-specific. Ginny told herself that she was trying to keep the relationship on solid ground, but the more she dug in the more she felt herself slipping away. It didn't help matters, of course, that she had to fight the urge to blush whenever she spoke to Harry, and that she became inexplicably cross whenever Harry spoke with a girl who was not Hermione, and that on more than one occasion she had woken from a dream with a start. But it was no longer Fawkes in her dreams, rather, Harry had begun to appear there in ways that made her very happy that Dean could not read minds. Nor Ron, nor Hermione, nor Harry, in particular. So while most of Hogwarts buzzed happily about the term drawing to a close and the Slug Club party drawing near, Ginny watched the calendar count down the days until that evening in Slughorn's office with a growing sense of dread. She and Dean had done a fair job of surrounding themselves with friends and pretending they had not grown painfully awkward around one another, but none of those friends had been invited to the party, and it would be just Dean and she, there by themselves. It was not a situation she was looking forward to anymore. Clearly, she thought to herself for about the millionth time, I am the very definition of the worst girlfriend the world has ever known. To top it off, among Hogwarts eligible young women the most exciting detail to gossip and debate regarding Slughorn's party was, who was Harry Potter going to bring? Whenever Ginny heard a new theory bandied about, Cho Chong. He never did get over her. No, one of the Pottle twins. They're gorgeous. I heard Pansy Parkinson, just to hack off Malfoy. Don't be absurd, he's going to ask me. I'll bet he is, Romilda. Whenever one of these names were tossed about, particularly Romilda Vane, Ginny could feel her hackles rise and her mood darken, a reaction which only served to get her mad at herself because, after all, Harry was perfectly eligible and allowed to bring to the party whomever he chose. She, on the other hand, was not. It seems to me, she grumbled to Hermione as they sat in the library on the afternoon before the party, that Harry has become the most eligible bachelor at Hogwarts practically overnight, wouldn't you say? I'd say he's becoming far too popular for his own good. Hermione nodded. They had seen evidence of this just minutes earlier as they were leaving the common room, as a horde of insufferably silly girls gathered around Harry before he managed to slip out of the portrait hole on the heels of Ron and Lavender. "I've told him as such," Hermione agreed with Ginny. "If it's between you and I, he'd do well to ask someone to Slughorn's party, and soon. I imagine you've heard the same things I have in the girls' bathroom." "What, Romilda Vane and her little followers talking about slipping him a love potion?" Ginny asked sourly. "It's come up. If he'd just ask somebody," Hermione said with a sigh. "But you know Harry, indecisive to a fault, and when he does finally ask someone, it will be on a sudden impulse and he'll regret it immediately." "Well, we can't have that," Ginny said, a little too anxiously. "We can't let the Romilda Vanes of the world get their claws into Harry." "Oh, I won't," Hermione assured her. She then looked at Ginny quizzically. "But why do you care?" "It's just that I can't stand that girl," Ginny said defensively, hoping that she would not blush and give herself away. "I'd rather Harry go to the party with Snape." "Would you?" Hermione replied thoughtfully, the gears clearly turning behind her eyes as she peered intently at Ginny. Ginny quickly moved to change the subject. "Shouldn't you be worried about who you'll be bringing with you? Some of us have dates and can take the time to wonder about the dates of others." It was an unfair argument, Ginny knew, but as enthusiastic as she was about it, she did have a date, and she simply could not let the topic rest on her interest in Harry's social life. "That's true, I suppose," Hermione acquiesced as she turned back to the arithmancy essay she was reading over for the third time. "And last I checked, your boyfriend appears to be in fairly high demand himself." "Not recently," Ginny amended, and Hermione chuckled and nodded. It was true, Ginny knew. Dean had always attracted his share of attention from girls, and she had been the recent subject of more than one envious stare-down in the girls' bathrooms. She had welcomed such looks before, reveling in the irritation she was causing in those who irritated her, but now part of her simply wished one of those jealous whisperers would go ahead and take Dean off of her hands, leaving her free to pursue other pursuits. "So who are you taking?" Ginny asked her older friend. Hermione responded with a sigh and a shrug. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "I was going to take Ron, but," she didn't need to finish. Ginny knew what she was talking about, and much to her annoyance her guilt about the current Ron and Lavender predicament poked up its head, although she was trying very hard not to completely blame herself for the misery Hermione was going through. "I know," Ginny soothed. "He's a dunce. Just take the person you think would irritate Ron the most. That'll show him. Here's a thought. Why don't you and Harry go to the party together? That way you'll have a date, Harry will have an excuse to ignore those other girls, and Ron will have a fit. Perfect all around." Hermione laughed but shook her head. "No, everyone knows we're only friends." "Not Cho Chong," Ginny muttered under her breath, but Hermione didn't hear her. "If he goes with me," Hermione continued, "it won't keep those girls away from him, and I really don't think it would annoy Ron." "Well, maybe it would," she self-corrected. "But not enough. Besides, I wouldn't want to go annoying other people as well." And at this she threw a significant glance in Ginny's direction. "Just what are you implying?" Ginny demanded, but Hermione had begun to sling her books into her pack, heading off to arithmancy. "See you later, Ginny," she called over her shoulder as she left the table, and to her annoyance Ginny was certain the older girl was laughing, just a little bit. "I have a boyfriend, you know," Ginny muttered, but not loudly enough for Hermione to hear as she had no confidence at all that it sounded the least bit convincing. The topic of Harry's date did not come up again for the rest of the day nor into the following morning, although Ginny was certain that it was the secret topic of conversation among every clump of 2 or more girls she came across whispering in the common room, in the great hall, in the corridors, or before classes. Part of this belief, she realized, may have been the product of her own fevered imagination, but the realization of this likelihood did nothing to appease her. Then again, the atmosphere of the school itself may have been lending itself to these thoughts. More than any year she could remember, students at Hogwarts this year seemed obsessed with dating and love and romance. It all seemed very silly to Ginny, to be honest. They were all still so young. How could any of them really know or understand what love was? Maybe it was in her head. Maybe it was just that she was older now and noticed these things more, or maybe it was just hormones. Or maybe it had to do with the state of the world these days. Darkness and war on the horizon could certainly bring people together, she would imagine. Why? Her own parents had met at Hogwarts during the First War and fallen in love at a very young age, so she had to admit it was entirely possible, no matter how unlikely she thought it could be. Truth told, if she thought about it, it began to make more sense, as just about every student she knew had expressed some sort of romantic interest in somebody this year. Everybody, that is, except for Harry. If only he'd give some sign, any sign, of who it was he fancied, as clearly there must be someone, even if only a little bit. If only he would, and then just what exactly would you do about it? Demanded the little voice in her head. Ginny had to admit she had no idea. And somewhere deep inside, in a corner of herself she was refusing to acknowledge, a tiny but powerful part of her was dying to find out. The next day, the day of Slughorn's party, Ginny and Colin were hurrying down the corridor to McGonagall's classroom. The last thing she needed on the last day of class was a late detention from the head of Gryffindor House. Just as she was about to step in the room with minutes to spare, she heard a voice ring out behind her. Loony Lovegood. Ginny stopped in the doorway of the Transfiguration classroom, spinning round to see who had made the offending statement. She didn't know if she was angry or happy that it was a passing Romilda Vane, talking animatedly with one of her followers. Now, here was someone she could take some frustration out on. "Come with me," she hissed to Colin, and grabbing his arm she pushed back through the fifth-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws lining up to get into class. Of all the people, Romilda was saying to her earnestly nodding friend as Ginny and a reluctant Colin approached, of all the people he could have asked, he asks Loony Lovegood. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Romilda, Ginny called out. Romilda turned around, looking puzzled. Let's get this straight, as I'm only going to tell you once, Ginny said, in a well-practiced, quiet yet deadly voice. Her name isn't Loony, it's... Oh, good, a Weasley, Romilda said, cutting her off. You lot know Harry well, right? Ginny stammered, taken off her guard by the sudden change in subject. Yes, I do. We do, but I just came over to tell you not to call Luna. Then maybe you can explain this to me, the other girl continued, and for the first time Ginny noticed that Romilda looked even more annoyed than she felt. How is it that he clearly has the choice to take any girl in the school that he wants to Slughorn's party, any girl at all, including me, and out of everyone he goes and asks Loony Lovegood? I said, don't call her. Ginny stopped. Her brain caught up with her mouth. Her jaw dropped. Wait, what did he do? He asked Loony Lovegood to Slughorn's party. Tell me, is the boy touched in the head? Does he actually like her? No, Ginny replied, a little bit more quickly and loudly than she had actually intended to. No, he doesn't. At least, I think he doesn't. Because I can't figure it, Romilda dismissively sniffed. I could understand if he asked that Hermione girl. They're inseparable, really, although the rumor is she's mad for your brother, although I don't suppose you know anything about that, either. Love is blind, I guess. It is just outrageous, simply outrageous. And with that she continued on her way, railing against this unexpected turn of events. Ginny stood frozen in her place. Luna, he asked Luna. But Harry didn't like Luna, did he? Well, of course he didn't, they were just going as friends, clearly. Clearly, weren't they? After all, Luna was interesting, and very unique, and funny, and certainly pretty in her own fashion. Ginny was suddenly and painfully aware of all of her own faults, in light of this new information. She was too short, of course, and her hair wasn't owned enough, and she didn't make up interesting new words like Nargle and Raxpert, and she was not patient enough, and she never held her wand behind her ear, and her father was not the editor of a shamelessly mad periodical, and Ginny gasped. She had completely forgotten Colin was there. You all right? He asked, looking at her warily. Did you hear that? Ginny said, still amazed. Did you? Harry asked Luna to Slughorn's party. Luna. I heard, Colin said cautiously. Romilda's right, Ginny continued, her voice raising. Have you seen all of those girls flocking around him? He could have gone to that party with any girl, Any girl at all. Well, not the ones with boyfriends, Colin pointed out. Any girl, Ginny continued, now practically shouting, and drawing strange looks from the last few stragglers heading past them into McGonagall's classroom. Any girl in the school, and who does he ask? Who? Loony Lovegood, that's who. There was a quiet intake of breath from behind Ginny. Colin's jaw dropped and he went pale. Ginny did not need 3 guesses to figure out who had come up behind her. Luna, she said as she turned around, grimacing in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there, But the sight of her friend standing behind her, her protruding eyes wide open and her wand drooping sadly from behind her ear, silenced her. Luna looked strange, even for Luna. For the first time she could ever recall, Luna looked hurt. I don't understand, Luna said quietly, her round eyes watering up just a bit. You don't call me Loony. I don't, Ginny hastily replied. It was an accident. I didn't mean. But with a quiet sniff, Luna moved quickly into the door of McGonagall's classroom. Ginny hurried after her, but Luna had already taken a seat next to one of Ginny's dorm mates, who looked rather annoyed to find Loony Lovegood sitting next to her. Miss Weasley, Mr. Creevey, I am so glad you have finally decided to join us, rang out McGonagall's voice from the front of the classroom. Do sit, won't you? If you have had your fill of the day's gossip, of course. Sheepishly, they did so, and Ginny settled in next to Colin for the longest transfiguration lesson she had ever suffered through. Luna did not look at Ginny throughout the entire class, and at the end of the period she jumped quickly up out of her seat and hurried towards the door. As Ginny and Colin had been forced to take seats in the front of the room, it took her several moments to push her way through her classmates to the hallway, and by then Luna was long gone. Having no other choice, Ginny headed to the western side of the castle in Ravenclaw Tower, but having never been there before even when dating Michael, she lost her way a few times before finally finding the spiral staircase on the 5th floor. She wound her way tightly up the staircase, hurrying so quickly she almost ran into the door to the Ravenclaw common room, a large solid slab of oak, with no hinges or rivets, and just a single bronze knocker in the middle, in the shape of an eagle. Ginny hesitated for a moment, and then reached up to knock on the door. Her fingers were inches away when the eagle spoke in a soft voice, causing her to jump back several feet. What, said the eagle, is the purpose of an individual life? Ginny stared blankly at the bronze bird for a moment. What? She asked it, for lack of anything else to say. What, the knocker repeated, is the purpose of an individual life? Ginny's brain finally caught up. Do you mean I have to answer that? She asked. To get through the door. But I don't want to get through the door. I just need someone to come out of the door. Luna Lovegood, could you tell her I'm here? The eagle did not reply. Ginny stared dumbly at it, realizing that as the fat lady would never open Gryffindor Tower to someone who didn't have the password, the eagle would likely not open the door for her unless she figured out an answer to the riddle. The meaning of life, Ginny said slowly. Not asking too much, are you? She thought for a moment before answering. I don't know. Happiness, she ventured. Nothing. Family, still nothing. She was already getting impatient. Intelligence, friendship, love, but the eagle did not budge. Sunshine, Ginny asked, not expecting to even come close now. Oxygen, Quidditch, the 5 principal exemptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. The Goblin Revolution of 1678. 42. I don't know, do I, you stupid bloody doorknob. Completely exasperated, she drew her wand and pointed it squarely at the eagle. Now open up already, or I'll hex you back into your bronze egg. The eagle, to put it mildly, seemed unimpressed. Bloody Gryffindors, he sighed, and then grew silent and still. Problem, Ginny. Ginny spun around, startled. She had begun to hope that a Ravenclaw might show up to help her, but with her luck it did have to be these two, her ex, Michael Corner, and his current, Cho Chang, who had just spoken. Oh no, Ginny replied. Everything's fine, I was just going. Cho smiled at her. It came across to Ginny as exceptionally false. Michael just looked nervous. It doesn't seem like it. Are you sure there's nothing you need? Ginny was about to assure her again that everything was fine and walk off, but then she thought about the look on Luna's face after she had overheard Ginny call her Loony, and realized that she simply had to talk to her. Pride be damned. With a sigh, Ginny admitted, "Actually, maybe you could help. I need to speak to Luna, but I can't get the door to open, or this thing." With a jerk of her thumb, she indicated the eagle, who grunted audibly at her in return to cooperate. Michael stepped forward. "What's the question?" he asked the eagle. Immediately the eagle replied, "What is the purpose of an individual life?" Michael chewed on the inside of his cheek for a moment, clearly lost in thought. He actually was quite intelligent, and when he and Ginny had dated he was always game for a philosophical or intellectual debate. He did not, however, know anywhere near as much as he thought he knew about Quidditch. Clearly, the relationship had been doomed from the start. The purpose of an individual life, Michael began thoughtfully, is what the living individual in question decides that purpose should be, I would think. Eloquently phrased, replied the eagle, and without any other fuss, the big wooden door swung silently open. "It's a trick question," Michael explained. "Defining the meaning of existence, in general, is next to impossible. But the meaning of life for one person, one individual," he shrugged. "Well, that's almost too easy." "My thoughts exactly," Ginny said dryly. "How are you, Michael?" "I'm well," he said, his nervous air returning now that the conversation had moved away from the intellectual and back towards the social. "Yourself? You look very Michael, Cho interrupted him. She no longer sounded quite so pleasant, Ginny noted. "Why not go get Luna from inside? Ginny's been waiting." With an awkward nod, Michael gave one last glance to Ginny, then hurried through the door. Cho turned to smile at the redhead. "So, how are you?" "Fine, you," muttered Ginny. The last person she wanted to be stuck in forced conversation with was Cho Chang. Fortunately, it seemed Cho felt much the same way. "So I hear Luna's going to Slughorn's party with Harry," she said, cutting to the chase. "Is she?" "You heard correctly," Ginny told her. Cho folded her arms and humphed a little bit, seemingly put out by that piece of information. "You know," she said, peering at Ginny, "Harry and I went out once." Ginny barely suppressed a smile, remembering Harry's tale of that debacle of a date. "I've heard the legend, yes," she replied, averting her eyes in her smirk. Cho went on in a manner that suggested she was speaking more for her own benefit than she was for Ginny's. "I simply don't know what Harry sees in Loony Lovegood, of all people." "Don't call her that," Ginny snapped at the other girl, even as her face warmed with her own embarrassment. "Look, it's no good getting jealous. It's not as though you didn't have a shot of your own with him." Her face was burning now, but her words had the desired effect, as a suddenly perturbed-looking Cho sulked into silence, stomping her way through the door to Ravenclaw Tower just as Luna came out. "Hello, Cho," Luna airily said as the two girls passed, but Cho did not even acknowledge. "She's in quite a better mood than usual," Luna observed as she approached Ginny. "I absolutely loathe that girl," Ginny muttered, watching the door swing shut and obscure Cho from view. "Oh, she's not so bad," Luna observed airily. "So long as you're very careful to never, ever speak with her, she's quite nearly tolerable." Ginny was about to voice her agreement, when she suddenly remembered her reason for being at Ravenclaw Tower. "Luna," she began, blushing again, "I'm so sorry. I should never have called you Loony. I never do that, you know that, I promise you." Luna smiled. "I know," the bee-owned girl assured her. "I wasn't really upset, honestly. I was just trying. Upset, out to see what it felt like." What?" asked Ginny. Luna ignored her. "Besides, I don't blame you for getting emotional. It's my own fault." At this, Luna took up Ginny's hand and looked her square in the eye. "Ginny, you can trust me. Harry and I are only going to Slughorn's party as friends." She held that gaze for a moment, and then she lowered their hands, her eyes and smile reverting to their usual dreamy expression. "It would be so much fun. But I won't go, if you'd prefer I don't. I wouldn't want to upset you." Ginny laughed aloud, and it sounded forced and unnatural. "What are you talking about, Luna? Why would it upset me?" "It wouldn't upset me." She swallowed hard. "I'm going with Dean," she continued, and it was just as unpleasant to say as it was to think. "We'll see you there. We'll have a great time." Luna studied her. "You know," she observed, "you're usually a far better liar." "Look, Luna, it's fine, really," Ginny insisted. "Do you want to go? Would you have fun?" "I suppose," Luna said carefully. She seemed very sincere about not wanting to upset Ginny, which only made Ginny feel worse than she already did. "You're going," Ginny decided firmly. "That's it. You're going and you'll have a great time." "But you." "I have a boyfriend," Ginny said, cutting her off. "I have a boyfriend and he's a perfectly lovely boy, and we're all going to go to old Sluggy's party and have a good time, you with Harry and I with Dean, and that's the last I want to hear of it." All right, Luna said, smiling. "I'm very glad you're going to have a good time, too. I really am looking to meeting the vampire. Did you know one was invited?" "I've never met one before. Do you think it's true that they glitter in the sunlight?" "What?" Ginny asked incredulously. "Of course they don't. Vampires don't glitter. Was that in the Quibbler?" "No," Luna replied. "I read it in a far less reputable publication." "I should say so," Ginny said. "Glittering vampires, honestly, who comes up with such nonsense?" "Oh, I don't think it really matters," Luna assured her, smiling brightly. "I'd better go get ready." "Aren't you coming down to dinner?" Ginny asked. "No," came Luna's reply. "I have to spangle my robes. I'll see you later. Question, please." This last was directed to the eagle on the door, who immediately asked, "What is the purpose of an individual life?" "Whose life?" Luna asked in reply. "Good question," said the eagle, and the door swung open. Luna waved once more to Ginny with a smile, and then slipped back into Ravenclaw Tower. Satisfied and relieved she had not ruined their friendship, Ginny hurried back down the steps and towards the Great Hall, trying to convince herself with each step that she was nothing but happy that Luna and Harry were going to the party together, and that they would all have a wonderful time. Of course, if by some twist of fate Luna and Harry have such a wonderful time tonight they decide they want to do it again. Those were the types of thoughts Ginny knew she simply could not allow to gain traction. She hurried into the Great Hall where dinner was well underway, concentrating on how happy she was for Luna, and without realizing it she walked the long way around the Gryffindor table, so that before she reached Dean, she would be forced to pass Harry. What the bloody hell was wrong with her? As she drew close, she noticed first off that Hermione was sitting by herself further down the table, thanks to her gormless brother. And as she drew closer, she heard that gormless brother say to Harry, "You could have taken anyone. Anyone, and you chose Loony Lovegood." Ginny stopped behind Harry, close enough to admire his adorably mussed hair, made all the more so by the fact that he never intended for it to look that way. But of course she did not let herself dwell on that, and instead snapped at her brother. "Don't call her that, Ron." Harry's head whipped around to look at her, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape. She got the distinct feeling that he knew she had been staring. "I'm really glad you're taking her, Harry," she blurted out, "she's really excited." Ron snorted his approval, but Harry gave her small smile. Awkwardly, she smiled back, and then quickly turned and hurried down the table, plunking herself down next to Dean and Seamus. "Where have you been?" Dean asked with a frown. "Sorry," Ginny apologized. "I had to go up to Ravenclaw Tower and see Luna." "Ravenclaw Tower?" Seamus puzzled his brow. "I dunno where that even is." "Why?" asked Dean. "Because she's my friend," Ginny shot back, "and I needed to talk to her." "Is that all right with you?" "Oi, I think Neville's calling me," said Seamus. "Be right over, Nev." Seamus quickly got up and moved down the table several yards to sit on the far side of Neville, who clearly had no idea what was going on and had certainly not been calling Seamus. "Why would you have to go to Ravenclaw Tower to see Luna?" Dean asked again. "You have almost every class with her." Ginny watched Hermione get up from her seat and stride purposefully over to where Ron and Harry had now been joined by Parvati and Lavender, the latter of the two having attached herself to Ron's face. She was upset, Ginny admitted, not looking at Dean. "I had upset her and I wanted to apologize." "What did you do?" Dean asked. Ginny shook her head. "It was silly, really. Someone told me that Harry had asked her to Slughorn's party, and it flustered me, so when I was describing it to Colin, I accidentally called her loony, and she overheard me. I had to apologize, you understand. I felt terrible. Ginny reached for a loaf of bread and some candied green beans, but stopped when she noticed Dean giving her a quizzical look. Why would that fluster you? He quietly asked. Well, Ginny stammered, you know, I didn't think he liked her, and then she told me they were just going as friends, and that. She trailed off. She suddenly had a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. Again, Dean asked quietly, why would that fluster you? Ginny opened her mouth to answer, but then closed it when she realized she did not know what to say. After several long moments, she finally lied, I don't know. She and Dean sat together in awkward silence for several minutes, eating quietly. Suddenly, without finishing his meal, Dean pushed out from the table and turned to walk off into the corridor. Dean, Ginny called after him, her fork halfway to her mouth. Where are you going? But Dean did not stop. Ginny got up from the table and hurried after him, trying hard not to draw attention to herself, but certain that every eye was on her. She caught up to Dean on the staircase outside of the Great Hall. Where are you going? She asked again. To bed, Dean replied without looking at her. To bed, Ginny exclaimed. What about the party? Right, Dean said. The party. Well, I'm not really invited, am I? You're in the Slug Club, you can go by yourself. By myself, Ginny repeated, her voice rising. I have to go by myself. Why not? Dean shot back. I'm fairly certain I'm not the one you want to be going with, anyway. Oh, please, Dean, Ginny scoffed, although she did not refute his claim. She hoped he didn't notice. Don't be ridiculous. How will I look going to that party without my boyfriend? Dean nodded slowly, looking all around. Finally, his gaze settled on her. I'm leaving early tomorrow, he said. You probably won't see me. Why don't you take this holiday to decide whether or not you still even want me to be your boyfriend? Ginny gaped at him. What, and if you do, Dean continued, the day we get back, you can meet me in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. It'll be mid-January, then it'll take some commitment to us to get you up there. Dean smiled at her sadly. I do really care for you, Gin. But, he looked away and swiped at his eye. But I have to know that you feel the same. His eyes met her again, and the look on his face just about broke Ginny's heart. Merry Christmas, he said quietly, dotting her gently on the cheek before turning and walking upstairs. Ginny stood on the steps by herself for several long minutes, completely numb. As awful as she had felt about Luna earlier, if she multiplied that by about 100 you'd begin to maybe get even somewhat close to how badly she felt about what she was doing to Dean. All thoughts of attending a party had been banished from her mind, and even if she were thinking of Slughorn's party she was certainly no longer in the mood to go. She returned to the Gryffindor common room and she spent the rest of the night there alone, curled up in a chair. Dean did not make an appearance. Her friends seemed to know instinctively to leave her be. Hermione leaving for the Slug Club party in her dress robes with Cormac McLaggen, of all people, did not raise so much of a peep from her. She barely registered when Harry left as well, distracted and hurrying and pulling at the collar of his own dress robes. She was certain he did not notice her, but that was certainly nothing new. She had barely enough spirit, to make rude comments towards Ron and Lavender, who seemed intent on spending the night entwined in one chair, faces jammed together, although on more than one occasion she noticed Ron gave the impression of one who was trying desperately to escape from Devil's Snare. No, she spent the last evening of the fall term alone in her funk. She was saddened and disturbed, yes, by her parting conversation with Dean, and she felt simply terrible about how simply terrible he was feeling. But that was not what was disturbing her most of all. No, what was most disturbing to her was the fact that she had already decided, she was already entirely certain, that the day she returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas break, she was not going anywhere near the Quidditch pitch. It's a bit on the overdone side, don't you think? Ginny craned her neck down to shoot her brother a playfully dirty look. I happen to like my Christmas decorations festive, Ron, she sniped at him with a grin. Gazing around the room from the top rung of the ladder, she admired her handiwork. It had taken nearly half the day, but the Burrows' living room was now thoroughly festooned with tinsel and garland and twinkle lights and all of that holiday rubbish. Everything was done, from the charm that sent snow falling from the ceiling only to disappear before landing on anything, to the bushy green treetop with a spray-painted garden gnome that Fred and George and the lot cleverly thought nobody had caught onto. There was just one more piece of decoration to go, and she now had the mistletoe clutched firmly in her hand, ready to spellotape it to the wall, which is just what she had been about to do before Ron had busted in the front door with firewood. Ron shook his head. "It looks like a reindeer threw up in here." "Smells much like your room then, doesn't it?" "I like it," Harry offered cheerily, coming down the staircase and brightening up the room considerably in Ginny's opinion. "Nicely done, Ginny." "Why, thank you, Harry," she responded warmly, which she followed up by turning and sticking her tongue out at her brother. "See, Ron, at least some people have good taste." Glancing back to Harry, she said, "Only one decoration left to put up, Harry." She held the mistletoe aloft. "Want to help me?" She didn't quite catch what he said in response, as whatever the answer was came while he was turning red, hurrying back towards the kitchen, and mumbling something about peeling sprouts. "Weirdo," Ron muttered at Ginny as he hurried into the kitchen after Harry. Sadly, this time he was gone before she could stick her tongue out at him again. Ginny couldn't help but grin as she hung the mistletoe above the living room door. She was nervous and giddy and excited and terrified again, all at the same time. She felt like cowering under her bed and screaming with joy, that word again. From the roof of the burrow. It was that pit of your stomach flipping with eagerness and anticipation feeling that she hadn't had in, well, since well before Michael Corner, certainly. Since she had avowed to herself and Hermione Granger that she did not like Harry Potter, that she had no interest in Harry Potter, that she would actively pursue boys other than Harry Potter, and that she would no longer allow herself to believe that she had any romantic inclination whatsoever towards Harry Potter. How had she never noticed that when she packed that all away, she had packed away that wonderful, awful feeling of excitement and nerves with it? It was back now, with a vengeance. It had started the morning after Slughorn's party. True to his word, Dean did not see her before he left Hogwarts. She had stewed over it at breakfast, sick with guilt over Dean and how she had treated him, while at the same time furious with him because he had caused her to miss Slughorn's party, which if the morning after buzz was any indication had actually turned out to be more than decent. All of those concerns left her, however, as she hurried down the hall to McGonagall's office shortly before 11 o'clock, concerned she'd miss the flow connection that had been set up to take she, Harry, and Ron back to the burrow. She quickly turned the corner into the office, and ran full on into Harry, who had been in the middle of telling Ron, "Relax, I'll go find her," off. Ginny and Harry both stumbled backwards. "Are you all right, Harry?" she asked. "Fine, I'm fine, fine," Harry had said, straightening his glasses. Then he had looked at her. "I was just coming to get you." As his eyes turned to her, Ginny had forgotten everything she had been worrying about in regards to Dean. She forgot about Dean completely, in fact, and she forgot about Ron and Professor McGonagall, and Christmas and flowing home. Truthfully, if someone had asked her right at that moment, she may have forgotten her own name. All she knew was Harry's eyes, and his hair, and his face, and his kindness and his warmth and his loyalty and everything, everything that was wonderful about him, that she had always known was wonderful about him but had forgotten until just then. She was busy forgetting everything else in the world, but she was remembering what it was like to like Harry. If Dean was threatening to break up with her, she could choose to stew in that guilt, or she could choose to explore other options. And no other option, she suddenly remembered, had ever quite appealed to her as much as the one that she had just bumped into. She barely remembered traveling home, or greeting her parents or climbing up to her room to unpack her bag. Her world was spinning, and yet things were starting to make sense again. Her inexplicable fits of emotion, her mood swings, that nagging little voice in the back of her head, well, it was all painfully obvious now, wasn't it? And all it had taken was a fight with her boyfriend, a relationship on the verge of collapse, and an accidental collision in the unintentional gaze of a pair of emerald green eyes. She felt as if she was 11 years old again, with a maddening and gleeful crush on the boy who lived, only multiplied now by about a zillion. And as she climbed down away from the mistletoe she had just hung in the living room and put away the stepladder she had been standing on, she knew that at the moment she had realized what had been going on inside of her head and her heart. The instant she had figured it out, in that instant she had, in her mind at least, broken up with Dean. Honestly, he was making it so easy for her. All she had to do was not step onto the Quidditch pitch the day they returned to Hogwarts and it would be officially done. Why, it almost seemed like nothing more than the simplest of formalities. She had, admittedly, begun openly flirting with Harry, although not as brazenly as she may have had in order to get the attention of Michael or Dean. Harry was different, and try though she may, there was still something about him that left her feeling tongue-tied and slightly foolish. Still, it wasn't easy to flirt with the boy you liked in the middle of the Weasley house at Christmas time, especially when she did not want her brothers, particularly Ron, to get wind of her newfound interest. Harry himself was both completely oblivious to any flirtation, no surprise, and clearly did not reciprocate her feelings, again no surprise, and every time she turned around, it seemed, somebody new had arrived to spend the holidays, be it Fred and George, Bill and Fleur, or even Professor Lupin. Still, Ginny found herself so giddy over her revelation that nothing that would normally bother her was bothering her. She even took the news that Fleur would be sharing her room with relative grace, going so far as to thank Fleur repeatedly for the perfume that she was now making a point of wearing around the house. So Christmas Eve arrived and for all her intentions, it wasn't as though she'd gotten much time alone with Harry to really try and lay on some charm. She tried not to think about whether or not she'd actually be able to do that if given the chance, and not simply swallow her tongue and run to her room as had been her wont as a child, but she chose not to worry about such things, so happy was she that she had finally come to terms with this attraction that she had spent over 2 years denying. The family was gathered in the living room, listening to a Christmas-time broadcast over the Wizarding Wireless Network by Celestina Warbeck. As Ginny loathed Celestina Warbeck with every fiber of her being, she eagerly grasped upon the opportunity offered by Fred and George for a game of exploding snap. Besides, lying on the rug with them provided her with an excellent vantage point for blatantly staring at Harry, sitting on the couch between her father and Professor Lupin. She rather lost track of the game, to be honest, and finally Fred looked up at her quizzically. "Hey," he said, "it's not that we don't mind winning, Gin, but could you at least put in some effort?" "What's so interesting, anyway?" muttered George, craning his head around to see Harry, now in conversation with their father and Lupin. "Oh," he turned back to Fred and Ginny with a wry smile on his face. "The Order of the Phoenix hard at work, pumping, the Chosen One, for some precious information, it would seem." "What do you mean?" Ginny asked her brothers. "It's not often the Order gets Harry Potter alone in their living room," Fred explained. "I'll bet that Dad and Lupin are pressing him to let them know about what Dumbledore's been up to." "Why?" Ginny asked. "They're in the Order. Surely they know whatever Dumbledore knows." The twins both shook their heads. "That's not the gist we've been getting," Fred said, leaning in close and lowering his voice, the game now forgotten. "It seems as though Dumbledore's playing this hand close. Dad and the others figure that the only one who really knows what's going on with the old codger is Harry." Ginny rolled that information over in her mind for a moment, taking the opportunity to pretend to be studying Harry strategically when in actuality she was just admiring how the firelight illuminated his features. "Harry has been taking special one-on-one classes with Dumbledore," she recalled to her brothers. Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance. "That locks that theory up tight, then, doesn't it?" Fred replied with a grin, though George looked a touch more somber. Ginny glanced up again at Harry, this new information fighting for a space among the more fanciful notions that she had been developing over the past few days. In this new light, she noticed that the exchange between Harry, Lupin, and her father did seem to be on the serious, somewhat heated side. At that moment, Celestina Warbeck's show ended. Mrs. Weasley applauded enthusiastically along with the audience from over the WWN, but stopped to glare at Fleur when the latter proclaimed, "Easy et over." "Thank goodness, what an horrible. Shall we have a nightcap, then?" her father asked loudly to cut off any trouble. "Who wants eggnog?" With that, he hurried into the kitchen. As conversation picked up around them and the others began to head lazily into the kitchen, George turned to Fred and Ginny where they lay on the rug. "What I don't understand," he muttered, "is how Dumbledore expects us to prepare for what's coming when he won't tell us what's coming. The truth is, Gin," and at this George leaned in conspiratorially, "Dumbledore's been relying more and more on just two people, it seems. Harry, for one, and Snape. A match made in heaven, really," Fred offered dryly. "And whatever's coming," George continued, "the only thing everyone seems agreed on is that Harry is the key." "Dumbledore's protecting him," Fred chimed in. "The Order is basically on a constant Harry watch, even if he doesn't know it. Dad has heard that officials at the Ministry want to get to Harry for something, but Dumbledore won't let them," George added. "And of course, good old he who must not be named is a big fan of Mr. Potter over there, and wants him for Merlin knows what, but nobody seems to think it's just to kill him," finished Fred. Ginny looked at Harry again, who was now lost in deep conversation with Professor Lupin. "I didn't know," she said sadly. "I mean, I knew, but I didn't know. I guess I never realized how in demand Harry was. And then, of course," George continued, "they're all in a panic about the X Factor." "What's the X Factor?" Ginny asked. "That while they all take their sweet time figuring out their next move," Fred explained, "Harry over there is going to take Ron and Hermione and do something incredibly stupid. Because I don't know if you've noticed over the years, Gin, but those three pretty much hold the ticket on doing incredibly stupid things." A tray of steaming mugs was thrust in front of them. "Eggnog?" asked their father. They all sat up and took mugs off the tray, thanking him, and he moved on to offer drinks to Harry and Lupin. Fred fell into conversation with Bill and Fleur, and George got up, stretched, and moved to a chair. Ginny remained sprawled on the living room rug, sipping from her mug and studying Harry, though more covertly than before. With some surprise, she realized for the first time how much older and more tired he looked than when she had first seen him on the platform at King's Cross 5 years ago, which in turn caused her to remember that she, herself, was older as well than the 11-year-old who had back then developed a tongue-tying crush on Harry Potter. Ginny slept in on Christmas morning. By the time she awoke most of the house sounded abuzz downstairs and Fleur had already vacated the room. It had been a fitful sleep. Her conversation with Fred and George had managed to put a bit of a damper on the exuberance she had been wrapping herself up with in regards to Harry, though it would seem not entirely, because realizing he was in the house this morning still put the same stupid grin on her face that it had been putting there every morning this holiday. With a yawn, she slipped her feet into her slippers, pulled on her robe, and grabbed one of the wrapped packages that had made their way to the bottom of her bed overnight. The usual was there. Presents from her parents, a sweater from her mum, the addition this year of some wheezes from the twins, and another package, wrapped in colorful and non-traditional, floral printed paper and wrapped up in a series of delicate and intricate ribbons. Could it be from Dean? Ginny grimaced at the thought. She carefully untied the ribbons. It seemed a crime to cut something done up so lovely, and opened the box. When she saw the contents inside, she gasped. They were robes, but they were remarkably feminine, pale yellow in color, made of what felt to be frighteningly expensive silk with a delicate lace trim. Ginny goggled at them, turning them over in her hands, admiring the smoothness of the silk and the intricate design of the lace, but mostly wondering who in the world would have gotten her these. "Do you like them?" Ginny looked up and saw Fleur standing in the doorway, grinning broadly. "I picked them out especially for you," she said. "It's fairly safe to say you do not have robes like them, no?" No," Ginny stammered, still looking at the robes in her hand. "I certainly don't." "Maybe you should not tell your parents about these, Fleur remarked with a smile and a wink. "Although I should think that your boyfriend will like them." She crossed to the door, but a moment before shutting it she looked back to Ginny with a knowing smile. "Or perhaps, Ari." She was gone before Ginny had a chance to reply. She sat silently, wondering if she had been too obvious about her newfound interest, wondering if she should maybe pull back a bit, but no, she decided to herself. After all, she had every right to like a boy. She was, after all, single, even if only in her own mind. And what did she care if Fleur had noticed what she was doing? If anyone knew anything about flirting in this house, it was certainly going to be Fleur far more so than, say, the twins or Ron. She couldn't help but laugh just a little bit at this thought. Ginny carefully folded the pale yellow robes back into their box and shoved the whole thing under her bed. Fleur, as obnoxious as she was right about one thing. The last thing Ginny needed was for her mother to come across this particular gift. Joining her family for Christmas lunch, Ginny wore the far safer garb of her Weasley holiday sweater. Harry and Ron were the last to arrive at the already crowded table, and as they tromped down the stairs Ron was saying, "Really cracking, don't you think? Hermione and her house elf rights crusade just took a few hits. You really haven't a brain, have you, Ronald?" Ginny said in amazement, trying to ignore the chorus of hallelujahs that broke out in her head when Harry grinned at her comment. Ron wasn't so impressed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ginny shrugged in response. "All I'm saying is that once in a while you might want to be nice about the things Hermione cares about, like house elf rights and all that. You're not 12 anymore, you know." Ron opened his mouth to protest again, but then stopped as his eyes glazed over in thought. Hopefully she had finally struck a chord in him. "What are you two going on about house elves for, anyway?" asked Bill from across the table as Fleur fawned over him and up his plate with food under the disdainful gaze of Mrs. Weasley. "Right," chimed in Fred. "It's not like you'll ever be able to afford one, Ronnikins, though we've been thinking of getting one or two for the shop." "Yeah, well, don't tell Hermione," Ron grumbled, although not so effusively as before, Ginny noted. "I have a house elf," Harry reminded everyone. "Unfortunately." "Oh, right, that detestable creature," George replied, prompting a quick rap on the back of the head with a wooden spoon and an admonishment to watch his language by their mother. "And how is Creature, Harry?" Lupin asked, leaning forward. "I understand you've ordered him to live at Hogwarts." "Never see him," Harry shrugged, spooning parsnips onto his plate. "But he did send me a Christmas present." The entire table turned to him in shock, except for Ron, who impressed Ginny by turning a shade of red she had never seen before while attempting to hold back his laughter. "A present from a house elf?" asked Mr. Weasley. "How peculiar. Have you ever heard of that before, Remus?" "No," said their former professor with interest. "What did he get you, Harry?" Harry finished serving himself before looking up evenly at the table, all waiting expectantly for an answer. Ginny was curious herself, and Ron's barely constrained fit of hysteria was only serving to pique her interest further. "Box of maggots," Harry said simply. Ron exploded into laughter as the rest of the table just stared, some in horror, some in delighted amazement. "It's not still up there?" Mrs. Weasley asked in disgust, turning to the staircase, ready to charge up with a broom and her wand. "Nope, we threw it out the window," Ron managed between sputters, wiping tears from his eyes. "Right, Happy Christmas to you, then," said Fred, picking up a serving bowl and passing it down towards Harry. "Care for some rice?" This set off another round of laughter, and the table settled into a good-natured buzz of conversation and storytelling. Ginny kept one ear on the conversation, being sure to drop a comment or two amongst the chatter, making extra sure to do so for the benefit of Fleur, who was, as far as Ginny was concerned, too observant for her own good, but she also managed to keep one eye on Harry the entire time, watching him eat, watching him laugh, watching him murmur to Ron and joke with the twins. She was watching him so intently, as a matter of face, it came to no surprise that she was the one who saw it. Reaching across the table, happy to have something, anything, to say to Harry directly, and even happier still to have a reason to touch him however innocently, she said, "Harry, you've got a maggot in your hair." With her slender fingers she delicately picked the tiny creature out from just over his ear, trying to ignore the swooping in her stomach as her hand brushed against the side of his face, immensely grateful that she was wearing her long-sleeved Weasley sweater so that the goose pimples that suddenly exploded up and down her arm were hidden and invisible. She flicked the grub away onto the floor where Bill then stomped on it for good measure, in spite of Fleur's protestations of, "Ow, horrible." Ginny made quite a show, then, of tucking back into her plate. She certainly didn't want to seem obvious. Fortunately, Fleur was immediately distracted by Ron's graceless efforts to pass her the gravy. She was saved from an unsightly brown stain down her front by Bill's quick wandwork. "You were as bad as Zat Tonks," she said to Ron, laughing airily as she did so. She is always knocking. I invited dear Tonks to come along today, but she wouldn't come, Mrs. Weasley said, cutting off Fleur and giving her a stern look. She did, however, immediately turn that look to Professor Lupin, just as Ginny knew she would. Have you spoken to her lately, Remus? No, Lupin said shortly and without looking up from his plate. I haven't been in contact with anybody very much. But Tonks has got her own family to go to, hasn't she? Ginny's mum said, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Ginny rolled her eyes, though she doubted very much anyone else understood what was going on. Maybe. I got the impression she was planning to spend Christmas alone, actually. Ginny had thought earlier in the year that all this talk of Tonks had been for Bill's benefit. She had never personally thought that Tonks was Bill's type, but she was willing to give it a shot as anything had to be better than her brother marrying Flem. She had finally picked up that it was not Bill whom her mother was pushing towards Tonks, but Professor Lupin. Ginny was sure there was more of a story there, but had yet to surmise what that story was. She was surreptitiously watching Harry ask Professor Lupin a question, something about Patronuses she couldn't quite make out, when her mother's fork clattered to the table and she rose to her feet, hand clutching her chest and eyes goggling out of her head. For an instant, Ginny thought she had been crucioed, but then she cried out, Arthur! Arthur! It's Percy! Everyone craned their heads to look out the kitchen window, and Ginny jumped to her feet to get a better look. Sure enough, there he was, the prodigal son himself, tromping through the snowy front yard, and with him was Arthur. He's with the minister. The newly appointed Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, was limping along behind Percy, managing a very commanding air even with the deficiency in his stride, his mane of gray hair billowing around him. The kitchen as a whole was speechless as the door swung open. Percy stood in the doorway, stiff and unnatural looking. He gazed over his family imperiously for a long moment before finally declaring, Merry Christmas, Mother. Oh, Percy, Ginny's mother cried, throwing herself into his arms. Ginny and Bill shared an irritated look. Ginny was glad that she was not the only one who saw the insincerity dripping off of Percy's countenance. By now, Scrimgeour had entered the kitchen, and watched the scene in front of him play out with an affected air of happiness. You must forgive this intrusion, he said after a smiling and weeping Mrs. Weasley had disengaged from a still stiff Percy and wiped her eyes. Percy and I were in the vicinity, working, you know, and he couldn't resist dropping in and seeing you all. It took every ounce of effort she had in her not to gag. Ginny glanced at her father and other brothers. They were buying this no more than she and Bill were. Judging by the expression on Ron's face, she thought he might hex the lot of them. And Harry. Harry was watching the scene play out impassively, but his eyes were just perceptibly narrowed as he studied the Minister of Magic up and down as one would measure up an opponent before a duel. Meanwhile, Scrimgeour was pleasantly rebuffing her mother's requests for him to join them. I don't want to intrude, he insisted, wouldn't be here at all if Percy hadn't wanted to see you all so badly. Oh, Perce, said her mother, a fresh set of tears readying themselves to flow as she reached up to him. We've only looked in for 5 minutes, continued the minister, so I'll have a stroll around the yard while you catch up with Percy. No, I assure you I don't want to butt in. Well, if anybody cared to show me your charming garden, that young man's finished, why doesn't he take a stroll with me? He had now let his gaze settle on Harry, which would have been harmless enough, Ginny thought angrily, if she, Fleur, and George were not also finished, and if anyone could possibly believe for a second that the Minister of Magic was unaware of Harry Potter's name. The atmosphere around the table grew even thicker, and even Ginny's mum seemed to be becoming aware that something here was not entirely right. Ginny waited for Harry to turn where he stood and head upstairs, to thwart the entire disgusting plan of her equally disgusting brother and his deplorable boss. But instead, Harry simply nodded. Yeah, all right, he said, standing up and heading for the garden door. It's fine, he said to Professor Lupin, who had shown signs of getting up with him. Fine, he repeated while brusquely pulling on his coat, this time to Mr. Weasley. Wonderful, said Scrimgeour as Harry walked briskly past him and outside. We'll just take a turn around the garden, and Percy and I'll be off. Carry on, everyone. With that, the minister joined Harry outside, letting the door close behind him, and leaving in his wake one of the most awkward scenarios Ginny had ever been party to. They sat there awkwardly, Percy standing over them. Now that the minister was gone, he seemed reluctant to continue pretending, even badly, that he wanted to be there. Aren't you going to join us, Percy?" said Mrs. Weasley hopefully, though anyone else at the table could see that it was a lost cause. "No point. We'll only be a minute," Percy replied stiffly, and then resumed his silence. It sat over the room for a moment, and then in a what appeared to be a desperate and misguided attempt to break the awkwardness, Fleur stood up. "We haven't not been properly introduced, I think," she said loudly. "I am Fleur Delacour, and I will be marrying your brother Ian." "We've met," Percy said bitterly, cutting her off. Fleur seemed confused. "I'm sorry, haven't we?" "Yes," Percy explained. "During the Triwizard Tournament, I was one of the judges." "You were?" Fleur said in amazement, backing once again into her seat. "I am sorry, but I do not remember you." "Think hard, Fleur," Fred offered. He was the one with his head completely up Minister Fudge's. "George." "I'm Fred, Mum. Whichever you are, stop that immediately. It's no wonder Percy never comes to visit anymore." Mrs. Weasley seemed to be desperately trying to treat this as just another sibling argument, and it made Ginny even madder at her elder brother to see firsthand what he was doing to their mum. "Why are you here, Percy?" asked their father quietly, and all eyes turned to Arthur. It was rare to see Arthur Weasley so angry, even quietly so, and it immediately drew a hush over all other activity at the table. Percy met his father's gaze for a moment, but then turned away. As Minister Scrimgeour said, he muttered, "I came to wish you all a happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, then," said Mr. Weasley. "And you can be on your way." "Arthur, how can you?" But a stern glance, unusual from her father to her mother, silenced Ginny's mum. "You can be on your way," Mr. Weasley repeated, folding his hands in front of his lips and directing a piercing gaze at his son. Is Minister Scrimgeour not finished pressing Harry for information? Ginny glanced outside, as did Ron and her other brothers. The minister and Harry were standing on the far side of the garden, and Scrimgeour was talking animatedly to Harry, who was staring determinedly at a spot on the ground, apparently unmoved by whatever words were being used to ply him. "The minister," Percy began, his voice growing heated, "is attempting to do what is best for the wizarding community, and for general overall appearances. Realizing it's hard for people to believe the ministry has a chance against he who must not be named without the chosen one on their side, are you?" Bill asked coolly. Ginny was grateful for the presence of Bill, whose relaxed countenance seemed to be the only thing keeping their father in check. "The chosen one," Percy scoffed. "Nonsense. Ridiculous rubbish. He hasn't been chosen for anything. You've got one up on him then, Percy, as you've been officially chosen as the year's biggest prat, second year running." "Fred, awards ceremony to be held at Malfoy Manor. Congrats, old bean." "George, enough. I'd hardly expect a couple of dropouts like you to understand," Percy sniffed. At this, Ginny caught the glance shared between the twins. As one, they stealthily reached for their spoons, filling them with mashed parsnips and ducking them beneath the table. "I've tried to tell you all," Percy said, looking around the table. "Harry Potter is trouble, and Dumbledore is worse. One does not fight a war with school boys and textbooks. Whatever romanticized notion that old fool has about prophecies and love is nothing more than silly gibberish. Don't you speak about Albus Dumbledore that way," Arthur warned him, but Percy continued. "I've tried to convince you three," he said to his parents and Bill, "and as for you two," he said to Fred and George, laughing, "well, why even bother?" He looked at Ron. "I had thought you, Ron, might listen to reason, being made a prefect and all." "Bite me, Ronald, really, but what about you?" It took Ginny a moment to realize that Percy was looking directly at her. In fact, everyone at the table was looking at her. Ginny looked at Ron, and he gave her the tiniest of shrugs. "What do you say, Ginevra?" Percy asked. "I should think you, of all people, should understand the danger of that man being allowed to run his school with blatant disregard to the rules and standards laid forth by the Ministry of Magic." "Why, If Dumbledore had allowed the Ministry to have a firmer hand at the school, that unfortunate situation with the so-called Chamber of Secrets may never have happened. Nobody spoke. Although her eyes were downcast, she could feel the gaze of her family on her. She allowed herself to take in the full meaning of Percy's words before she responded. "I understand," she said slowly. Then she stood and met Percy's gaze. "I understand that you're a complete git." She heard the appreciative chuckles of Ron, Bill, and the twins, and even her parents did not seem to entirely disapprove. Lupin gave her a little wink. Percy shook his head in disapproval. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised," he lamented. "What with your unhealthy obsession with Harry Potter? To be honest, I knew exactly how you'd react when asked to choose against him, and for what silly reason." The chuckling stopped. Ginny's jaw set and she could feel the blood racing up to her face. "You think you know, Percy," she hissed dangerously. Percy's eyes widened a little, but he did not speak. "You think you know. You don't know. When I was in the so-called Chambers of Secrets, when I was having my unfortunate situation, when I was possessed by Voldemort, do you know what the Ministry's response was?" "They were going to close down the school," Arthur said quietly. "And do you know, Percy, do you know what Harry Potter's response was?" Her voice began to rise and her face got redder, but nobody dared interrupt her, especially not Percy. "Harry figured out what was going on, and he came to rescue me, that's what it was." "'S not like he didn't have some help," Ron muttered from next to her. "Perhaps now's not the time, Ron," suggested Fred. "So maybe I'm not the one who should be rethinking her loyalties," Ginny finished, her voice raised defiantly now. "Check a mirror, Percy. For all the good it might do." Percy met her angry gaze for a moment longer, before rolling his eyes and turning away. "Children," he muttered. The first load of parsnips hit him on the right cheek, the second, on the front of his robes. But it was the third spoonful, Ginny's quickly loaded spoonful, which landed right in his mouth as he turned to the twins to chastise them for their childishness. And it was at that moment, while Percy was sputtering angrily, that Harry re-entered the kitchen. He studied Percy for a moment, and then said, "That's a good look for you, Percy." Percy stomped out of the kitchen and into the garden. Everyone craned their necks to watch him leave through the window, where he joined an equally unhappy-looking minister. Once they had passed through the gates and dissipated, everyone's focus turned to Harry. "What happened, Harry?" Lupin asked, rising. "What did he want, son?" asked Arthur. Harry just looked at them all, taking in the weeping Mrs. Weasley, the somewhat stymied Fleur, the too pleased with themselves twins, and Ginny, who realized that she was still standing and could still feel the flush in her cheeks. Harry shook his head. I'm sorry, everyone." And with that, he thrust his hands in his pockets and quickly went up the stairs, shoulders slumped. "Harry, no, dear, come back," Mrs. Weasley cried after him. "Ron, go get him." Ron jumped up and followed Harry up the steps as everyone else sat silently, the festive mood shattered. "So," asked Fred into the somberness, "what's for dessert?" The mood picked up a bit as the day wore on. It would almost have to with the sampling of pies, cakes, and cookies that Mrs. Weasley had prepared. Ron did eventually convince Harry to come back downstairs, where he and the twins attempted to cheer him up with their scathingly accurate impressions of Percy. Still, as the evening wore on, the house descended again into a sort of muted somberness. While Harry and Ron played chess, and Bill, her father, and Professor Lupin had an urgent talk in the front yard, Ginny wandered into the kitchen where she found her mum slowly stirring a cup of tea, her eyes staring off into nothingness. "Mum," Ginny asked, pulling up a seat alongside her. "You all right?" Her mother smiled weakly, and patted Ginny's hand with her own. "I'm fine, dear, just fine. Don't bother yourself with Percy," Ginny tried to assure her. "He'll come to his senses someday. Or he won't," Mrs. Weasley said realistically. "Our wouldn't be the first family to be torn apart by silly arguments and politics." She sighed deeply. "Truth is, dear, I wasn't even thinking about Percy just now. I was worrying about Harry." "Harry?" Ginny frowned and her brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "Think of it, Ginny," explained her mum. "The Minister of Magic, on Christmas, comes to visit Harry Potter. In our house, Yes, but we had nothing to do with that visit, no matter what I wanted to believe. No, it was all about Scrimgeour wanting to talk to Harry. She shook her head in disbelief. I know we have seen some remarkable things since that boy has come into our lives, Ginny, but I hope you aren't so jaded by them that you can't recognize how extraordinary that is. The Minister of Magic, she explained, does not make house calls for just anyone. Ginny nodded. I suppose I didn't think of it that way, she said. They sat together in silence for a minute, and then Ginny asked, what did the minister want with Harry? Do you know? Oh, Merlin only knows, Mrs. Weasley sighed. Surely it had to do with the prophecy and being the chosen one and you know who and all that. Incidentally, dear, you are being a little liberal with his name, don't you think? I feel I'm entitled, Ginny said dryly. We know each other intimately. Oh, I know, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, grasping her daughter's hand, tears brimming anew. I am so sorry for that, and I am so sorry for the cavalier way that Percy brought it up. Ginny shrugged, but said nothing. She did not want to talk about it, honestly, not now. Imagine, her mother continued, what might have happened if not for Harry Potter. It amazes me, the things that boy has already done for us, and not just for our family, but for all of us. A single tear fell down her mother's cheek. And I can't even imagine how much we all have to ask of him still. I simply can't imagine it, Ginny. Later that night, Ginny could not sleep. There were just too many things about which she could not stop thinking. Percy, Dumbledore, the Minister, the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry. That last was not a new development. Harry had been on her mind, really, for weeks now, since he had caught she and Dean snogging in the hallway. But it felt differently tonight. It felt different. She could not put her finger on it. Finally, at 1 in the morning, she gave up. Tossing the covers aside, she stepped into her slippers and pulled on her robe. Tea. She needed tea. Quietly, she padded down the steps towards the kitchen. Imagine her surprise to see that somebody had already beaten her there. Harry, she whispered. Startled, he looked up from the mug he had been cradling himself. Ginny, he said, and he seemed almost alarmed, but it passed. Sorry, I was thinking. "'S'all right," she answered, slipping into the kitchen. I think we had the same idea. I'll leave, if you want. No, she said quickly, then hastened to add, you don't have to. Harry just nodded. Quietly and swiftly, Ginny made her own cup of tea, and then sat down at the table opposite of Harry. They sat together in silence, each sipping their tea, occasionally glancing at each other. Finally, Ginny broke the quiet. So, Ginny asked, what did Scrimgeour want? But Harry slowly shook his head. I'm really not supposed to talk about it, he told her apologetically. I promised Dumbledore, just Ron and Hermione. Ginny had expected this answer, and yet uncharacteristically, it did not bother her. The things about which she was tossing around in her bed slowly began to explain themselves. She sadly shook her head. It's not fair, she said softly. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes pleading behind his glasses. Please, he said, I know it's not. I wish I could talk about it, I do, but I can't. I didn't listen to Dumbledore last year and people died. I'm really sorry, Ginny. Honestly. That's not what I mean, she corrected him. I mean it's not fair, what they all ask of you. The Ministry wants you to do things for them. The Order tells you what to do. Dumbledore gives you private lessons, teaching you I don't know what. Quote. Harry looked away. They all want what's best for me, he mumbled, although at that moment it didn't seem as if he much believed it. Ginny continued. Maybe they do, she said. But it's not fair. You're 16 years old. It's not fair that you're not allowed to act it. Harry nodded slowly, but still did not look at her. It's all right, he told her, though the softness in his tone said otherwise. I'm the chosen one, if you didn't know. He shrugged. Whatever that means. Ginny shook her head softly, and then leaned in towards Harry just a little bit, almost imperceptibly. Just say it, she whispered. Say what? Harry asked, his eyes still averted. Say that it's not fair, she softly implored him. Just say it once, because it isn't. He did not speak, but he finally looked at her, his wide green eyes boring into hers, and if she stayed completely still she swore she could feel his heart beating just as quickly as her own. "Go on," she urged him. "I won't tell anyone, and afterwards, as soon as morning comes, you can go on being the chosen one, and the boy who lived, and all of that rubbish. But just for 1 second, please, admit it, it's not fair." He stayed silent, but their eyes remained locked. For a brief moment she thought she may have pushed him too far, in the wrong way, but that moment passed quickly. Somehow, she knew that she hadn't. Finally, he leaned in towards her, ever so slightly, and in a hushed whisper, as though afraid Albus Dumbledore might hear him otherwise, he said with a small, rueful smile, "It's not fair." Ginny returned his small smile with one of her own. "Well, of course it's not," she agreed. A moment hung between them forever, each pair of eyes searching within those of the other. For not the first time, Ginny found that this silence with Harry was very unlike most of the silences she shared with people, in that rather than demanding some inane chatter to awkwardly fill it, it really demanded quite the opposite. And it was shattered moments later when her father came in from his shed. "Harry, Ginny," Arthur said with some surprise. "I didn't expect to find you two up. I was just outside talking with Bill and Remus. Am I interrupting anything?" "No, Mr. Weasley," Harry said quickly, straightening up and dropping his eyes back into his tea. "Nothing," Ginny agreed, taking another sip of her tea as well. She actually was quite sure that it had been something, but, come to think of it, maybe it hadn't been. Maybe all she was feeling now, for Harry, was the residue of a long-forgotten crush, no more substantive than the dregs at the bottom of her teacup. But maybe it was also something else, something that she was just now beginning to remember. She was fairly certain that was the case, but whatever it was, over the last 48 hours, things had changed. Within her, around her, her understanding of the stakes and of everything that was piled on Harry's shoulders, and all of their shoulders, her understanding of it all had changed, and this change had changed everything else. Things had changed, and she needed time to digest it, this, whatever it was that was rolling through her now. "Ginny," her father asked, "would you mind if I talked to Harry alone for a moment?" "Sure," she said, getting up and placing her cup in the sink. "Good night, Harry," she said softly. "Night, Gin," he replied, casting a look her way. Ginny started up the steps, but then turned back to her father. "Just so you know though, Daddy, it's not fair." "Ginny, I'm sorry," her father began the explanation she had given her 100 times before, "but you know that there are some things we have to discuss that, well, I'm afraid you can't hear." "I'm sorry." Ginny shook her head. "That's not what I'm talking about," she assured her father quietly. And with a shared smile between she and Harry, Ginny turned up the staircase and headed off to bed. "You see," Ginny explained, "a few months ago I suffered what I suppose you might call a relapse." Hermione looked puzzled, and said something that still sounded completely alien coming out of her mouth. "I don't understand. A relapse?" "Keep it down," Ginny said quietly. "Madam Pants might hear you, and the last thing I want to deal with is some sort of ruckus." "Fine, fine," Hermione tutted, clearly eager to stay on topic. "Explain to me again. What relapse?" Ginny sighed and gazed out the tall cathedral-style library windows into the early February snow. "I mean that, sometime last term, you could say I had sort of been," here she took a deep breath, and rushed out the words, "thinking about Harry. Quite a bit, again." Hermione's eyes went wide. "You mean, thinking about Harry? Is there any other way?" "Of course. Although I'll have you know that it's done. Over and done. It came and it went, that's it." "And at what point was it done?" "When we came back to school," Ginny replied. "And when I got back to Dean. My boyfriend. Remember him?" "I do," the older girl answered curtly. "Do you?" "No need to be awful about it," Ginny huffed. "You asked." "I did, you're right," Hermione said, taking the attitude out of her voice. "So you say it's over." "It is. Fine. When did it begin?" "Oh, I don't know," Ginny answered with practiced idleness. "I suppose sometime around the Quidditch match against the Slytherins." "It's so silly." She laughed lightly, another well-rehearsed maneuver. "After the match, After I knocked the announcer's desk on Zacharias Smith, Harry hugged me, and, it's so childish, well, I think that may have done it. So silly. But then we got back to the burrow for the holiday. Images flashed before Ginny's mind's eye at this point. Images of Harry and his questioners and maggots in hair and conversations over tea, but she quickly pushed them away. And? Asked Hermione. Oh, yes. Well, at the burrow, I had the crush and then, she shrugged carelessly, another practiced move. I didn't. Just like that, was Hermione's incredulous response. Just like that. HMMPH. Hermione measured Ginny up with an expertly analytical eye for a few long moments. Ginny, for her part, sat cool and quiet, letting Hermione see only what she wanted Hermione to see. So what do you plan to do? Hermione finally asked, the concern and interest in her voice imperceptibly betrayed by the excited gleam in her eye. Nothing, said Ginny firmly. As I told you, it's done. It was just my stupid childhood crush coming through again. Nothing more. All right, Hermione said carefully. But what if it is more? At this, Ginny momentarily struggled to maintain her carefully measured composure. What do you mean? She asked with just the appropriate level of idle curiosity. I mean, Hermione explained, this hasn't happened to you in a while, has it? Almost 2 years, Ginny admitted. Right, so, what if this time was different? Did you feel like you used to? Yes, Ginny lied coolly. Completely. But are you sure? Hermione, Ginny interrupted her. It was nothing more than a silly schoolgirl crush making a surprise appearance. Don't make it out to be any more than that. I wouldn't even have brought it up if you hadn't asked. Hermione leaned back in her chair. I don't know that I should believe you, she said. Don't believe me, then. You've been sneaking peeks at Harry when nobody's looking. You're imagining things. You always have. You're withdrawn and moody. I'm a 15-year-old girl. Comes with the territory. And you've been spending less and less time with Dean. I have been studying for my OWLs. Ginny said, raising her voice to the point where she earned an admonishing look from Madame Pants. You of all people, I would think, she continued at a lower tone, know the importance of the OWLs. Hermione nodded slowly. I suppose, she said cautiously, still clearly rolling some things around in her head. Besides, Ginny said with a casual shrug meant to convey a closure of the subject, even if I were interested, I'm fairly certain Harry has other things on his mind. With that, she made a great show of hauling her potions textbook out of her bag, flopping it open on the table, and burying her nose in it. Contrary to convincing appearances, however, she was not studying. She had her senses well attuned to pick up any and all responses from Hermione. Things on his mind other than what, exactly? The elder girl asked. You. No, don't be absurd, Ginny replied with a carefully crafted lilt of laughter but without looking up from her book. I meant girls in general. But since you brought it up, here she glanced up at Hermione, I am very certain I am not on Harry's mind, either. Entirely certain. And with a, what a silly notion. Smile on her lips, Ginny dropped her eyes again, continuing to pretend to read. Well, Hermione said slowly. Ginny's ears perked up, but she would not allow her eyes to do the same. Well, what? She asked. There was that one time, Hermione said slowly. That first Hogsmeade trip, when he invited you to come with us. That struck me as odd. Why? Because you lot never ask anyone to play with you. Ginny said with a grin and a glance up to her friend to find that Hermione was still peering at her intently. Don't read too much into things, Hermione. Harry was just being nice. But as she dropped her eyes back to her book, she did not mention to Hermione that she had already thought of that moment, and had replayed it in her head just a few hundred times. Finally, Hermione got up. She stayed at the table for a moment longer, studying Ginny as carefully as Ginny was pretending to study potions. Finally, she said, well, if you're certain, then. Ginny nodded. I am. Hermione took up her bag and books, but turned back before leaving. You know, Ginny, you're not as clever as you think you are. Ginny met Hermione's gaze with one of her own and a small smile. Neither are you. Hermione smiled back. We'll see, was her reply, and then she was off. Ginny waited a few minutes before glancing up, In case Hermione was still watching, she wanted to ensure that she seemed as though she had completely forgotten the conversation and was now thoroughly ensconced in her studies. When she did look up from her book to see that Hermione had indeed left, she exhaled a breath she didn't even know she was holding. That had been entirely too close, she realized as she stuffed her unread potions book back into her bag. Hermione had almost caught her, and had clearly been watching her closely over the past few weeks. It seemed as though she had better put forth a more convincing front than she had been thus far, although as she trudged back to her dormitory, she realized that if she was being completely honest with herself, there was a small part of her that had wanted Hermione to catch her, to call her out, to refuse to bite on her bluff. Then, maybe, she could stop lying about it, and she would be able to talk about it with somebody. Of course, it would help if she could figure out what it was. She no longer had a crush on Harry. She hadn't made that up. What she hadn't said was that what was once a mere crush had by now definitively grown into something much bigger and much scarier, and something she seemed much more likely to crash headlong into at some point in the near future. She had been hoping to put off that crash until she understood what, exactly, it was that she was dealing with, and things like being confronted by Hermione Granger in the library, demanding to know why Ginny had been avoiding her boyfriend and staring at Harry, things like that were exactly what she had been hoping to avoid until she sorted out the mess in her head. Ginny made it up to her dorm without further incident, and threw herself down onto her bed behind the protection of its canopy, staring blankly at the ceiling and feeling mildly annoyed that she may have to switch her favorite hiding spot. She had taken to hiding in the library since the start of term for a number of reasons. 1. She had been hoping to avoid questions like the ones Hermione had just now ambushed her with. 2. It afforded her plenty of time to think, although for several weeks now she had been thinking almost exclusively about the same issues over and over, and seemed no closer to an answer on any of them. 3. It allowed her an excuse not to see Dean. She shuddered as she reminded herself of that. For the umpteenth time, she tried to remember why she had returned to dating him once the new term had begun. She had had every intention, of avoiding him, of not going to see him in the stands of the Quidditch pitch when she, Ron, and Harry returned to Hogwarts after Christmas. In fact, after her father had sent her to bed following her late-night Christmas tea with Harry, she had fallen asleep with the firm belief that it had been the start of, well, the start of something, and she had had the absolute resolve to, well, to do something about it. That resolve wilted, however, with the arrival of daybreak and sunlight, and for one of the few times in her young life that she could remember her nerve had been lost. She had not been able to bring herself to even discuss the night's conversation with Harry, let alone expand upon it with him. As he seemed disinclined to mention it himself, the subject did not come up again. So when the day came for the return trip to Hogwarts, Ginny at least took solace in the fact that it would not be gut-wrenchingly impossible to at least address the other half of this equation. To break up with Dean, all she had to do was return to school and then not go down to the Quidditch pitch. This had seemed straightforward enough. But when the moment came to leave, something happened. Her mother was crying. That in itself wasn't surprising as she had been crying on and off ever since Percy's visit. Her tears took on a new intensity, however, as she hugged Harry tightly. "Promise me you'll look after yourself," she had said to him. "Stay out of trouble." "I always do, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said with a smile. "I like a quiet life, you know me." Her mother had laughed at that, but the tears did not stop. "Not completely. Be good, then, all of you." With that, Harry spun himself into the flow. As soon as he disappeared, so did the smile from Mrs. Weasley's face. "Look after him, Ronald," she said desperately to Ron. "Both of you," she added with a glance at Ginny. Ron shrugged. "What else is there to do at school?" "I mean it," admonished their mother. "It is up to us to keep watch out for that boy." At that, Mrs. Weasley's eyes had grown watery. "After all," she added in a wavering voice, "we are the only family he has." "Right, Mum," Ron had answered, rolling his eyes to Ginny. Ginny had reflexively rolled hers as well in response, but her mother's words had triggered a realization in Ginny. Harry had nobody in the world. He had no mother, no father, No grandparents, no siblings. His godfather had been murdered the year before. He had nobody, except for the Weasleys. After all, she had said it to him herself earlier that summer, hadn't she? Reminded him their mum saw him as another son. Ginny had said goodbye to her mother and followed Ron and Harry through the flow on autopilot. All she could think was, what was she thinking? She was going to. What? Ask Harry out. Date him. Ask him to be her boyfriend. How ridiculous and frivolous that word sounded. Boyfriend. And when he said, no, if he said, no, or even if he said, yes, and then they grew weary of each other as all boyfriends and girlfriends must do eventually, unless they marry, what then? Would it make Harry's visits to the Burrow awkward and embarrassing? Would he stop coming over altogether? Who was she to take away the only family he had left, even if only a surrogate family, just to satisfy what was surely just another silly little crush? These are the things that raced around her mind as she silently trailed behind Harry and Ron through the halls of Hogwarts towards Gryffindor Tower. She was so distracted that if pressed later on she would be able to offer no recollection of what Harry and Ron had talked about on the way from McGonagall's office, just as she barely noticed when Hermione approached them to give them the tower password and to ignore Ron. "You're being ridiculous," the little voice in the back of her head barked at her as they stepped into the Gryffindor common room. "Absolutely ridiculous. Harry does not simply think of you as Ron's little sister. No, but what if he thought of her as his own little sister? She hadn't really thought of that. I can't win with you, Ned the voice. She realized she was in no state to tell if these were legitimate concerns, or if they were fevered hallucinations taken on by a panicked mind. She was so distracted that the sight of Lavender Brown launching herself onto Ron's face hardly even nauseated her. She had barely sorted out her new feelings for Harry and what they meant, the feelings discovered over a late-night cup of tea, and now this whole new set of worries was throwing everything she had thought she had decided into an uproar. She needed more time to figure out what was what, because suddenly the delicate balance of emotions she had been stacking up for the past several weeks had toppled over into a jumbled mess and she had no idea how to put them back together. She realized in a near panic that she needed more time to think and to sort things through. Unfortunately, given the decision she had to make right then at that moment, in her mind at least it had seemed her time was up. And this is why, when she heard Hermione say, "There's a table over here." "Coming, Ginny," she had answered. "No, thanks, I said I'd meet Dean." And that's just what she did. She had turned right back out of the portrait hole and tromped her way to the Quidditch pitch. Right then, right at that moment, it had just seemed easier. Dean was ecstatic to see her, of course, and launched immediately into a long-winded explanation of how he was going to be a better boyfriend, through which Ginny had smiled and nodded at the appropriate moments, even throwing in a quick snog or two. She hadn't heard a word of it, though, as there was a stronger melancholy settling over her, the sense that she had begun to see the world in color but she was now willfully allowing it to fade back to gray. The next few weeks had blurred together. Dean fawned over her, walking her to classes and helping her through doors, being the perfect gentleman in the common room. But Ginny barely noticed any of it, and what she did notice irritated her. She had returned to him to buy herself some more time to think, but now had to fight the constant urge to scream out for fear of suffocation. "Are you all right?" Dean asked her in a typical evening exchange, lazing around the common room. "You seem distracted." I'm fine," she would then assure him, turning her gaze away from where Harry was huddled with Ron or Hermione across the room, never with both as the two of them were still not talking, hoping she had not been being too obvious. "I'm just worried about my OWLs, she would usually add, reaching for the easy excuse. Dean never asked her anything beyond that, so either he always bought it or he was too afraid to question it. The looks Parvati was giving her, however, told her that she would have to be less obvious. Fortunately, that wasn't difficult. She hardly spoke to Harry over the next few weeks. He had clearly become obsessed with something, as was often the case with him, and in passing Ginny had managed to catch vague mutterings between he and the other two about Draco Malfoy and, for some reason, Professor Slughorn. Still, it didn't hurt to play it safe. This is what had led her to begin spending so much time in the library, studying. Dean had actually sat with her the first few times, but when it became clear that she was not going to welcome the sort of distraction he had in mind, his visits to the library became more and more infrequent. Which had given Hermione the opportunity she had been waiting for, apparently, to come and confront Ginny about the very topics Ginny had been hoping to avoid discussing, at least until she had figured them out for herself. She was going to have to make it a point, she realized as she lay in bed later that night, to avoid speaking with Hermione alone for the time being. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't the only one noticing something was afoot. The day after their library discussion, Ginny was cornered after Quidditch practice by Demelza. "So what's going on with you?" asked the younger girl. "You've been distracted." "I don't think so," Ginny said casually, forcing herself to keep her eyes on her shoes as she laced them up. "You have," Demelza insisted. "Natalie says so, too. I've never seen you fly as poorly as you flew today." Ginny grimaced. She had been awful today. She was far more interested, she found, in keeping one eye on the team seeker than she was in keeping her eye on the quaffle. "I'm not allowed a poor practice?" Ginny asked as she straightened up. "Of course you are," Demelza hastened to say. "It's just that." "Don't worry about me, Dee," Ginny said, throwing her bag over her back and heading for the door. "If it makes you feel better, next scrimmage I'll outscore you and Dean 3-1. Promise." Demelza did not bring it up again. Luna did, though. In Transfiguration the next day, Ginny glanced up from her copy of Intermediate Transfiguration to see Luna peering at her. "What is it?" she whispered. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled. "You've figured it out," she said brightly. "No," Ginny answered irritably, burying her nose back in her book. "I loathe Transfiguration, you know that." "Not this," Luna answered impatiently, closing Ginny's book. Ginny looked up in surprise. She had never heard Luna sound impatient before. "You've figured it out." "No, I haven't," Ginny said, beginning to realize what Luna was talking about. "Of course you have." "I haven't. Just because you're lying to me doesn't change the truth," Luna said in her disconcerting matter-of-fact way. Before Ginny could think of a response, Professor McGonagall stepped in. "Miss Weasley, Miss Lovegood, if you don't mind." "We don't, Professor," Luna answered brightly. "Sorry, Professor," Ginny said quickly, and she and Luna continued to work in silence. If Ginny hadn't known better, she'd say that the smile on Luna's face wasn't her usual vacantly pleasant smile but was instead born out of smugness. Professor McGonagall wasn't the only teacher to single Ginny out. Professor Snape was being particularly vile to her this term, but that frankly wasn't out of the ordinary. Professor Flitwick pulled her aside after Charms Class 1 mid-February day to ask her about her waning attention and grade in what was traditionally her best subject. Ginny told him that she had been having female troubles, and the old professor blushed furiously, mumbled something along the lines of, "I do hope everything turns out all right," and never mentioned it again. It was Professor Slughorn, though, who managed to wake her from her semester-long slumber. "Miss Weasley, a moment," he called to her as the fifth years filed out of potions one day after class. Ginny approached Slughorn's desk as the portly teacher sat himself behind it. "So I have been wondering, Miss Weasley, have you given any further thought to the Amortentia?" It took Ginny a good 10 seconds to remember what Slughorn was talking about. "Oh," she exclaimed when her memory jogged back to her. "No, I forgot." It was the truth. Her mind had been so taken with other distractions that her curiosity over the mysterious third scent in the Amortentia had been completely set aside. Slughorn chuckled. "It can be rather like a dream," he said with a wink. "Difficult to hold on to that aroma, not unlike love itself. Still, if you do happen to recall it," he leaned in closer to her here, "remember an old man's curiosity, won't you?" Ginny walked out of Slughorn's classroom feeling slightly stupefied. The Amortentia, of course. She had completely forgotten about it. And given her current state, her current obsession, well, if she managed to figure out what it was she had smelled in that potion, maybe it would bring her one step closer to sorting out her emotions. It was a long shot, she realized, but at this point she was willing to try anything, as she had been angsting about this over the better part of 2 months. 2 months. Ginny stopped where she stood in the hallway. It was almost March 1st. It had been close to 2 months since the start of term. Had she really been slumping around in a fog for almost 2 months worrying about boys? She had been, hadn't she? It was the end of February, after all. They had been back since January 5th. No wonder people were starting to become suspicious. Why, she and Dean hadn't even done anything of note on Valentine's Day, just dinner in the Great Hall. She hadn't even worn any makeup or perfume, having shoved all of those particularly feminine things into the bottom of her trunk shortly after returning to school after the holidays. Was this really how she was going to be from now on? What was she, a 15-year-old girl? All right, she was, but that was hardly the point. She clenched her jaw. It was time to stop being a mope. That was not who she was. "Attagirl," said the voice in the back of her head. She marched into the common room. Dean and Seamus were there, holding court with Neville, Parvati, and most of Gryffindor Quidditch, excluding Harry and Ron. "Ginny," called Dean, waving her over. Ginny marched over to where they were sitting, grabbing Dean and Key. Dotting him aggressively to a chorus of woo-woos. She sat next to him, pushing Seamus aside as she did so, Dean grinning like a thief in the night. From across the room, Hermione gave her a questioning look. Ginny stuck her tongue out at the elder girl, and Hermione responded with a disapproving frown, returning then to her homework. Admittedly, Ginny realized as she chattered away happily with her boyfriend at the moment, this sort of behavior would not sort out her more immediate problems. But it would certainly attract less suspicion than would trudging around the castle like a mope, and at least for now, Ginny once again found herself in charge. Later that evening while lying in bed, her thoughts drifted back to Amortentia. Even if it led nowhere, at least the search for the third scent would give her something concrete to latch onto, something to actively and aggressively pursue. The problem was, even though she now knew what she was looking for, she herself still had no idea how or where to start looking. It had been so long ago since she had actually smelled the potion that she was finding it difficult to even recall the odor in question. Thinking back, she remembered the leather of a quaffle, her mother's kitchen, and a fireplace. The hearth at the burrow. In the common room. That didn't seem quite right. She sighed in frustration and punched her pillow into shape for the umpteenth time. This one was stumping her. Fortunately, she knew exactly who to ask for advice. She would just have to wait for the right opportunity to sneak a peek at Harry's copy of Advanced Potion Making and see what the Half-Blood Prince had to say on the subject of Amortentia. As it turned out, she didn't have to wait much longer. Friday night brought the profoundly odd sight of Harry and Ron doing homework in the common room along with Lavender and Parvati. Ginny watched them from across the room, curled up on one of the couches and purportedly reading from her own text. Dean and Seamus had headed down to the kitchens to nick a bit of food, and this was probably the best opportunity she was going to get. She waited until Harry had crossed to the other side of the room to ask Hermione a question, or perhaps to beg her to do his charms essay. Either way, Ron was still working on potions, which gave Ginny maybe the best opening she was going to get. "Homework on Friday," she said as she slipped into the chair across from Ron. Lavender and Parvati were ensconced in some sort of gossip and barely noticed her arrival. "Wanted to get it out of the way," he said with a shrug. "Tomorrow's my birthday, you know." "I do. I just don't care, thanks. So why not just put it off until Sunday?" "Oh, you know," Ron replied with a glance to the back of Lavender's head. "Ah," said Ginny. Say no more. Clearly, Lavender had decided for some reason that tonight would be a fine night to do homework. "Any big birthday plans?" Ginny asked. "None now that Hogsmeade has been cancelled," Ron said with a scowl. Ginny nodded, and reached across the table to pick up Harry's copy of Advanced Potion Making. "What are you doing?" Ron asked sharply. Ginny was not deterred. "Slughorn mentioned a potion in class the other day and it's not in our book," she explained. "I wanted to look it up." "Well, why don't you use your boyfriend's book?" "Do you see my boyfriend around?" Ginny asked. "Relax, I'm not going to turn it in." "Who do I look like, Hermione?" "What about Hermione?" Lavender said, quickly spinning to face them at the mention of she who must not be named. As Ron attempted to placate his girlfriend, Ginny quickly looked up Veritaserum, stuck her finger in the page to hold it, and then turned to the entry for Amortentia, skimming the page. The description of the spell was, Ginny assumed, fairly standard for a love potion, causes infatuation, obsession, unhealthy in large doses, cannot replicate, true, love, etc., etc., and the steps for making the potion itself were wildly complex. She had no intention of brewing a batch, but she did need more information than was provided by the textbook's actual author. Fortunately, there were additional notes to the entry provided by whoever this half-blood prince person was. Ginny turned the book on its side to look at the handwritten notation in the margin. It read, "Ineffectual rubbish. The true power lies in the aroma. A cauldron flame, elf-made wine." There was a third entry there, but it was scratched over in ink. Ginny slipped her wand from her pocket. "Tergio," she muttered. The ink was so old and dried out that the charm didn't have very much effect. Still, by peering very closely and wiping away a few dried flakes of ink, she was able to make out the words, "The thicket alongside the river." "What are you looking at?" "Veritaserum," Ginny answered her brother, who was eyeing her suspiciously now that Lavender had returned to her conversation with Parvati. Ginny flipped the book around to show him the page she had initially looked up and jammed her finger into hold. "Slughorn was talking about it in class and I was curious about it." "What, you're thinking of making a batch?" Ron asked as he took back Harry's book. Ginny smirked. "I don't think so. Too complicated for me. Maybe Hermione could do it. Or the twins. Or Harry Potter, potions genius." "You know," Ron said thoughtfully, "I think old Sluggy had a batch of that stuff brewing the first day." "Oh, right," Ginny pretended to remember. "He was setting up 3 cauldrons for the 6th years that first day as we left. One was Polyjuice Potion, and I guess one was Veritaserum." Ginny frowned as if trying hard to remember. "What was the third?" "Dunno," shrugged Ron, turning back to his essay. Disappointed, Ginny started to get up, but Ron stopped her. "Whitesecond, it was a love potion. Forget the name of it, though. Strange stuff. It's supposed to smell of the things you like best in the world, I think. Don't reckon it worked, though." "What did you smell in it?" Ginny asked, legitimately curious. Food." "What type of food?" "All of it, and Quidditch." "Really? What does Quidditch smell like?" "Dunno, but it smelled like Quidditch." "Those seem to line up, then," Ginny observed. "Yeah," said Ron, "but I also smelled ink. Honestly, ink. I hate schoolwork. Makes no sense." Ginny looked across the room to where Harry was sitting with Hermione. As was often the case, her hands were covered in ink. "You're right," she said dryly. "That makes no sense at all." Ron chuckled. "See, rubbish. You need more proof. Listen to what Harry smelled in it. Treacle tart, a broomstick, and flowers." "Flowers. Ridiculous, isn't it?" "Right," Ginny said with a nod, not really listening anymore. "Ridiculous." She sat back in her chair, her brow furrowed. She peered over at Harry curiously, and looked around the room suspiciously. She was suddenly irritated with any girl in the room who had ever worn anything that smelled even remotely of flowers. She spent the rest of her evening distracted again, barely hearing what Dean or anyone else had to say to her, racking her brain, but she was no longer wondering what it was she had smelled in the Amortentia, although she was no closer to that answer than she had been the day before. Rather, she spent the evening, against her own better judgment, trying to figure out what, or, rather, who Harry had smelled in the Amortentia. It wasn't until much later that evening, after everyone else had gone to bed, that she sat on the floor of her dormitory among the contents of her trunk. She had torn them out and strewn them around haphazardly after waking up with a start at 3 in the morning. She clutched tightly in her hand the small bottle of designer perfume that Fleur had purchased for her and that she had hidden at the bottom of her trunk, repeatedly and deeply inhaling its fragrance. She was incredulous, ecstatic, terrified, elated, and skeptical all at the same time. Her brain had been flash-fried and all logical thought had vanished without a trace, because her nose was telling her what her heart refused to believe. The perfume, and she could not believe she had forgotten this, and she did not know how to allow herself to believe that this had any significance whatsoever, but the perfume smelled unmistakably of flowers. As she idly stirred her oatmeal around, Ginny was very grateful for apparition lessons. In general, this was true. Although she could not attend herself, Dean could and did, so apparition practice on every Saturday morning gave her at least an hour and a half where she did not have to worry about seeing him. She tried not to think about the implications involved in the fact that she did not want to see her boyfriend, because she frankly knew what those implications meant and was trying her best not to face them head-on quite yet. The events of the previous night were not helping things. So, on this particular morning of the 1st of March, she was extra grateful for apparition practice. Not only could she not bear seeing Dean just now, but she was fairly certain she couldn't handle seeing Harry at the moment, either. Harry, 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 Harry. She was trying hard not to think about the perfume and the flowers and the smell Harry had smelled in the Immortentia, according to Ron. Of course, Ron was often wrong about things, and was likely wrong about this, and even if he was, there were many things, many things that smelled like flowers, not just the perfume she had been given and had worn and Harry had noticed so long ago that day back in the burrow right before they had gone out for their first game of 2A-side Quidditch, and why did she remember so distinctly that he had smelled it then? You know why, dear. It was absurd, she assured herself for the 100th time. Utterly absurd. Harry Potter did not smell Ginny Weasley in the world's strongest love potion. It was a maddeningly lunatical thing to think, and though she was fairly certain that lunatical wasn't a word, it aptly described the fractured state of her thoughts at the moment. So what's up with you this morning? Ginny looked up from her oatmeal. She hadn't even realized she had been staring into it. Across the table from her, Demelza and Natalie were looking far too smug. What's up with who this morning? Ginny asked, struggling to bring her senses back to bear. You, Demelza replied. You've been sitting here staring into your cereal for 10 minutes with a stupid grin on your face. Have I? Ginny asked innocently while cursing herself internally. She was going to have to be more careful where her thoughts wandered off to in public. Yes, you have, Natalie said. Just what did you and Dean get up to last night? Nothing, Ginny said honestly. Really? Asked Demelza, sounding disappointed. Really? Ginny assured her. Then who put that stupid grin on your face? Natalie demanded. Nobody. So what did you get up to last night? You left the common room early. Well, Ginny thought about it for a moment and then decided that nothing would throw the two of them off the scent better than the truth. After all, they were not Hermione Granger. I just sat up in my room for a few hours, smelling my perfume, said Ginny with a shrug. The two girls stared at her for a few moments. It took all of Ginny's willpower not to break into laughter. All right, said Natalie loudly, breaking the silence. She's gone mental. Natalie got up and walked back to her seat further down the table, but Demelza stayed put. What is that supposed to mean? She asked. I don't Miss Robbins. Ginny jumped in her seat. She had not heard Professor McGonagall approaching. I must speak with Miss Weasley. Would you excuse us? Yes, Professor, Demelza said, quickly getting to her feet and heading back to where she had been sitting with Natalie. Ginny turned around, craning her neck up to see Professor McGonagall standing over her, a concerned look etched across her face. Miss Weasley, come with me, McGonagall said quietly. Quickly, now. The professor headed for the exit to the Great Hall and Ginny followed, her mind spinning. What had she done wrong to cause McGonagall to come and get her during breakfast? What had happened? As they exited into the hallway, Ginny took long strides to keep up. Professor, what is it? She asked. Where are we going? The hospital wing, said Professor McGonagall, tight-lipped and looking straight ahead. The hospital wing, Ginny asked. Why? What happened to Harry now? I understand your assumption, Professor McGonagall told her, still looking straight ahead and moving swiftly. But this time it is not Mr. Potter who has found himself in the hospital wing. It is your brother. Ginny stopped in her tracks. Ron, what happened? Professor McGonagall hesitated, turning to face Ginny. Perhaps it will be best for Mr. Potter to explain, she began, but Ginny didn't hear the rest. She had broken into a run ahead of her teacher, climbing up steps two at a time, ducking through secret passages, sprinting full bore until she reached the hospital wing on the 3rd floor. Harry sat on a bench outside the doors of the wing, staring at the ground in front of him, brow furrowed and lost in thought. Potter. Ginny demanded. What did you do to my brother? Harry looked up at her, but he didn't look guilty. I think I might have saved his life, Harry answered. When his eyes met her, she was knocked for a bit of a loop. In her concern about Ron, she had forgotten all about the madcap journey her emotions and her sense of smell had taken her on the night before. She fleetingly wished she had remembered to put some perfume on this morning, but pushed that thought aside as firmly as she could. Now was not the time. You saved his life, Ginny repeated quietly. Well, that makes more sense, doesn't it? Of course it does, Professor McGonagall said sharply from behind her. Ginny was only slightly surprised that the professor had managed to keep up so closely with her as she ran through the halls. I'd think you'd have realized by now, Miss Weasley, that when it comes to your family, Mr. Potter is more often a help than a hindrance. Yeah, I've figured that out, Ginny muttered, fighting the blush out of her cheeks. So what happened to Ron? Can we go in? Not yet, Professor McGonagall said. He still needs his rest, and Madame Pomfrey needs room to work. As for what happened, he was poisoned. Poisoned, Ginny shouted. Who would poison Ron? Mr. Potter will give you the details, Professor McGonagall replied. Fear not, Madame Pomfrey assures us that your brother will make a full recovery. It will take some bed rest and some rather distasteful potions, but recover he shall. Now, I must go send for Professor Dumbledore, but before I do I shall fetch Miss Granger. Where is she? Apparition practice, Harry answered her. But I should tell you, Professor, that she and Ron aren't really speaking at the moment. Nevertheless, I shall go and fetch her, Professor McGonagall sniffed, turning as she did so. Professor, Harry called after her, he's dating Lavender Brown. Ginny shot Harry a dirty look. Still, she understood why he thought to bring it up, much as she loathed the girl. Should you go get Lavender, too? Professor McGonagall studied him for a moment, and then declared, I think, perhaps, only family for the time being, Mr. Potter. I shall send Miss Granger along shortly. But Hermione and I aren't. Professor McGonagall turned the corner, though, effectively ending the exchange. So what happened? Ginny asked Harry. It was a box of chocolates, Harry explained. Spiked with love potion. Who would send my brother a box of chocolates spiked with love potion? Harry looked down at the floor and shuffled his feet. It wasn't for Ron. It was for me. It got mixed up with his birthday presents. Ginny sank onto the bench outside the door. Merlin, it's his birthday, she said miserably. I completely forgot. Harry sat on the bench opposite her. For a moment, they sat together in silence. Then Ginny realized. Just a moment, she asked. Who would send you a box of love potion-filled chocolates? Harry sighed. Romilda Vane, apparently. At least, that's who Ron thought he was dumbstruck in love with after he ate them. Ginny hoped that Harry could not hear the grinding of her teeth. Romilda Vane, she asked. I think I actually prefer lavender. So where did the poison come in? Was the potion spoiled? No, apparently it gets stronger with age, and these chocolates were back from last term. Lucky Ron. I took him to Slughorn's office for an antidote. He whipped one up, and then once Ron realized what he had done. Quote, what did he do aside from embarrass himself in front of you? Ginny wondered. Harry half smiled. He pushed Lavender aside as I brought him through the common room, demanding to see Romilda, for starters. Ginny snorted back a laugh. There's the silver lining, then. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. Did you just snort? I did, she replied with the ghost of a grin dancing across her face. Do you have a problem with that? None at all, Harry replied innocently. Good, Ginny said, her losing her smile. So could you please get to the part where my brother was poisoned? Harry nodded, his own hint of a smile fading. So Ron drank Slughorn's antidote, and then to lift his spirits, Slughorn poured us all a drink out of a bottle of mead he had tucked away. Ron's the only one who actually took a sip of it, and that's what was poisoned, Ginny completed quietly. Harry nodded. They sat in silence for a moment. Lucky Slughorn happened to have the antidote to that particular poison. Almost too lucky, actually, she added. It's almost suspicious. No need to suspect, Harry said. He didn't have the antidote. I used a bezoar. A bezoar, First-year potions, Harry explained. Comes from a goat's stomach. Acts as an antidote to most poisons. First-year potions. Who was he kidding? And you remembered the bazaar, of course, Ginny said wryly, because of the prince, didn't you? Let's give it a rest against the prince, all right? Harry asked with a roll of his eyes. Yeah, I read about bazaars in the prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making. He wrote about them in the chapter on poisons and antidotes, and lucky for Ron that he did, isn't it? I suppose so, Ginny admitted. She wasn't going to tell Harry, but she was beginning to warm up to the prince's potions textbook. It had certainly clarified things about Immortentia for her. So Slughorn used a bazaar. No, Harry corrected her. Slughorn froze. Ron was sputtering and choking and, well, anyway, Harry moved on hastily as Ginny felt herself go pale. Slughorn didn't seem to know what to do, and I knew he had a bazaar in his bag because I had given it to him that week in potions, so I grabbed it and got it down Ron's throat. His breathing eased up. Slughorn ran and got help. McGonagall and Pomfrey showed up and brought Ron here. Harry and Ginny both turned to see Hermione come running up the corridor. She was, for lack of a better word, hysterical. Harry, what happened? She near shouted as she skidded to a stop in front of Harry, grabbing his shoulders for support. What happened? Where's Ron? Is he all right? He'll be fine, Hermione, Harry assured her, lowering her down to a seat on the bench, but Hermione jumped straight back up and marched towards the door to the hospital wing. Ginny barely grabbed her arm in time to pull her back. Hermione, you can't go in there, she said. Madame Pomfrey is looking after Ron right now. Let go of me, Ginny, I can help. Hermione tugged hard but Ginny held fast. Not in this state you can't, Ginny coolly replied. Now sit down. Ginny, you let go of me this instant, or so help me Merlin. Hermione's wand had suddenly appeared in her hand, and Ginny responded in kind. All right, hold it, barked Harry, jumping in between the two of them and separating them. Have you both gone mental? She pulled her wand first, Ginny muttered, shoving hers back into her jeans. Well, you wouldn't let go of me, Hermione countered, her wand still in her hand but no longer pointed at Ginny's face. I wouldn't have had to hold on to you if you hadn't lost your bloody. Enough, bellowed Harry, and that shut them both up. Hermione, Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall both said Ron cut it close, but he's going to be fine, Harry assured her as he steered her back to a bench. He then began to tell her the story he had told Ginny about the events of the morning, although Ginny did note that in the version Hermione heard, Ron accidentally ingested a potion, and not a love potion. Oh, Harry, Hermione said quietly after he had finished. I haven't said a word to him in weeks. Not a word. What if I never? What if he? What if? She trailed off and stared blankly ahead. They all sat together for just a moment in silence, and then Hermione stood up and again headed for the hospital wing door. Hermione, you can't go in, Ginny again insisted, but this time Hermione did not make a move to open the doorway. She simply stood next to it, arms folded, peering in through the little window at the top of the door, far away in her own world. Harry and Ginny exchanged a glance. They both knew. So, Ginny said loudly to Harry, partially in an effort to change the subject and partially to give Hermione her solitude. Any ideas about who could have poisoned that bottle? I have a few, Harry said with a nod. And my list starts with. No, wait, let me guess, Ginny interrupted. Draco Malfoy. That obvious, am I? Harry grumbled, throwing a glance in Hermione's direction, but if she objected to his theory she was too far gone in her own thoughts to verbalize a protestation. You do have a track record with him, Ginny said grimly. But for argument's sake, who else could have or would have done it? And so they spent the next several hours going down a list of possible suspects, some realistic, some outlandish, some unexpected, and some downright comical. Much of a kick as she'd get seeing him carted off to Azkaban for attempted murder. She highly doubted Zacharias Smith had anything to do with this, and though Filch would almost be an inspired candidate for the Imperious Curse, they very much doubted that was the case. They stopped only to try and overhear the comments of the few people who hurried past, and attempted to peek into the hospital wing proper as Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore traversed in and out the doors, or as Madame Pomfrey made one of her many scurrying trips past to get more stores from elsewhere in the castle. They talked through to 7 o'clock when Ginny's parents showed up to briefly look in on Ron and hug them all before hurrying up to Dumbledore's office to discuss the day's startling events. Through all of this, Hermione did not say a single word. Even when they were finally allowed in to see Ron at 8 o'clock, and were joined 10 minutes thereafter by Fred and George, Hermione did not speak. "So you think Slughorn's a Death Eater?" Ginny asked Fred as they all gathered around Ron's bed. It was ground that she and Harry had covered hours earlier, but given the seriousness of the circumstances the topic still seemed fresh and she was glad to discuss it with her brothers. "Anything's possible," Fred answered grimly. "He could," added George, "be under the imperious curse. Or he could be innocent," Ginny pointed out, her own suspicions of Slughorn in this case long forgotten after Harry's description of his hapless part in the whole affair. The poison could have been in the bottle, in which case it was probably meant for Slughorn himself. "Who'd want to kill Slughorn?" George asked. "Dumbledore reckons Voldemort wanted Slughorn on his side," Harry replied. "Slughorn was in hiding for a year before he came to Hogwarts. And," Harry paused, "there was some piece to the Slughorn puzzle that he was not sharing. And maybe," he continued, "Voldemort wants him out of the way, maybe he thinks he could be valuable to Dumbledore." "But you said Slughorn had been planning to give that bottle to Dumbledore for Christmas," Ginny said, "and not for the first time. Again, they'd been at this for a while. So the poisoner could just as easily have been after Dumbledore." And then a voice spoke up that hadn't been heard from in quite a while. "Then the poisoner didn't know Slughorn very well," Hermione said, her words hoarse from disuse and blocked behind a congestion that presumably had nothing to do with a cold. "Anyone who knew Slughorn would have known there was a good chance he'd keep something that tasty for himself." "Hermione," croaked Ron, and everyone fell silent. Ginny gasped a little, looking from her resting brother to Hermione, whose face had been hidden all day behind a mask of barely restrained tears but which now had lit up with the glow of a constellation's worth of stars at the sound of the unconscious Ron muttering her name. It might have been the sweetest thing Ginny had ever seen. Glancing at Harry and the twins, she realized she was the only one who understood what had just happened, and any chance they'd catch on to it a moment or two afterward was shattered when Hagrid burst through the doors to the hospital wing, setting off a whole new round of whodunit theories, each one more ludicrous than the last. Ginny highly doubted Hagrid's theory that somebody was trying to bump off the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Finally, Ginny's parents returned from their meeting with Dumbledore, where no doubt even more theories as to who was behind Ron's poisoning were bandied about. "Oh, Harry, what can we say?" Ginny's mum sobbed while embracing him tightly. "You saved Ginny. You saved Arthur. Now you've saved Ron." "Don't be." "I didn't," Harry muttered, half embarrassed, half crushed. "Half our family does seem to owe you their lives, now I stop and think about it," her father agreed in a constricted voice. Ginny glanced to the twins. They were nodding in somber agreement. "Well, all I can say is that it was a very lucky day for the Weasleys when Ron decided to sit in your compartment on the Hogwarts Express, Harry." Ginny thought about this statement later that night as she lay in bed. Harry did have a knack for saving Weasleys, didn't he? Still, she was not so certain it was as simple as that. Would Harry have gone into the Chamber of Secrets after any student? Was it just because she was Ron's little sister that he jumped in after her? Even if he did not spend so much time at the Burrow, he certainly would have known about Voldemort's snake attacking her father in the Department of Mysteries. And if it hadn't been her father who was attacked, would he have acted any less quickly to save the life of another Order member? Certainly his friendship with Ron led him to be the one to guide her brother to Slughorn looking for an antidote to that love potion. Was it only because he was Harry Potter that he was able to think of a Bezoar? Any other Hogwarts student that Ron might be best friends with should theoretically know what a Bezoar could do. Was it mere coincidence that Harry so often seemed to intervene in the fate of the Weasleys, or was it something more? Whatever the case, Ginny concluded as she drifted off into an uneasy sleep, it seemed that she and her family were inextricably linked to Harry, and whatever her own tangled-up feelings towards him meant, that fact was unlikely to change anytime soon. Ginny was dragging the next day as she headed down to breakfast. Likely this was the result of having stayed with Ron and her family in the hospital wing until well into the wee hours. How's Ron? Dean asked with concern as she sat next to him at the Gryffindor table. Fine, Ginny answered. Just needs some bed rest. What happened? Seamus asked, leaning across the table to snag a biscuit. They say he was poisoned. Ginny just shrugged. She really didn't feel much like talking about it. Something like that, yes, she replied. Something like that, Parvati asked from next to Seamus. Was he poisoned or wasn't he? He was poisoned, Parvati, Ginny replied. But it happened in Slughorn's office, and it was an accident, so. She drifted off and began buttering a roll. She did not feel much like having the, who could it be? Conversation with this lot, frankly. At the very least somebody could have told Lavender, Parvati said. McGonagall decided that only family should be up there last night as they figured out what happened. Harry and Hermione aren't Weasleys, Parvati exclaimed. Give it time, Seamus muttered, then quickly added, for Hermione. Off of Dean's nasty look. Ginny ignored him. Parvati didn't. That's nice, Seamus, she chided him. That's my best friend's boyfriend, you know. At this, Seamus suddenly remembered something he had to do elsewhere and quickly got up. Lavender didn't know about Ron until this morning. Ginny asked Parvati as Seamus hightailed it away. She didn't notice he was missing all day yesterday. Well, we wondered about it, but we didn't pay it much attention, Parvati replied. We assumed he was just off rambling around on some ridiculous adventure or another with Harry. Ginny nodded. Fair enough. Weasley, Thomas. Two large hands descended, one each on Dean and Ginny's shoulders. Wincing with pain, Ginny looked up into the grinning countenance of Cormac McLaggen. Looks like we'll be teammates, Very exciting. And about time too, if I do say so myself. Oh, no offense to your brother, Weasley, McLaggen hastened to add, pulling his hand away from the sudden withering look Ginny was giving him. But let's get real here. I've got some suggestions for you two and that Desdemona girl. Demelza, Ginny corrected him. He didn't hear. Should really help sharpen up the chaser formations. Keeper's supposed to be team leader, you know. See what it's like later to have a real one for a change. And with a clap on their shoulders that was meant to be friendly but came off as obnoxious, McLaggen was off. What on earth was that all about? Dean wondered aloud, rubbing his shoulder where McLaggen had tried his best to crush it. It means, Ginny said with a scowl, rubbing her shoulder as well, that Harry's found a replacement for my brother. Without another word to Dean, she got up and marched further down the table to where Harry and Hermione were sitting, Hermione reading the Daily Prophet and Harry intently studying something that looked like an old piece of parchment. Oi, Ginny barked. Hermione looked up and Harry quickly shoved the parchment into his bag. It dawned on Ginny that it was Sunday and it was peculiar that Harry had his bag with him at breakfast at all. She wondered what was on that parchment, but only for a moment, because just then Harry looked at her with a sheepish grin and she entirely forgot why she had come over to him. Yes, Ginny, Hermione said, smiling innocently. Ginny gave her head the briefest of shakes. She had been so busy wondering if Harry could smell the perfume she had dabbed on this morning that Hermione's presence had slipped her mind. Clearly the older girl had caught her gape-mouthed expression. McLaggen, Ginny said, hauling her thoughts back on track. Cormac McLaggen, you asked him to replace Ron at keeper. Are you mental? I didn't want to, trust me, Harry said with a frown. He cornered me in the common room last night after I got back from the hospital wing. Besides, what other choice do I have? There's no one else in Gryffindor even halfway decent at keeper. Ginny sighed, tilting her head back as she did so. I know, she begrudgingly admitted. He's such a prat, though. Really? Harry shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he'll calm down once he gets on the pitch. Well, I'm against it, Hermione said, flipping the Daily Prophet back open. Cormac is far too aggressive to play keeper. The keeper needs to be fairly aggressive, actually, Harry pointed out. Hermione glared at him from over her paper. Not that aggressive. I have had about all I can stand of Cormac McLaggen. I'll bet you have, Ginny replied with a grin, drawing a dirty look from Hermione and then a sinister smile. Hermione gave the heir a pointed sniff. Tell me, Ginny, are you wearing perfume? Seems an odd choice for a Sunday morning. It was now Ginny's turn to shoot her friend a dirty look, but a quick glance at Harry confirmed that he hadn't heard Hermione's comments. He was distracted again and looking across the room. Ginny followed his gaze to the Slytherin table, but as Draco Malfoy wasn't there, she couldn't imagine what at the table had his interest. "I'm off to visit Ron," Hermione said, standing and folding the prophet under her arm. "He'll be wanting to know if anyone died, I'm sure." "That's some cheery bedside conversation," Ginny observed. "I'll be up after I finish breakfast." "How about you, Harry?" Hermione asked, but Harry didn't seem to be listening. He was still intently studying the Slytherin table. "Harry," Hermione repeated, more insistently. "I'll be by later," Harry said, glancing at her. "I have some things to do first." Ginny didn't know what he was talking about and did not expect anyone to explain it to her. Hermione, however, seemed to know exactly what he was talking about, and seemed not to like it. "Which things are you doing?" she demanded to know. "The things you're supposed to be doing, or the other things, which are a colossal waste of time?" "They aren't," Harry shot back at her. "They are," Hermione retorted. "Right, lovely," Ginny cut in. "Well, I won't keep you two from arguing about things. Merlin forbid you tell me what these things are and get my opinion on which is more important." Mildly irritated, she returned to her seat to finish her breakfast, not really hearing as Dean and Parvati discussed the apparition practice from the day prior, and watching as Harry and Hermione argued quietly to themselves for a few moments more before Hermione finally got up, shaking her head and heading for the door. Harry got up just a minute afterwards and headed for the door himself, slyly pulling that same piece of old parchment he had been studying intently out of his bag as he went. What was on the parchment was a mystery that she simply did not have the time and energy to try and solve, with all of the other things spinning around in her head. Ron's injury, the following weekend's Quidditch match against Hufflepuff now featuring 15% more Cormac McLaggen, her dreams, her perfume, Amortentia, it all seemed to be working together in concert to irritate her as much as humanly possible. McLaggen turned out to be twice as obnoxious as any of the Quidditch team could have dreaded. In practices he almost came to blows at various points with Peakes, Coote, Demelza, and Dean, respectively. She continued to rack her brain about the Amortentia and what it might have been she had smelled in it, but was no closer to figuring it out than she had been that first day of the school year in the potions classroom. The revelation that Harry might possibly have detected something in Amortentia that could maybe have been reminiscent of her was also effectively keeping her off balance and distracted, which led to her performance on the Quidditch pitch suffering as she couldn't help but keep one eye on Harry, which gave McLaggen an excuse to criticize her, which only served to irritate her further. Really, it was all a vicious cycle. Most irritating of all, however, might have been Harry. Although she didn't like to admit it to herself, she realized that she was looking for opportunities to engage him in one-on-one conversation without raising anyone's suspicions. Dean always seemed to be around, though, and this was irritating in its own right. Harry had no interest in this, and was always running off to mutter and argue intensely about something or other in the corner with Hermione. If Harry had smelled her perfume in Amortentia, and as the week went on she was getting more and more convinced that he hadn't, then Ginny decided Amortentia was more likely a repulsion potion than a love potion. Harry was displaying no interest whatsoever in discussing with her the irritable nature of Cormac McLaggen, or Quidditch strategy, or who it was who may have poisoned Ron, or anything else at all. She could hardly even flag him down for a half-muttered word without him disappearing through the portrait hole for hours at a time, digging into his bag for that old parchment and most likely that invisibility cloak she wasn't supposed to know existed. The most frustrating part of it was that outside of the hospital wing, waiting to see Ron, Ginny had been part of these conversations that Harry and Hermione were continuing to have, and now she wasn't. And so it goes, Ginny thought sourly to herself as she watched the two of them huddled up in a corner on the other side of the common room. Nothing. She snapped at Dean undeservedly when he asked what was wrong. Some days being left out didn't bother her. Some days it did. This week was full of the latter. Most amazingly, Harry was so obsessed with whatever it was he was obsessed with that he did not even seem interested in Quidditch, getting to practices right as they were scheduled to start and hurrying away from the pitch as soon as they was over. His behavior was such all week that by the Saturday of the match, When he rushed into the changing room with minutes to spare before the whistle, the whole team dressed and waiting for him, Ginny had had enough. "Where you been?" she demanded. "I met Malfoy," Harry muttered just loudly enough for her to hear as he threw on his Quidditch robes. So I wanted to know how come he's up at the castle with a couple of girlfriends while everyone else is down here. Malfoy, is that what he had been getting on about all week? Even if Harry's hunch was on, Ginny was too agitated just then to care. "Does it matter right now?" she asked with a sigh as the team began to disperse ahead of them towards the pitch. "Well, I'm not likely to find out, am I?" Harry said crossly, snatching his firebolt and straightening his glasses. "Come on, then." It wasn't until she was streaking down the pitch with the quaffle in hand that she remembered. She had seen Malfoy herself right before the first Quidditch match with another one of his little girlfriends, skulking around the hallways and skipping the match. The sudden memory so distracted her that she didn't even see the Hufflepuff lead chaser, a big bloke named Cadwallader, until he was almost on top of her, snatching the quaffle from her grip. "That big Hufflepuff player's got the quaffle from her. I can't remember his name, it's something like Bibble." Trying not to chuckle at Luna's commentary, she could key McGonagall for allowing that to happen. Ginny bore down after Cadwallader, but he had too large of a head start, and though she was gaining rapidly on him, she knew already this score would come down to him versus McLaggen. "Oi, Weasley." Ginny looked up in disbelief. McLaggen had drifted away from the goal hoops and was yelling to her. "Keep your head in the game," he shouted as Cadwallader hurled the quaffle past him and through the hoop. "You can't give up the quaffle like that. McLaggen, will you pay attention to what you're supposed to be doing and leave everyone else alone?" Harry bellowed at them from above. A red-faced McLaggen turned up to Harry. "You're not setting a great example," he shouted back. "What's gotten into him?" Demelza wondered, flying up alongside Ginny. "McLaggen," she replied. "He's always like that. Where have you been?" "Not him," Demelza said, shaking her head. "Harry." But then they were off, moving the quaffle downfield, Ginny trying not to be distracted by Luna's commentary and Demelza's comment. She scored a goal, drawing cheers from the red and gold-clad Gryffindor supporters, and then she stole a look at Harry. He was clearly not on his game, speeding around this way and that, frantically searching out the snitch. She could tell by his body language that he was not in the game at all, and that half his mind was very likely wandering the halls of the castle, trying to figure out what Draco Malfoy was up to. "Give it a rest," she thought grumpily to herself, streaking off down the pitch and running interference for Demelza. Truthfully, much as it had all week long, Harry's behavior was making her glad that what was clearly just her childhood crush was again fading away. She had been just awful to Dean lately, and he was completely undeserving of it. She would have to make it up to him at the victory party, if only Harry would get his mind off of Draco Malfoy long enough to find the "Ginny, look out." She ducked just in time to avoid being sideswiped by a streaking Cadwallader, again tearing down the pitch and again scoring a goal. She exhaled a breath she hadn't even realized she had been holding as Dean flew up to her. "You all right?" he asked, concern evident in his face. "Fine," Ginny answered. "Thanks for the warning." Dean shook his head. "Why are you so distracted?" he asked. Ginny wasn't sure if the sudden shock of irritation that coursed through her just then was directed at Dean for asking, at herself for being distracted, or at Harry for being so distracting. Fortunately, Luna changed the subject. "Oh, look," came her magically amplified voice. The Gryffindor keepers got hold of one of the beater's bats. Ginny and Dean spun their heads to look down the pitch. Sure enough, there was McLaggen, demonstrating to a stunned Peaks the proper technique with which to hit a bludger as if they were in the middle of a practice session and not a hotly contested match. Ginny felt more than saw Harry flying in from above her towards McLaggen, shouting as he did, "Will you give him back his bat and get back to the goalposts?" The next happened in slow motion. Harry drew closer to McLaggen just as McLaggen drew the bat back and swung it hard at an oncoming bludger. The bludger went hurtling off of the bat at an awkward upward angle. McLaggen's technique was terrible and with a sickening THWUCK. It connected hard with Harry's skull. The sound drained from the world. Almost gracefully, Harry's unconscious form slid off of his firebolt and fell towards the ground below. A single voice shattered the silence with a violent cry of, "Harry!" Ginny was already speeding towards his falling form when she realized that the voice had been hers. She was bent over low on her broom, falling as much as she was flying, but she knew, she could already tell, that much like with Cadwallader earlier, she wouldn't reach him in time. She willed herself, willed her broom, to go faster, just a little bit faster. But out of nowhere swooped Coot and Peaks, the beaters reaching Harry at the same time, grabbing him under the arms and lowering him gently to the ground. Ginny pulled up on her broom, screeching to a halt, tumbling free in a half roll as her heels hit the ground, dropping her broom and scrambling towards Harry's body, pushing the two younger boys out of the way. "Harry," she cried, grabbing his shoulders. "Are you all right? Harry, can you hear me? Harry, Harry." And then hands had grasped her shoulders, pulling her back firmly. "Let me go," she cried. "He needs help." "Yes he does," Madame Hooch said sternly. "But not from you." Madame Pomfrey was now hunched over Harry. As she examined him, Professor McGonagall joined them, as did Hermione. Ginny was dimly aware of the murmuring of the surrounding crowd, and the rest of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff teams gathered several yards away, shifting nervously on their feet. "How is he, Poppy?" McGonagall asked. "Fine, fine," Madame Pomfrey said, straightening up. "Just a cracked skull. Nothing serious. I've already mended it." She waved her wand over Harry, and he went rigid, floating up into the air until he was suspended next to her at waist level. "Coming to these matches was the right idea," Madame Pomfrey said almost cheerily. "Eliminates the middle man and such." "Right, then, I'll bring him up." "I'll join you," Professor McGonagall said. "Wait," cried Hermione, scooping something up from the ground. "Oculus reparo," she muttered, her wand pointed at Harry's shattered glasses, and after they fixed themselves she handed them to Professor McGonagall, who took them with a curt nod and then led Madame Pomfrey and the unconscious Harry off of the pitch. Hermione turned to Ginny. "Are you all right?" she asked. Ginny closed her eyes and nodded, turning away from Hermione. Just give me a moment, won't you?" she said quietly. Her eyes closed, the image of Harry falling kept playing in the darkness on a loop. She had not reacted rationally, she knew. Now that the excitement was over and Harry was relatively fine, she could see that. She had not reacted as one might react when a stranger or even a casual acquaintance was in trouble. She had reacted as if her own blood were being spilled out there. Harry was tied inextricably to the Weasleys, to her family, to her, and she was beginning to suspect it was in ways she could not even conceive. Any irritation she had felt towards him minutes earlier was a distant memory, replaced with an overwhelming flood of relief that he was all right. "Are you all right?" That was the question of the day, wasn't it? Ginny forced herself to open her eyes, forced her voice not to waver. "I'm fine," she assured Hermione. "Really, I am. Just had a bit of a start." Hermione nodded her sympathy. "You get used to it," she said. "Really?" Hermione's head changed directions. "No," she said, "not really." "Gryffindor," Madame Hooch called out. Hermione gave Ginny's arm a squeeze and headed back to the stands, and Ginny joined her teammates gathered around Madame Hooch. "Gryffindor, you are now one player short. Do you have a reserve?" "All of our reserves have been cursed or have had their heads cracked open," Coot answered. "Just another year at Hogwarts, Inappropriate, beater," chastised Madame Hooch. "Gryffindor, you have two choices. Play shorthanded or forfeit." "Which is it?" McLaggen cleared his throat. "Well, seeing as how the captain has been put out of action, I guess that makes me." "Dirt," finished Peaks, to the appreciative grins and glares of his teammates. McLaggen fell silent. "We know who's not in charge," Madame Hooch said, eyeing McLaggen distastefully herself. "So who is in charge?" Everyone's eyes turned to Ginny. "What are you, joking?" she asked. "Your senior member," Demelza reminded her. "And our best player," Coot added, much to Ginny's embarrassment. "So, Miss Weasley," Madame Hooch asked, "do you forfeit?" Ginny looked to the team, all of their questioning eyes on her. "Forfeit, HMMPH, Ginny humphed. "Not bloody likely." Madame Hooch nodded curtly, a respectful smile upon her lips. "Good, then," she said. "We resume in 1 minute." She blew her whistle, cried, Players, to your positions." And she took to the air, followed by the Hufflepuffs. The Gryffindor team turned to Ginny. "Just terrific," McLaggen said with a frown. "What do you suggest we do now?" "We couldn't just quit," Demelza snapped at him. He just shrugged and took to the air. Demelza and the rest of the team looked to Ginny again. "What will we do?" she asked. "I'll play Seeker and Chaser." "Relax, I can manage," Ginny said, cutting off their questions. "It'll be just like playing 2A-side Quidditch." "How can you play 2A-side Quidditch?" Dean asked. "You can't," Ginny grumbled, and took off. This was not going to be pretty. On an up note, Seamus said, "The McLaggans of the world make the Snapes of the world seem pretty decent, don't they?" Ginny forced a smile at that one, and most of the rest of the team managed to as well. There wasn't much to smile about, really, and the mood in the Gryffindor common room resembled that of a funeral. There were, at present, 5 surviving members of the Quidditch team: Ginny, Dean, Coot, Peeks, and Demelza, Katie having been cursed, Ron having been poisoned, Harry having been concussed, and McLaggen having been ostracized. They sat gloomily around the fire, Ginny and Dean sitting on the couch with Seamus and the younger 3 sitting on the floor, as students passed one by one muttering half-hearted reassurances of, "Good game," and, "Get him next time," to the bedraggled team. Ginny fumed. That git McLaggen. The image of him swinging Peeks's bat at the bludger, the black ball launching off in the wrong direction and knocking Harry squarely on the forehead, kept playing back, over and over in her mind. That fleeting feeling of helplessness as she flew towards him, accelerating as quickly as she could, knowing she'd never make it in time, if it hadn't been for Coot and Peeks. "So, Levicorpus, then?" Dean asked. Ginny snapped out of her reverie. "What? Levicorpus?" Dean repeated. "That toenail-hanging curse of Harry's. We could use that on McLaggen next practice in the changing room. Might be days before someone finds him. Is he going to still be on the team by next practice?" Demelza asked in disbelief. "So we'll do it on top of the astronomy tower," Ginny said. "Even better. It's colder." Demelza nodded her approval and leaned back into Peeks's arms. Peeks, for his part, couldn't have looked happier at that decision. "I don't think that's enough," Seamus said, shaking his head. "Maybe a Levicorpus followed by a good old-fashioned Bat Bogey Hex, Gin." "Bat Bogey Hex?" asked Coot. "What is that and why don't I know it yet?" "Ah, my young friend, you've never heard of the Bat Bogey Hex?" Seamus asked with the put-on air of a wise sage. "That'd be Ginny's signature spell." "Signature spell?" asked Demelza, puzzled. "What's a signature spell?" Dean explained. "It's the spell she's best known for. A bit of a go-to spell, I suppose. Never seen anyone use it with the same flair as Gin." At that, he put his arm around Ginny, clearly not wanting to be shown up by the younger Peeks. Ginny barely noticed, though, her seething thoughts were miles away. Demelza stared thoughtfully into the fire. "I don't have a signature spell." "You don't have to, really," said Ginny. "I don't suppose many students do. The Bat Bogey has been useful," she added, smiling thinly, the memories of her many successful hexes cast over the years flooding back to her. "Truth told, I'm thinking it may be time I gave it a rest." "Well, it's a bit immature, don't you think?" That last was directed to Seamus, who had given her a puzzled look. He shrugged. "I dunno. If I could cast a spell that forced snot monsters to climb out of my enemies' noses, I would never stop casting it. You'd all be in trouble." "Thanks for that image," Ginny said wryly. "I wish I had a signature spell," said Peeks. He furrowed his brow. "Does anyone else in Gryffindor have one?" "Harry," said Ginny. "Expelliarmus. He's actually quite brilliant with it." Dean and Seamus exchanged a knowing look, both barely stifling a laugh. "What?" demanded Ginny. "What's so funny?" "It's just a disarming charm, Gin," said Dean, grinning. "Doesn't quite have the flair of the Bat Bogey, does it?" "Perhaps you'd like to duel Harry, see what he can do with Expelliarmus, then," replied Ginny coolly. "I'd like to take some odds on that match," offered Seamus. "You'd be a bit of a long shot, Dean." "No, hey, look," Dean backpedaled furiously. "Harry's brilliant, you know. We were all in the DA. We saw it with our own eyes." "What's the DA?" asked Demelza. The older students ignored her. I know what Harry can do, Dean continued. I mean, Hermione's got it all over him in every other subject, but in defense, he's tops. Actually, he's tops in potions this year, too, Seamus said thoughtfully. Don't know how he's pulling that one off. Reckon he hates Snape so much he's purposely botched the class for 5 years. Ginny said nothing. Her own personal jury was still out on the Half-Blood Prince, and she certainly wasn't going to blow Harry's cover on it now. The point is, continued Dean, for someone as good in defense as Harry, why's he always going back to Expelliarmus? Just seems a bit on the simple side for a bloke who was casting a full-fledged Patronus by his 4th year. 3rd year, said Ginny tartly. And maybe the brilliance is in the simplicity. No, think about, she pressed on, feeling a hot flush crawl up her back at the smirks of Dean and Seamus. No use knowing all sorts of fancy and complicated spells if you haven't got your wand, is there? The 3rd year beaters nodded earnestly, but Dean and Seamus looked less than convinced. Sure, I suppose, Dean admitted, in a tone that suggested he just wanted to drop the whole thing. There was a moment of silence. The misery that accompanied the loss of the match was threatening to envelop the team again, when Dean let out a low, throaty chuckle. Still, he began, softly, Expelliarmus didn't help him much out on the pitch, did it? What do you mean? Asked Ginny, glancing at Dean questioningly. I suppose if he had been quick enough, he could have used it to knock the bat out of McLagan's hand, Instead, and Dean made a noise that sounded a bit like a hollow bonk, slapping his hands to his head, and then falling off of the couch with a cartoonish scream. Seamus guffawed once, and the younger team members tittered nervously. What are you getting on about? Asked Ginny, fighting back the low growl that had suddenly threatened to appear in her voice. Well, it was a bit funny, you know, said Dean. I mean, now that we know he's going to be all right. Dean chuckled. He just got knocked back and fell like a rock. Shaking his head, he added, Blimey, how many times can one bloke end up in the hospital wing? Seamus laughed. You've got a point on that one. But you forgot to grab your forehead and yell, my scar. My scar. At this, Seamus and Dean both rolled back onto the couch laughing, each grabbing their foreheads and moaning in mock pain. That's not funny. Ginny wasn't sure when she had stood up. She wasn't sure when she had turned bright red, either, not that she could see herself, of course, but she could feel the blood pulsing along her cheeks and in her forehead. At the sight of her, Seamus sobered up immediately. Demelza, Peeks and Coot had long since stopped showing any signs of laughter. Hey, Ginny, we're only having a bit of fun, stammered Seamus. He's our mate, too, you know. Don't want to see him hurt, ourselves. He could have been killed, seethed Ginny, not allowing herself to calm down. He could be dead right now, neck broken, or smashed on the ground, or... But he's not. Dean had sat up as well. Unlike the others, he looked slightly irritated at Ginny's temper. Come off it, Gin, he's fine. No need to get your knickers in a twist. At this, Demelza, Coot, and Peeks all suddenly seemed to remember they had a great deal of homework to do. They scampered off, the older students paying them no mind. If anything, Seamus looked as though he might like to join them. Ginny's eyes had narrowed to slits. Oh, no need, is there? No need. Thank goodness you're here to tell me these things, Dean. She crossed to him, and he drew himself up. I think that's a right foul thing to make fun of somebody when they're lying in the hospital wing. Why, you did it, said Dean defensively. What do you mean? Ginny demanded. You had a pretty good go at Umbridge last year when she was lying up there, didn't you? Dean pointed this out with a note of triumph. Ginny rolled her eyes. Are you honestly comparing Harry Potter to Dolores Umbridge? She asked. That toad of a woman. She was evil. Harry is your mate, remember? Seamus, eager to get back on Ginny's good side, chimed in with, she's got a point. Dean shot him a nasty look, and Ginny rounded on him as well. And you, making fun of his scar hurting. Some nerve you have. Ginny was near shouting now, drawing looks from passing Gryffindors. Maybe you shouldn't be talking about this so loudly, dear, the little voice in the back of her head was trying to tell her. but her anger had thrown common sense and any inclination she had to listen to that little voice hand in hand out the window. "Some nerve we have," Dean said. "We're the ones who get woken up in the middle of the night scared half to death," Harry looking all sick and holding his head. 6 years of that, it is unnerving. If we don't laugh we'd cry." Ginny looked at her boyfriend, shaking her head in disbelief. "The two of you, the absolute gall. I have half a mind," she said as she drew her wand, "to teach both of you a lesson myself." Seamus shook his head wildly. "You're right, Ginny, we were out of line. Please don't make my bogies attack me." She closed in on Seamus, poking her wand at him for effect. "Do you know what it means when his scar hurts? If you knew you wouldn't make fun, I guarantee you that." "Do you even know?" "I'll bet you do." Dean had muttered this under his breath, seemingly half hoping that Ginny wouldn't hear, half hoping she would. After a moment of silence, Ginny turned round slowly. Seamus took this as an excellent opportunity to scamper after the younger members of the Quidditch team, leaving Ginny and Dean alone in front of the fire. She leveled at Dean the frostiest stare she could muster, willed the redness out of her face and calmness into her voice, and quietly said, "What is that supposed to mean?" "Well," Dean hesitated, "you know." "No, I don't think I do, so spit it out, then," hissed Ginny, barely reining in her temper. Dean leaned in, whispering a bit, as if afraid to be heard. "You know what it means when his scar hurts, I'll bet. You know everything about him, don't you? You fancy him, don't you?" Her eyes went wide with anger and disbelief. Absurd. Just absurd. She did not fancy Harry, not anymore, of course. She had pushed that aside, it was just a schoolgirl's crush, and that is a lie. It is a complete and utter lie. You do fancy Harry, you do. You like him, you care for him, however you want to say it, and you do so very, very much, and who he is to your family and who your family is to him won't change that or make it go away, and I don't understand why you just won't admit that you have these feelings for him." "I do not," she cried. It was a cry directed at the little voice in her head, making broader accusations about her feelings for Harry than it had ever dared before, as if detecting her weaknesses of late, her relapses, the slow breaking down that had been occurring of the well-built self-defenses she had constructed around her heart over the years. But they were not down yet, not entirely, and Ginny would not stand for that lovesick little girl to break free and take over her life again. She just would not stand for it. Dean, understandably, had no idea this war was raging inside of Ginny, and believed her cry of angry protestation was directed squarely at him. To wit, he quickly began to backpedal. "I mean to say, Gin, you know, I know you don't anymore, of course, it's just, well, you did, and that's okay. It was no secret," but, a bit protective of him, naturally, Dean seemed to run out of things to say, and settled on opening and closing his mouth silently and dumbly. Ginny's mouth had gone dry. Her stomach was doing back flips and she was having a hard time deciding if she was angry or mortified. Suddenly unable to trust herself to speak without squeaking or stammering, she said the only thing she could think of to say. "Right, I'm going to the hospital wing to visit Ron and..." But Harry's name didn't seem to want to come out of her mouth. "To visit Ron." Dean nodded. Ginny stalked towards the portrait hole, wrenched it open, and turned on Dean. "Don't follow me." With that, she slammed the portrait shut on Dean and the rest of the common room. She fell back against the closed entrance to Gryffindor Tower, trying desperately to collect and settle her racing thoughts. "Do you quite mind?" squawked a muffled voice from behind her. Ginny quickly stood up, offered a mumbled, "Sorry," to the portrait of the fat lady upon which she had been leaning and quickly strode off towards the hospital wing. She walked the halls numbly, unsure of what had just happened to her and wondering what she could possibly say to Dean later on, or even if there would be a Dean to say something to later on. Surely he would leave her over this. Surely he had to be able to see the turmoil going on inside of her. Surely he could tell that she was the 100% certified, world's worst girlfriend, but he hadn't seen it, seemingly, all year. How could she trust him to see it now? "What's the matter with you?" Ginny looked up in surprise. She hadn't realized anyone else was around. She was even more surprised to discover that in her days she had managed to wander into the middle of the hospital wing without consciously realizing it. Ron was looking at her curiously from his bed. You take a bludger to the head too? He asked. I thought it was just this one next to me. Ginny looked at the bed next to Ron and saw Harry lying there, still unconscious or sleeping or whatever, his glasses resting on the table beside to him and his head wrapped up in a thick turban of bandages. She walked over to him. How is he? She asked Ron. I'm fine, thanks. I know you're fine, she said, shooting her brother a nasty look. I've been in to see you every day, and I can tell you're fine by the amount you've been complaining about being stuck here. So I thought I'd ask how Harry is first, as I don't know he's fine. A simple, bugger off, Ron, would have covered it, you know. I'm in a thorough kind of mood. Apparently. Ron stopped to yawn, rubbing his eyes as he did so. He'll be all right, he said when he finished. Just resting now. Madame Pomfrey really dopes you up with sleeping potions. I don't think she likes children, honestly. I just think she doesn't like you. Then why's she keeping me here so bloody long? Ron said with a scowl. I've been in here ages. Please, chided Ginny. A week is not ages. You were poisoned, for goodness sake. Feels like longer, Ron said. Loads longer. But we'll both be out of here on Monday, she says, in time for classes. Hooray for us. I thought you said you wanted to be out. I do, Ron protested, but I don't want to go to classes. Ginny shook her head. You are just unbelievable, do you know that? Ron smiled. Thank you, dear sister. So, he said while stifling another yawn, how was the match? Ginny grimaced. You really don't want to know. No, I don't, he said with a shrug. Hermione was here earlier and she already told me what a disaster it was. Besides, he added with a grin, I could hear Luna's commentary all the way from in here. Bloody brilliant. She should do it all the time. You couldn't catch the snitch, huh? Not while playing chaser at the same time. I couldn't, Ginny grumbled. 2A-side Quidditch is a load of hippogriff dung. Just because you're not good at it. If you knew how the match ended, Ginny snapped, then why did you ask? I just wanted you to get to the parts where McLaggen blew the whole game, Ron said with a grin. He's useless, Ginny seethed. Completely stuffing useless. Language, young lady. Oh, bugger off. Ron howled with laughter, taking complete and total delight in Ginny's frustration. You know, Ronald, she said, the way you're acting one might think that you're glad McLaggen cost us the game and hit your best friend in the head with a bludger. Not at all, Ron said with a smile, wiping a tear away from his eye as he did. But if somebody had to lose, I can't say I'm all that upset that it was McLaggen. I suppose, Ginny said begrudgingly. Still, you hate to lose, Ron said, finishing the thought. I hate to lose, Ginny echoed. So I assume McLaggen won't get off scot-free. Oh, no, Ginny said, her mind going back to the earlier conversation in the common room. There are a few choice things the team has planned for him. Ron sighed with contentment, and tucked his arms behind his head. You know, this day keeps getting better and better. A silence settled over them for a moment, Ron seemingly lost in the glory of all the imagined sufferings of Cormac McLaggen, and Ginny, she turned her attention back to Harry. He lay still and peaceful, his eyes closed and, if she looked closely and wanted to believe it, a small smile across his lips, as if he, too, were enjoying the thought of what might befall McLaggen in the days to come. The sudden urge to bend over and touch her lips to his came out of nowhere. She had already made the most infinitesimal move towards him when common sense regained control of her faculties and she froze in an awkward stance, halfway between starting to bend and standing still, her mind filled with all the wonderful possibilities of what her life could be. If you have a question to ask him, you might be waiting a while. Ginny spun to face her brother's quizzical look. Just how long had she been standing there staring at Harry? For a brief instant she wanted to tell her brother, confess everything, unburden herself. The words were already pouring from her brain and making a beeline towards her lips when she lost her nerve, and instead she sputtered out, Harry was really late for the match. Ron stared at her, clearly waiting for more information. And I was just trying to figure out why. It's not like him, you know. To be late for Quidditch, that is. All right, Ron said slowly. Did he happen to mention why? Yeah, Ginny said. He said something about Draco Malfoy wandering around up in the castle. With a girl. Ron pulled a face. Reckon I know what Malfoy was doing, then. Yek. Harry's getting carried away here. Carried away with what? Ginny said quickly. Never mind, Ron said. It doesn't matter. Harry thinks Malfoy's behind what happened to you and Katie, doesn't he? Ron sighed. I can't say, but, look, it's not like I think Malfoy's some upstanding citizen or something. But you know who wouldn't go making him a Death Eater. He's too young. How do you know? Ginny shot back. I don't think Tom's very particular about who he has do his dirty work. Who's Tom? Ron asked. Ginny rolled her eyes. Tom Riddle, she said with exasperation. Voldemort. Oh, grow up, Ronald, Ginny scolded him as he winced. I don't think Malfoy's age would keep Tom from recruiting him if he thinks Malfoy can get to someone at Hogwarts. Well, that's just it, really, Ron said. I mean, Malfoy's a slug, but he's not a killer. Ginny stopped. Ron was right, of course. Besides, they both knew that it was impossible for Malfoy to be in the bathroom at the Three Broomsticks to give Katie Bell that necklace, so they were arguing a moot point, really. Harry gets a little obsessed with things sometimes, Ron said quietly, as if reading her thoughts. Given what he's been through, Ginny replied, you can hardly blame him. No, said Ron, suppose not. They again sat in silence, studying Harry's resting features, Ginny wondering if he could hear them speak of him. God, yawned Ron, suddenly stretching. Can't believe I'm going to be stuck in here until Monday. You'd think there'd be a faster way to heal a bloke by now, wouldn't you? Ginny grinned. You could try stitches, she teased. Worked so well for Dad last year, didn't they? Ron grinned back. Gin, the day I let them poke me with muggle medicine is the day you can lock me up in the nut house, he joked. I'd like to see them try. Still, can't we come up with a faster way to get better? I mean, we are wizards, aren't we? Ginny opened her mouth to give a reply, but suddenly stopped. Something about what Ron had just said, something was there, pecking at the back of her mind. What was it? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Gin. Ron was staring at his sister quizzically, and for not the first time for this visit. You all right? I am, she nodded. It's just, well, I don't know what, actually. Oh, Ron shrugged. All right, he yawned again. Get some sleep, Ronald, Ginny playfully admonished him. I'll be back to see you later. I may even, she added in a whisper, bring Hermione. Ron smiled, his eyes closing. Madame Pomfrey's vast array of potions, it seemed, were having their effect on him. Good, he mumbled sleepily. Just don't tell. What's your name? And then he began to snore. Ginny watched her brother sleep peacefully for a moment, a smile on her face. She would never admit it, but she did love the big goofy prat. There was nobody else in her life with whom it was quite so satisfying to fight with as Ron. As she turned to leave the hospital wing, she threw a final glance at Harry, and 3 whole minutes later, she tore herself away and left the wing. Once away from the reassuring comfort of Ron's brotherly sparring, her mind began to go back, both to her earlier row with Dean, and to the whatever it was that began chirping away in the back of her brain during her talk with Ron. Try though she might, she couldn't quite place what it was that was nagging her. A faster way to get better, Ron had said. Why did Ginny feel like she knew? A faster way to get better, and why did she have the sudden hunch that such knowledge was the key to a puzzle that had been vexing her the entire school year? And she stopped in her tracks. Of course she knew a faster way to get better. Particularly from poisons. Her legs were carrying her as fast as she could run, tearing through the mostly empty halls of Hogwarts. How stupid was she? Just how bloody stupid was she? A faster way to get better. She had seen it herself. Well, not seen it, so much as felt it, but still. She pulled to a stumbling halt, breathless. She stood where she was for several minutes in the deserted corridor, staring up at the eternally intimidating door to the second-floor girls' bathroom. It was this door. There was so much hidden behind this door. The door she had been forced to enter far more than she would have liked in her first year, a door she was terrified to walk past in her second and third years, and a door she had since forced herself to confront almost daily in her fourth year, and had attempted on numerous occasions to walk through now, in her 5th year. She had not yet managed to accomplish that task. She stood now, at the threshold of Ning Myrtle's bathroom. She stood there as time ticked past. Something was in there, something aside from her fears. It was all starting to come together. The answer to something was beyond that door. In the most primal corners of her innermost mind, some long-suffered fear screamed for her to turn and run. She almost did, but not bloody likely, she growled to herself. Forcing her legs to lift, forcing her feet to move one in front of the other, she walked up to the bathroom door, pushed it open, and marched right in. It was almost anticlimactic. There she stood, inside of a bathroom, just an ordinary bathroom. Stalls, sinks, towels. Except it wasn't an ordinary bathroom, of course. She felt the warmth begin to drain from her face as memories welled up inside her. Chicken blood and diaries, secret tunnels and a basilisk, being forced to speak in strange tongues that were not her own. The experiences began to flood through her, threatening to overwhelm her. But it was years ago. It had been years ago. She got to her feet. She didn't even remember going down to her knees, but she wanted to always remember that she was able to lift herself up from them. It was just a bathroom. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to steady herself. She opened her eyes, and the room was still just a bathroom. Her gaze turned to the sink. The sink. There it was. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets stood behind there, she knew. She could remember, vaguely while awake and explicitly in her nightmares, the spirit of Tom Riddle forcing her to open that passageway and unleash the monster. How many times had she slid down to the chamber itself? Just the one. More times than she could remember. It was all a blur. Ginny stared at the sink, remained frozen where she stood. She knew, of course, without Riddle's icy grip in her head, she could no longer speak Parseltongue, and knew that she likely wouldn't be able to open the chamber if she tried. Not that she had any intention of trying. Suddenly, an explosion went off in one of the stalls down the row, and the transparent form of a girl floated up in the air, passing directly through the geyser of water shooting up from the pipes below without getting a drop on her. "Oh, hello," said Ning Myrtle. "Look who it is. It's been so long since you visited, I expect you forgot all about me." "Everyone does, so it is to be expected, isn't it?" "Why, if I didn't know better." Silencio. Ginny had drawn her wand and cast the silencing charm on Myrtle with barely a thought. To her surprise and delight it worked. Myrtle's mouth worked up and down for a few moments, but not a word came out. With a silent scream of rage and despair, she turned and flew back down the pipe from whence she came, the geyser of water disappearing with her. That distraction taken care of, Ginny stepped closer to the sink. Peering closely, she located the one tap upon which was etched a tiny snake. That was it, the key, the marking on the front door, as it were, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Truthfully, it just looked like a little scratched-out drawing of a snake. In her memory, it had been much bigger and scarier, and it seemed to writhe with inexplicable power. Now it looked just like so much graffiti. Why had she been so scared to lay her eyes on it again? For a few moments her brain tried to catch up to these realizations. This was just a bathroom. A bathroom with a stupid little picture of a snake scraped out on a sink and a secret passage that only one person in the school could open, and in very fact the one person in the school who could open it was the same person who had been able to conquer what lay below through that passage. She couldn't get into the chamber if she tried, not even if she wanted to, and nothing that was in the chamber could get out without Harry's permission, and Harry would never give that permission. In fact, now that she really thought of it, there wasn't anything down there that even could come out, unless you thought the rotting skeleton of a long-dead basilisk and a couple of statues were some kind of a threat. She began to laugh, slowly at first, quietly, but then a little harder, and a little louder, until she was outright hysterical. She did not know what she was laughing more about. Was she laughing at the ineffective terrors that the chamber held, locked away forever, victim to the prejudices and pride of its creator? Or was she laughing at her own stupidity for allowing those defanged horrors to hold her in such anxiety for all of these years? Either way, it felt good to laugh. It felt cathartic. It felt Liberating. All of these years, all of that silly fear, for what? For nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing down there, is there? Ginny said to herself with glee in her voice. Am I the biggest idiot the world has ever known? I might be. And she laughed even harder. Suddenly, words spoken to her months earlier came flooding back to her. If I may say, Miss Weasley, Professor Dumbledore had said to her on the morning of the year's first Hogsmeade visit, your plight is not so uncommon, nor should you be so hard on yourself for it. After all, your own worst memories are the one enemy that you can never outrun. He had been right, and she had not appreciated it until right then just how right. She had not been scared of anything that was actually left in the Chamber of Secrets. She had been scared of her own memories of the place, of what had happened to her. And those memories, traumatic though they may be, she had coped with them. Why allow them to rule her life? Why give them free rein over her emotions? It was done, it was all done. Her memories would not be able to hurt her unless she let them. Well, she was through letting them. The Chamber of Secrets was empty, and so was its hold on her. She stopped. She thought, if the chamber was empty, then what was it, exactly, that she thought just minutes ago in the hallway was to be found there? Why had she run to the second-floor bathroom again? A faster way to get better. Perhaps the answers you seek, Dumbledore had said, were once in the chamber, but have since moved on. And she was out the door again, running full tilt down the hallway, quite certain that the only time she'd ever find herself in the presence of Ning Myrtle again was if she was on the second floor and desperate for a bathroom. By the time she reached the 7th floor, she was completely out of breath. She hadn't given much logical thought how she was going to get into where she was going, and now that question seemed even more important as she stared down the gargoyle. There was always the direct approach. I'd like to enter, please, she said. Nothing. The thing didn't even have the decency to laugh at her. Please, she said sweetly, turning on her puppy dog eyes as powerfully as she could. I just need to pass for a few moments. Could you? Again, nothing. She tried for several more minutes, alternating between sweet-talking, demanding, and pleading, but to no avail. The gargoyle simply would not budge for her. Her frustration mounted. She knew she had to get in there. She simply knew it, but clearly without the password, and it wasn't as if she could go up to Dumbledore and ask him for the password, as if he'd simply hand her the password. Simply hand it to her. It is a private message, Dumbledore had told her as he had handed her the parchment for Harry. But not so private the world would end should someone else's eyes fall upon it. I trust you will respect that privacy as I would expect any of your more industrious siblings to do. He had simply handed it to her, hadn't he? He had practically invited her to read it, to boot. And at the end of that note to Harry. P.S. In the case that your memory is as poor as mine. Acid pops, Ginny said aloud, finishing the postscript. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Grumbled the gargoyle. It lurched out of the way and the wall behind it split in two, revealing the slowly rising spiral stone staircase that led up to Dumbledore's office. Without hesitation Ginny hopped onto the staircase, and it carried her up until she was standing facing the polished oak doors with the griffin-shaped brass knocker. She knocked once, twice, but there was no answer. The headmaster must have been off premises again. Ginny listened sharply. She could hear nobody inside, and nobody below at the gargoyle. She steeled herself, took a deep breath, and opened the door to the office just widely enough to slip through. The headmaster's office was still, or at least, nobody was there. Around the walls, the portraits of all the various other Hogwarts headmasters throughout history slept soundly, a few emitting pleasant snores. On several spindly-legged tables sat little silver devices, all delicate-looking, all spinning or whizzing feverishly and emitting plumes of smoke. They were either working or breaking, by Ginny's best guess. Dumbledore's desk stood as stately as ever, adorned with scattered papers, a silver inkpot, and a quill. Behind the desk on a shelf sat the sorting hat, and in a glass case next to it was a silver sword adorned with rubies. A fireplace, a black cabinet. And there, on a golden perch, sat Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fawkes, brilliant in his red and gold plumage, looking at her, curious but undisturbed by her presence. Fawkes, who had been showing up in Ginny's dreams, crying a single tear and enveloping the Chamber of Secrets in flames. She realized she had only ever seen Fawkes fly outside of Dumbledore's office on that fateful day in her first year when he and Harry had defeated the basilisk. Had only ever heard his song that once. Had only that once known the power of his tears. A faster way to get better. She approached the Phoenix with something like reverence. She was close, so close, she opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it. That wasn't how she was going to get the answers she needed. She looked around the office again, her gaze settling on the brilliant sword resting in the glass case. With a glance at the office doors, she quickly stepped to the case and peered inside. She noticed writing on the hilt just below the rubied handle, Godric Gryffindor. All at once she recognized the weapon. It was the sword Harry had carried out of the Chamber of Secrets, the one with which he had slain Riddle's basilisk. It was perfect. She carefully opened the case and carefully lifted the sword out. She took a few steps back, admiring its brilliance, and then, even more careful still, she held it away from her in her right hand, her arm outstretched, and turned the point of the sword back towards her left hand, lifting her left index finger and gently pricking it against the sword's tips. Almost instantly, a single drop of blood blossomed from her finger. Still carrying the sword, she walked back around Dumbledore's desk to stand before Fawkes. Taking a deep breath, she held up her bleeding finger to the Phoenix. The bird looked at her quizzically and ruffled his own feathers, but no tears fell from his eyes. The drop of blood on Ginny's finger grew a little larger. What if Fawkes wouldn't cry for a wound that was self-inflicted? She held her finger up closer to him, now feeling some urgency. "Fawkes," she pleaded, "I have to know." Fawkes looked at her, and for a moment she felt his eyes lock with hers, and she knew he understood. Lowering his head close to the tip of Ginny's left index finger, the Phoenix squeezed his eyes shut, and then 1, 2, 3 large, clear teardrops fell onto her hand. Almost instantaneously, the Phoenix tears began to work their magic. With a hissing sound, Ginny could see the wound on her hand begin to close up. Drawing her finger up close to her face, she closed her eyes and smelled deeply, once, twice, 3 times to be sure. Phoenix tears. There it was. That was it. That was almost it. Something wasn't quite right, something was missing. And then Fawkes began to sing. Suddenly, almost violently, she was thrust back in time. For the second time in a day memories flooded over her, out of sequence and trapped somewhere between reality and a dream, but memories nevertheless. Harry helping her up from where she lay on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, bringing with him the power of the Phoenix's song, filling her with warmth and courage even at a time when she had felt more cold and desperation than she had ever known in her young life. She felt his arms, however awkwardly, guiding her out of the chamber, her own tears of shame and fear mingling with the dirt and blood and poison his robes were stained with, but even then, her face buried in his arm as they walked, she could feel, she could smell, she could sense over all else the healing magic of Fawkes' tears sanctifying his arm. And Ginny Weasley, all 15 years of her, standing in Dumbledore's office, staring at her newly healed left finger, the sword of Gryffindor hanging limply in her right hand, cried again. Because she knew now as she knew then that Harry Potter had not come down into the Chamber of Secrets to rescue her because of who she was, in any way. She realized that she was not any damsel in distress to his chivalrous knight. She knew that Harry would have made that trip and fought that fight to save anyone. She, Ron, Hermione, even Draco Malfoy. His bravery, his loyalty, his strength, his determination, that's what had led Fawkes to help him in the Chamber of Secrets. That's what she had known instinctively as an 11-year-old, and which she now consciously knew as a 15-year-old. It was all of that, combined, somehow, that she had smelled, sensed, felt, however you wanted to say it, in the fumes of Amortentia. And it was for all of that, that she knew that she loved him. "Oh, Fawkes," she whispered, tears rolling down her face freely now, right onto her smile, "why didn't you tell me?" "Perhaps because you never asked." Ginny spun around with a gasp, quickly reaching up to wipe her tears away. Professor Dumbledore stood at the entrance to his office, smiling at her as one might expect a grandfather to. And, to top it off, all of the headmaster portraits were now awake, watching with interest the scene unfolding in front of them. "Professor," Ginny stammered, I didn't hear you come in. Dumbly, it began to dawn on her that she had broken into the headmaster's office. I'm sorry, she began. I thought that I had to, but no excuse was forthcoming. As it turned out, she didn't really need one. You know, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore said, walking gently to her, when I suggested I could arrange an audience between you and Fawkes, I never imagined it would take so long for you to take advantage of it. Right, Ginny said, smiling. Turns out I can be a bit thick at times. Must run in the family. Oh, I don't think so, Dumbledore said, still smiling, that twinkle in his eye as bright as Ginny had ever seen it. We often miss what is right in front of us, don't we? Still, I wonder, did you find the answers you were looking for? Ginny nodded, looking back at Fawkes. I did, sir. And were the answers what you expected? Ginny was about to say no, but who was she kidding, really? She knew. She had always known. Precisely, sir, she said. She then turned to look at the headmaster again, who was smiling even more broadly than he had been when she looked away, if possible. But I don't understand, she said a little bit breathlessly. Clearly Dumbledore knew exactly what was going on here, so there was little for her to hide. I thought, with a Mortentia, you only smelled things. That was, words could not describe what the potion had captured for her in its mysterious third scent. That was so much more, she finally settled for. Ah, yes, the headmaster said with a knowing nod. It will sometimes, on rare occasions, surprise one like that. Recreating sensations, feelings, a place and time. It is almost, he added with a wink, like magic. He then turned serious. Miss Weasley, he said, I feel it is my duty to make sure you understand something very important. Things from here on out are going to be very, very difficult for him. Do you understand that? I do, Professor, Ginny replied. It is something you should be aware of, before you go and make any hasty or rash. I understand, she said firmly. I'm not so weak anymore, you know. Dumbledore smiled. No, I don't suppose that you are. But then again, I never supposed that you were. Can I assume, then, that your nightmares? I think it's safe to say they're done, Professor, Ginny assured him. Dumbledore nodded, still smiling. Then off to bed with you, he said. I would imagine you have had an exhausting day, and I would expect you don't quite realize just how late it is. Ginny glanced out the window. The sky was dark and the moon was up. For how long had she been running around the school, anyway? When was it she had left the hospital wing? It seemed like ages ago. She yawned. I don't think I do, Professor, she agreed. I should go. She looked up at him. Thank you, she said. Sincerely. He smiled, but spoke not a word in reply. She opened the oak doors to leave. Miss Weasley, Dumbledore called after her. She turned to him. I am a very old man and perhaps neither as perceptive as I once was, nor as clever as I think I am. And I am not without my errors in judgment. But if I am not mistaken, and I think very much that I am not, and if future events indeed unfold as I believe they must, then I think, Miss Weasley, that you will play an insurmountably important role in that which is yet to come. Ginny swallowed hard. And what role is that, Professor? She asked quietly, almost afraid to hear the answer. Professor Dumbledore smiled gently. Motivation, Miss Weasley, was his softly spoken answer. Motivation. She did not entirely understand, but then again, it had been an overwhelming day. She simply nodded her head and turned to leave. She reached for the oak door, as heavy as her heart was light, and as she began to pull it shut behind her she heard one of the portraits say. Now that's over with, don't you think it's about time you changed the password, Albus? It's been 5 months, for heaven's sake. I think you're right, Phineas, Dumbledore agreed. What do you think of toffee eclairs? Hate them, sneered the portrait. Oh, Phineas, Dumbledore said with delight as Ginny finally managed to tug the door shut. Of course you do. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.